Welcome to the Pewter Pregame Show. I'm John Ledyard from PewterReport.com. With me to open this show is Casey Hudson, also from PewterReport.com. And we are excited for the Pewter Pregame Show, energized by Celsius here on a Thursday night, a little during the week football action between the Bucs and the Eagles. And it's week 6 days for 4-1, and we're excited for this one. I think this one has the potential to be a little closer, a little tighter, a little more exciting than maybe last week was in the fourth quarter.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's going to be more of an exciting game. Not that the Dolphins game was not exciting, but I think that they're going to definitely challenge the Bucs in places that we all know that the Bucs kind of are a little bit weaker per se, or need a little bit more, I don't know, gusto, if you will. So I'm anxious to see how this one plays out, but I definitely think that the Bucs will pull it off.
Yeah, we're excited about this one for multiple reasons. Number one, because another chance to break down and talk about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which is a team that obviously we're pretty passionate about. So that'll make it fun. Also, we get this pregame show and we go with you. Right? We're going right up to kickoff, and then we're actually staying with you throughout the entirety of the game today. So during the Pewter Game Day show, myself and Trevor Sikkema, most of you know Trevor, he'll be back on the show for going with this entire game. He and I will be breaking everything down, analyzing things, talking about players, talking about plays, telling stories. We'll do his Ask Me Anything questions that he always does on Twitter. We're doing it at halftime. So really excited about that and pumped to have Trevor on the show. But before we do that, Casey, and that'll be, by the way, at 8:20, obviously, when Pewter Game Day starts, same time that the game itself starts. But before we do that, Casey, we got to talk about our friends over at Celsius. And I've got my peach vibe I'm rocking. I can't quit it. I got a case the other day, Peach Vibe, and I've just been crushing them ever since. So I'm rocking the Peach Vibe tonight. If you don't know, Celsius, the best tasting energy drinks out there. So many varieties, and the best energy drinks for you, too. There's no sugar in these things, which is unbelievable. When you taste them, you're going to do a double take at the fact that it says 0 sugar. Essential energy, it accelerates metabolism, burns body fat. I love the Peach Vibe, the sparkling white peach edition, but you can see on the screen there's a bunch of different kinds. Tropical Vibe is a good one. Kiwi, guava, Fuji apple, pear, wild berry, orange, all those ones, watermelon that you see up there on the screen. Great options for you for sure. So make sure you check out Celsius Energy Drink. You can do that by going to Celsius.com. You can use the store locator to figure out where you can buy them near you. You can also go to PewterReport.com, click on the banner ads, or you can go to Amazon and do the subscribe and save option. Get yourself a variety of different flavors and save some money each time that you have those coming on a regular order as well. So excited that Celsius is sponsoring again Pewter Game Day today. Casey, let's get to the pregame show here and talk about this matchup a little bit. And let's start with the injuries, Casey, starting with your boy, Scotty Miller. He's on injured reserve. I know people know it, but we always start even with the injured reserves in case somebody missed it.
My guy Scooter, I had so much hope in him, and then he just goes out with turf toe. Like, what a way to go out.
I know, seriously. And turf toe can be, simple, or it can be really lingering. And so he's going to be on there. Wow. Sean Murphy Bunting and Carlton Davis, both the team's starting corners, also on injured reserve. Antoine Winfield Jr. almost got cleared from concussion protocol in time for this game. And if it had been a Sunday game, maybe. But because it was the Thursday game in the short week, he did not make the trip to Philadelphia. So 3 starters. The Bucs are down in the secondary. They're also down Levante David. So a lot of their best players defensively on a defense that was already a little suspect. They're missing 4 players there. So, and then on offense, Rob Gronkowski is going to miss this game as well. Questionable for this game, but playing were Jason Pierre-Paul, Ryan Jensen, the center, and Pat O'Connor, special teamer and defensive lineman. So they're hurting on defense, Casey, and that brings up some question marks for tonight.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess it's kind of a double-edged sword here because we've been playing the defense lack game for a minute. So we've kind of said it every single week, next minute mentality. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. So, I mean, again, let's see how it goes. It's kind of scary, especially when you have a leader like Levante David out, because as soon as he got injured at Raymond James Stadium when the Bucs were playing the Dolphins, that stadium went silent. I mean, on both sides. So I kind of think of that as, when JPP is not out there, the energy is different. Is the energy going to be different without a Levante David, even though JPP is going to be there giving everything he has with a club on his arm? So that's what makes me a little bit more nervous with all of this, but next man up.
Yeah, Bucs are kind of thankful that low ankle sprain for whatever it is for Levante David. High ankle. Some reports said high ankle. Some reports said low. Bruce said low ankle. I forget.
I tweeted high
whatever
ankle
it is.
And it was low. So I was like, okay, guys, thank you.
Whatever it is, low or high ankle sprain. They're lucky it wasn't maybe worse than that. And this will be the first game, by the way, that Devin White will play in his NFL career without Levante David next to him. So interesting to think about that as well. As White is credited David with a lot of getting him right and teaching him things and showing him how to communicate things. So we'll see how White does on his own tonight. Yeah. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I see pretty much all the regulars are in here. I see, and great to see y'all in here for sure. We appreciate y'all supporting the show. Yeah, hey, send the link out to a friend or another Bucs fan that let them know. Hey, this pregame show's on right now. If you want to watch this instead of NFL Network, we're going to get into the nitty gritty of this matchup. Let's talk about the Eagles injuries, Casey. We got Brandon Brooks, the right guard for this team, the typical starting right guard and a very good player on injured reserve. That's been a common thing for him lately in his career. Isaac Seumalo from Oregon State is going to be he's on the left side, usually a guard. He is also on injured reserve. Right tackle Lane Johnson has been missing time with a personal issue. He's not playing in this game. He's inactive. He's one of the best right tackles in the league. And then you've got tight end Dallas Goedert on the COVID list. So offensively, there's 4 starters out. The Eagles do have a deep offensive line, but that's still a factor to think about in this game for sure. Yeah. And then at edge rusher, Brandon Graham, who's been one of their leaders in there for forever, is on injured reserve as well. So a significant injury for them up front. So a couple things they're dealing with as well. 3 on the offensive line. Like I said, I know they've got some good backups on the offensive line, Casey, but we'll get to it more in depth in a little bit. It feels like that's where the Bucs need to make an impact.
Well, absolutely, because kind of stemming off of that as well, the offensive linemen that are supposed to be good to go for this evening's game, they have been pretty banged up. I think some of them had limited to no participation at the top of the week, limited participation, then went to full, and then each of them are dealing with a lower body issue. So, when we circle back to that, then it's just like that aggression of that Bucs interior and those pass rushers could potentially take advantage of that.
Yeah, for sure. That's where I think a lot of this game will be decided when the Eagles have the football. But first, let's talk about when the Bucs have the football, because that's where everybody wants to begin, right? With this offense, what they've done, they're on some really good streaks, Casey, and we're a little bit of jinx believers, so we're not going to mention their turnover list streak or anything like that on the show today. We're just going to let fans research that for themselves if they want to look that up. But a lot of good things are happening for the Bucs right now on offense, Casey. They're playing very well when they're not beating themselves. I don't really think through 5 games that anybody has done anything schematically that's hurt them. They've hurt themselves a little bit, but are still one of the high-scoring teams in the NFL right now. 3 staples of the Eagles defense that everybody watching needs to know tonight, Casey. The heaviest zone coverage team in the NFL, the least man coverage of any team you'll see in the NFL this year, coming off of 2 man coverage heavy games against the Patriots and against the Dolphins. This will be a completely different look for the Bucs tonight defensively if the Eagles stay on script. Also, no blitzes. This team doesn't blitz. 22 all season, last in the NFL. Lots of 2 high safeties trying to prevent the big play. How do you go about it? How do you approach it, Casey? If you're the Bucs and you're saying, how do we get points on the board in this? How do you approach this defense?
So I started my notes on this, and then I had to tear them to pieces and start all over again, because when I started looking into, the Eagles secondary, and like you said, they play a lot. In my research, they play a lot of cover too. So, they're relying heavy on those 2 deep safeties and those 3 linebackers, and Alex Singleton went off last game with, I think, 13 combined tackles. So what made me a little nervous is they have a lot of speed in their secondary. Between Maddox, even though he's a smaller guy, he's fast. Between Darius Slay, he is fast. So that kind of locks in on the speed on the passing game for the Bucs. That kind of, Antonio Brown's going to have that matchup that's going to challenge him, because he's usually the wheels on the Bucs passing. And then, Mike Evans isn't really known for his speed, but he's got that length to him, and he's got, his build. So I think this is going to be the game where Chris Godwin is going to be the best tool for them. I think Antonio Brown still gets a lot of work in. Mike Evans is good at drawing in the coverage and kind of taking away defenders. So Chris Godwin has game by game made these massive plays that we've seen down the stretch or down the sidelines. I think he's going to be a key asset today because he's got the closest speed to kind of challenge their corners and their safeties with their coverage. Other than that, I think everybody has said it since we, turn the page to week 6. It's going to be the run game that really solidifies most of the progression this evening.
Yeah. Totally fascinating matchup there. The Eagles are 30th, I believe, in run defense this season in the NFL. Some of that's just the volume. Like they're kind of the anti-Bucs in some ways. Like teams are running on them a lot because they prevent so many light boxes in the way that they defend. I think the Bucs will run tonight because of that. So it's a good observation. Yeah, that a lot is going to be, can the Bucs keep up their efficiency from the last 2 weeks? 240 rushing yards total for the Bucs over the last 2 weeks. Can they keep that up? Is that where they fall back to where they were early in the season? When I always say, like, the volume of rushes, I don't care about. I don't want that number to be high, but how efficient you are when you rush, that's the one that does makes you or breaks you. And so that's what they're going to have to really try to do when they get presented those fronts. But yeah, the Eagles haven't been like horrible per carry, but just because teams run against them so much, they end up, they're the third best pass defense, but it's really because they just haven't faced that many passes this season more than it is during this amazing coverage group. I mean, they're good for sure, and they're going to test the Bucs though. Joey brings up a great point here. John, over under 15 penalties in this game between the Bucs and Eagles, considering both teams are two of the most penalized this year. Yeah, we have. This is one of the fascinating layers of this one, Casey, is that you've probably got the most penalized team in the NFL in Philadelphia, but with 50 penalties already. They're averaging 10 penalties a game, and the Bucs are the second worst, and they're tied with 40 penalties with another team for 31st place, I guess.
Some of those are so questionable though, but that stinks. That's like the statistics of it, and to think both of the worst penalized teams are going to go up against one another. This is either going to be a very long game or very short scores. I can think about. But
it's true. Yeah. If the penalties keep up and officials keep throwing these flags at this rate, this game could be a slog fest because Bucs Time 12 says it over 15 penalties and only 5 are for real. As much as I'd love to get on the Bucs for undisciplined, and some of the pre-snap stuff is, I would say the most of their post-snap penalties have been ridiculous this season. So at some point, I've said it before, that usually comes back the other way for them a little bit. And maybe tonight's that night against the team that gets a lot of penalties. And other than that, doesn't hurt themselves much, but definitely gets a lot of penalties. So that will be who loses the penalty battle. Who loses,
who gets the least amount of penalties wins. That would be crappy if that's what it came down to. But yeah,
it will be. Yeah.
I don't know. But you mentioned like the past, like who they've gone against passing wise as well. And for some reason I started looking into like how they played and tallied up against the Cowboys, even though the Cowboys crushed them, but they did do a pretty decent job at minimizing like Lamb, Amari Cooper. And then it was obviously Ezekiel Elliott that went off. I think he had over 92 yards and averaged about 5.6 yards per carry, which is exactly what Leonard Fournette just did Sunday versus the Dolphins. So something else I feel like they're going to do aside from just rush, like trying to get their run game going and utilize and power behind that, is they started, I don't remember which quarter it is, and I wish I did the research, but at one point Leonard Fournette just took off down the sideline, and I was like, holy crap, he's kind of got wheels on him. So I feel like they might try to throw a couple of those in there to throw off the Eagles. And then Gio Bernard, we know that he can be that guy to go in the slot and pick up some passes. And we know that Tom Brady likes to do that stuff in difficult moments or in those clutch opportunities. So I can see them kind of still trying to create a passing game under 10 yards using Bernard as well as Fournette and getting down the field.
Yeah, for sure. Fournette's ran a wheel route each of the last 2 weeks. I think you mentioned it, one against the Patriots and then one against the Dolphins as well. So yeah, he's a threat, and they're starting to trust him more and threaten it with a little more with Leonard Fournette out of the backfield. That might be a key in this one. The Eagles, if people don't know, we said it kind of, but lots of 2-eye safeties, lots of zone coverage. They are like preoccupied with not giving up splash plays in the passing game. They haven't even been like this juggernaut defense, but they just are not giving up big plays. They have only surrendered 8 20-plus yard pass plays this season. That's second best in the NFL. I think only the Bills maybe are better than them. So, and obviously the Bills defense kind of speaks for itself this season. So the Eagles are, even though their defense hasn't even been like unbelievable or anything, they're just not giving up splash plays. They're kind of making teams earn it. And most teams are earning it against them and getting down the field and still scoring on them. It's not like they're a totally formidable defense other than that. But the Bucs will have to be patient in my mind, Casey, and work the ball down the field without maybe hunting the splash play as much. They've shown the ability to do that against some similar teams and similar coverages this season. The Rams come to mind for sure, where they were really productive short to intermediate in that game. I think it's the strategy, and I think you're right, and Lee's right. Tonight feels like a Chris Godwin night to me. I'll talk about that a little more later, but if you're picking one Bucs wide receiver to go off in this one, Casey, do you agree that it's Chris Godwin this one tonight?
I don't like this game, but I'm going to go with Chris Godwin.
Because it's so challenging.
It's so challenging. I picked Scotty Miller. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I think it's going to be Chris Godwin's night. He's the one who can pick the best footy race fight when it comes to their safeties and their cornerbacks. Like I said, I mean, they have two guys in their backfield that run a 4-3 in comparison to the Bucs receivers that run, I think Antonio Brown being one of the fastest 4.47, and then Chris Godwin being like a 4.42. So, but when it comes to Antonio Brown, Marcus Epps is like the closest. No, not Marcus Epps.
Maddox, maybe.
Avonte Maddox, thank you. He's the closest matchup in terms of like being like 5'9", being a speedster
he's so
kind
much
of guy.
Smaller too.
Yeah. So he can get in those areas. And what also kind of shocked me is that, if you look at his statistics through week 1 to week 6, he's been getting in on like getting credited for like half sacks. So clearly he's a bit of a versatile guy. If he's not marking one of the wide receivers, then he's going in on the rush to try to get your quarterback out. So it's going to be very interesting, but I think that because Chris Godwin has just been making some crucial plays and getting those, those little yardages that they need against the Patriots, he had some massive plays. And this week as well, even though he only fell to 7 receptions, 70 yards, I think tonight's the night where they key in on Mike Evans, like we know that most teams like to do. Antonio Brown's going to be very heavily and evenly matched up. He has the versatility to really kind of work their secondary the best.
Yeah, the Eagles love to give you a 6-man box too, so that'll get the Bucs to run the football some. How they run it will be key in this game, right? Are they running it out of 11 personnel? It was really successful strategy for them last week, Casey. They ran well with 3 wide receivers on the field, much better the last 2 weeks, and they've run with extra tight ends on the field. They're not going to give up the Josh Wells, the tight end experiment completely, but can they give it up more than they have been? That would be real help, a real step in the right direction. Corbin, we appreciate the $20. That's clutch. We really appreciate that, Corbin, the $20 super chat. Love the pod and the live show. Wanted to ask best keys to not have a slow start this week. Great question, Corbin, and we do appreciate that, the super chats. We definitely appreciate the super chats all week, but especially when we're doing these live game day shows and the longer ones, the super chats definitely help, and they get us new equipment too. We got new equipment for Paul, who's on here for a lot of these games, and so we got him some new equipment this past week, so that money goes right back into the show, and we really do appreciate it.
Absolutely.
To the slow start to me, yeah, absolutely. The slow start to me, Casey, is all about how the Bucs treat first down. I think this has to be – they are right now going into this game. This scares me a little bit when they're doing this while going into this game. But going into this game, 30% of the time they are converting first downs to first downs on first down. So they aren't needing second and third down, but they're going out and attacking on first down, being aggressive. Defenses are usually set up and structured in such a way as to not anticipate passes much on first down. So the Bucs are being aggressive. They have a 59% pass rate on first down. In comparison, people remember the struggles last year. At this time last year, the Bucs had a 49% pass rate on first down. So they have increased that by 10 percentile. They have gone from being one of the bottom teams in the NFL in first down last year at this time to one of the best to the best team right now in first down.
Yeah.
So that's the key. Win first down, be aggressive on first down, run the ball still, but get yourself in better running situations. I think that will help them get off to a hot start in this game.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Kind of stemming off of that is our slowest starts have been when the Bucs run game has just been like terrible or really struggled to kind of come out hot or to gel. So again, if they can build off the momentum from the Patriots game, the Dolphins game, and be able to rely on and trust on their run game, I think that they'll be able to have a faster start as well. So definitely don't want a slow start. You don't want a slow start, and you don't want that lull after halftime. That's the biggest problem that they struggle with, is that third quarter, because it was even dirty during the Dolphins game.
Yeah, it has not been the way that they've wanted to come out and start quarters. I think Bruce Arians even mentioned that this week. Last key, what we're talking about the offense, stopping Fletcher Cox and Javon Hargrave. This is the best 1-2 punch on the interior that the Bucs have faced this year on the interior defensive line. It's a tall task. Ryan Jensen, obviously a little banged up, is going to have to be equal to it on this one. Ali Marpet at left guard, Alex Kappa at right guard. But these two guys are absolute beasts. Hargraves actually is not as well known, but he's having the better season right now. Just been an absolute terror, a run defense, but especially as a pass rusher. Fletcher Cox is, a little slow start to the year, but you saw last week he was picking it up and he was playing at a much higher level. And so he's going to be a factor tonight as well. He'll be against Kappa most of the night. Hargrave, you'll probably be looking at plenty of Ryan Jensen and some Ali Marpet too. So great matchups, kind of strength on strength there. The Bucs feel like they have a great interior offensive line. And so we'll see what happens. I mean, right now, that's the matchup. I feel like if you look at it, Casey, that's the one the Bucs got to figure out how to stop those two, because remember, the Eagles do not blitz. This is one of the least blitz heavy teams. This is the least blitz heavy team in the league. So for the Bucs, it's really predominantly about stopping the 4-man pass rush, and that starts with Hargrave and Cox.
Yeah, and I don't know how many teams have the Bucs faced that play that 4-3 versus a 3-4.
Yeah, I mean, fronts are so hybrid nowadays that everybody's playing with 4 up front for the most part because they're in nickel so much. So, but how they use them and who drops and whether they're 2 or 3 point stances, everybody's so flexible now. I don't even know, but it'll be 4-man pass rushes most of the night for the Eagles. They want those front 4 to win, and they don't have Brandon Graham, so it's going to be those two, and then Josh Sweat, and it's going to be Ryan Kerrigan as well will be a factor in there, and so. Yeah, there is definitely there's a lot of layers to this one, Casey, in terms of the matchup. But overall, when the Bucs have the ball, I think that's where it's going to be really important is how they.
And Sweat creates a bit of an issue too. He had pretty solid numbers the past 2 games, as well. So I would say that the biggest concern is the fact that Jensen was dealing with that hip issue. And I mean, I look at it this way: whenever a guy is working through a lower body issue, that's where your power and your strength comes from. So hopefully Jensen can, lock in on him all night. The good part is obviously the Bucs offensive line, they have solid numbers. They do very well at protecting Brady. And I guess the highlight is that all of a sudden Brady turned into a mobile quarterback. So if the guys get worn down, maybe he'll go for 13 plus rushing yards again this game. Who knows?
Hey, it's possible. I was trying to go on Underdog Fantasy and get the over on the half yard. I think he had a half yard. There was a bet for him to have half yard. I was trying to get the over on that. They kept pulling it just as I was about to submit my card on it. So
I went down the rabbit hole of PFF, and when I looked at like the quarterbacks lined up, the best numbers right now, he's ranked like either 5th or 7th. I know that's a bit of a leap, but he's ranked 5th or 7th as one of the top rushing quarterbacks in the league right now. And that just threw me for a whirl. Like the 44-year-old Tom Brady, TB12 is doing wonders for his legs because he's ranking above top 10 for rushing quarterbacks. Whoever would have thought.
Yeah, that's nuts. Right. Not me for sure. I mean, it's been that kind of a season for him for sure. Hey, by the way, if you're still looking for a great place to watch the game for this one, go over to Whiskey Wings, the Sports Bar and Grill in Temple Terrace. Terrific place to watch the game tonight or to head out there for college football this weekend. They've got tons of screens. They've got great food, great service, outdoor bar, indoor bar, clean atmosphere. The place is pretty much brand new. I mean, it's not even been open a year there. It's just a great spot to watch the game, eat some good food. That chicken sandwich you see there is literally that big, probably even bigger in real life. And so check it out. Their wings too. I know people are, their wings the real deal, or are they a little bit, dinky wings? No, they're for real wings, and they're very, very good. And so make sure you can head out over to Whiskey Wings. You can go to whiskey-wings.com, check out their menu, check out their specials as well. They get some great specials throughout the week, but great place to watch some college football this weekend if you're not able to get out there tonight for the game. Check out Whiskey Wings. Casey, we got to talk about when on the other side of this thing, when the Eagles have the ball and how this is going to be, the Bucs are going to defend them, which presents some problems. The Eagles have the highest neutral pass rate in the NFL over the past 3 weeks. That means in situations where they're not obviously trailing or obviously going to be throwing the football, 2-minute situations, things like that, the Eagles are throwing the football still, even not in those situations. So it doesn't matter the situation. This is a team that wants to be aggressive. They want to throw the football. It's been pretty good strategy for them. They've been able to keep themselves in games early on. Jalen Hurts has played better than a lot of people expected. I think he's played pretty freaking well, to be honest. He's not turned the ball over very much. The Eagles have just 4 turnovers this whole season. He's thrown just 3 interceptions this whole season. And so, they're one of the few teams with actually less turnovers than the Bucs. this season. The Bucs have 5. And so they've taken good care of the football. We mentioned the penalties. That is an issue, but they've taken good care of the football. They've thrown the ball very, very well at times this season. Yes, some of it's come in games that they've been down late, but this is still a team that said, hey, we want to be aggressive. We want to throw the football. On the flip side, you have the Eagles that are basically throwing on every down. And then on the other side, you have the Bucs, who are the most passed against team in the NFL, and it just isn't even close, Casey. Like, the numbers are getting more ridiculous every single week. The Bucs have 225 pass attempts against them this season. That's worst in the NFL, or I shouldn't say worst, just the most in the NFL by far. They are just getting absolutely attacked through the air by every team. Still, despite that, Casey, this is a Bucs team and a Bucs defense that is not letting anybody complete passes down the field on them. 20-plus air yards this season. They are limiting teams a lot this year. They actually have the shallowest average depth of target in the league, meaning when other teams pass the football, it's typically only about 6 yards past the line of scrimmage against the Bucs. So they're not going down the field on Tampa Bay. Despite giving up the most passing yards, teams are targeting them the shallowest. They're using these short passes like runs, and the Bucs just aren't really tackling and finishing that well in the backfield on the quarterback or on receivers in the open field for it to be effective for their defense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my biggest concern is that in Sunday's game, there were so many missed tackles. It was really, really tough to watch. It was impressive that they ended up being able to work out some of the situations that they did and to pull that off. Obviously, Jamal Dean came up with a big interception, and we're seeing a lot more action out of Shaq Barrett, but it's going to come down to these guys wrapping up and making those tackles. They can't have players falling through their hands, and most teams, because of their passing, they're knowing that there's an ability to pass on the Bucs, they're going to try to pass on the Bucs. So in my opinion, it's going to come down to the pass rush game for the Bucs defense. They have to be very strong, very dominant, and able to tackle this evening in order to make sure that, they don't completely work them with those short underneath passes. And I think you guys have mentioned it in a couple podcasts now, but yeah, it's that playing underneath that's really been eating away at the Bucs defense little by little. If Joe Tryon had a couple almost tackles on Sunday, so I would think that as a young guy who's trying to make his mark on this defense, he's going to try to make up for that this evening. I know that, Jason Pierre-Paul, he doesn't like when he has an average performance, but he's trying to work through holding that club. And then Shaq Barrett has progressively been involved game by game. He may have not gotten the sacks that he got in the previous game, but I think against this offensive line that he'll have an opportunity to pinch in there and kind of shake things up. But if they can limit Jalen Hurts to under 30 yards, I think they have a chance of really securing things on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, for sure. JC, free JC. We appreciate the $5 super chat, JC. Suspension, I'm telling you, I mean, you got to be careful when you're on the Pewter Report podcast. We got listeners of all ages, and JC's just got to be more mindful of this thing. So he's taking some time to reflect and think about how he can be better in the future. And so we'll welcome JC back at a later time. But right now, a little suspension from the pod for JC Allen after last Sunday night's podcast. If you haven't heard, maybe go back and listen. But yeah, JC. I
think we were all hype.
Listen, you got to be careful. You got to be careful what you're saying. So, JC, not on the pod today, but we do appreciate that $5 super chat. If you want to lob any money our way, JC, feel free.
Is that a bribe?
Cali Bucks, we're 100% serious. We're not. We're kidding, for sure. But we appreciate the $5. I mean, hey, absolutely. If you want to keep seeing how those bribes work, JC, we'll entertain the notion for sure.
Yeah.
All right, let's look back at this matchup, Casey, and talk about this one big critical factor. Will the Bucs keep blitzing? We mentioned the Eagles hardly ever blitz. Well, the Bucs blitz at the highest rate in the entire NFL. So you have two teams on completely opposite ends of the spectrum, and it isn't even close for the Bucs, Casey. They have 96 blitzes this year. That means I think just 96 times they've sent 5 or more rushers. Depends on what happened. Some people are asking what JC did. If you don't remember, go back to Sunday night's podcast, the post-game podcast after the Bucs beat the Dolphins. Tune into that podcast, and you'll hear the end of it, and you'll hear everything that happened. It's somewhere near the end of it, for sure. Anyway, back to this matchup. It is. Yes. You don't want to miss it. Trust me. It will be worth your while if you go back in here. So in this game, Casey, what you've got, I think here, my wife said it's 56-minute mark. She remembers it. She spent the whole night laughing. So in this game, you've got the Bucs. Will they continue to commit crazy numbers to blitzing. And therefore, I think giving quarterbacks the opportunity to get to checkdowns early and allow run after catch, less players in the field in coverage when you blitz, obvious. That I think is going to be one of the keys to this. Do they keep blitzing? And if they do, will Jalen Hurts figure it out and beat them either with his legs by escaping or with his arm by getting the ball out quickly?
That's what I was going to say. I think it would be I don't think it'd be the best idea to over blitz on a guy like Jalen Hurts. He's got speed and he does well getting out of the pocket and getting downfield. And I don't think it'll take long for him to pick up on it. So you don't want to give him that chance to where your whole defense is rushing at him. He gets out of there and then he's got free range to get down the field. And while he runs, he does the run and throw. So, talking about making those passes, he's the kind of quarterback kind of similar to a Dak Prescott, to where like mid-stride, he'll take that risk and throw the ball and still add that yardage onto their offensive tab. And I think that would be a bad idea, especially because you can't heavily rely on the secondary right now. I don't want to completely count out the Bucs secondary because Richard Sherman went from having 7 tackles versus the Patriots to 3 tackles versus the Dolphins. That's an ego. That's really heavy on the ego. So now you've got 3 weeks in this system to know something. He's got an immaculate IQ. I can't imagine that he didn't really kind of lock in this week and think, okay, I need to do better. People are saying that, I'm burnt out. People are saying I'm old. People are saying I shouldn't have returned to the game and all the other he said, she says. I think that Richard Sherman kind of shows why he deserves to still be playing football, if that's really what he wants to do. So I think going over blitz heavy would be a little too much for this guy.
Yeah, tough. Jalen Hurts he presents a lot of challenges for sure, and it leaves the defensive backs in a little bit of a bind as well. Kevin Thomas, we appreciate the $30 super chat. $1 for every point scored by the Bucs. Love the show. I appreciate that, Kevin. Great to hear from you. And we really appreciate the super chat. We'll make sure that money goes back into the show and making this thing even better for y'all. Unleash JTS tonight. Yes, looking forward to that for sure. Also looking forward to getting Scott Reynolds in here now to talk a little bit about some of his matchups to watch in this game, Casey. He's got his eye on a few of the key matchups in this game and the key one-on-ones or position group against position group tonight. So looking forward to getting him in here.
Not playing, right?
I don't know if he knows that yet, Casey. So we just want to be really excited.
Hello.
Oh, there he is. So, Scott, I don't know if you've heard, but I know there was some controversy this week, but Tom Brady is getting the start tonight and not Blaine Gabbert. So, with that in mind, just how are you feeling about this game going into it?
Well, I think that changes the dynamics of everything. The thing is, you look at Blaine, 100% completion percentage on the season. So, it's a completed pass every time he throws the ball. With Brady, not so much, about 66%. So, Tom's still having a good year. Not knocking Tom, but
it's fine.
He's a running quarterback now. What more can you ask for?
That's true. Yeah, I mean,
I think it's just
Blaine,
important to see how Brady ages at the positions.
Yeah, I think so. We thought Blaine was the mobile quarterback in Tampa, and it turns out Tom is too. So, listen, the Buccaneers have got 2 great quarterbacks and 2 great-looking quarterbacks on their roster. So, I guess 3 if you count Griffin. He's a good-looking guy too.
That's very true. Are any of those quarterbacks in your matchups to watch for this week, or is it going to be some other players this week?
Well, John, let's go to the graphic and see what we've got. No quarterbacks for the Bucs on there. So neither Blaine Gabbert nor starter Tom Brady is on there. But what we do have, John, is center Ryan Jensen versus defensive tackle Javon Hargrave. Now, the thing with Jensen is he's going to have to help and double up on both guards. I think Ali Marpet, there's going to be some opportunities where he's going to need some help going against Hargrave, and there's going to be some times where Jensen's going to need to help out with Fletcher Cox and Alex Kappa. So Ryan Jensen, you talk about head on a swivel. He's going to be on a swivel tonight looking at both of those 2 defensive tackles. It's rare in this day and age, John, that you have 2 really stout, good pass rushers that can do both, stop the run and also rush the passer, and the Eagles have 2 of them. The other matchup to watch on the offensive side, Mike Evans versus Darius Slay. I think Slay he's a fast cornerback, but he also has some size. He plays bigger than his 6', 190-pound frame would indicate. Evans has really been on a roll. He's the Bucs' leading receiver right now in terms of catches, yards, and touchdowns. So that's going to be a key matchup to watch. And everyone was freaking out after week 1. Oh, my gosh, is Mike Evans going to hit 1,000 yards? Yeah, he's way over that pace right now. We talked about that earlier in the week, John. Donovan Smith versus Josh Sweat. Sweat, the thing about Sweat is he is actually outperforming Derek Barnett. And with Ryan Kerrigan coming on as that third pass rusher, he's getting up there in age. Sweat has really taken the bull by the horns and has really become the edge rusher for the Eagles. Donovan Smith is off to a Pro Bowl caliber start, in my opinion. I think he's had the best start of his career here in Tampa. So that's going to be a matchup to watch as well. Finishing out on the offensive side of the ball, Chris Godwin versus Avonte Maddox. You guys have talked about that kind of at length. I agree. I think Godwin's going to go off. He was born in Philly but raised in nearby Delaware, went to Penn State. So he's going to have a lot of people at this game. So this is a hometown kind of atmosphere for him. I expect Godwin. The wheel's going to finally kind of turn around to him. We've seen AB go off. We've seen Evans go off. As you mentioned, John, a very quiet night for Chris Godwin on Sunday, actually quiet afternoon. It's only 7 catches for 70 yards. It kind of got overshadowed. A lot of wide receivers in the NFL would love to have those types of Sundays. I think Chris Godwin has a big Thursday game tonight. On the defensive side of the ball.
Excuse me a little bit, Scott, just on the Godwin thing, because I feel like everybody is kind of on the same page with that. And usually when that happens, it doesn't happen.
Correct,
and
yes.
Listen, I'll get to it in a second, but I've got a little money riding on Chris Godwin having a decent night.
You do?
So I'm trying to see that happen.
Okay. Are you talking about the underdog fantasy?
Oh, I'm talking about underdog. We'll talk about it in a second. I want to hear your defensive matchups first.
Sure. So let's go to the defensive side. Devin White versus Jalen Hurts. Now, this is in a couple of areas because I think they are going to blitz selectively at times tonight with Devin White. The thing is, he's got to get home and wrap up. He has missed some non-mobile quarterbacks, right, on those blitzes. One of the guys he missed a couple of times was the last time they were on a primetime game. That was Mac Jones in New England. He just got sidestepped. Well, the thing is Jalen Hurts is way more mobile than Mac Jones is. So when White comes in, he's got to be under control when he blitzes, and he's got to make those blitzes counter. When he does shoot free in that A-gap, he's got to get the quarterback down. The other areas that you're going to see White, it Hurts go at it. I think there's going to be some opportunities where White is not going to rush, but he's going to spy Hurts. Hurts can hurt you with his legs. Believe it or not, Jalen Hurts has outrushed Leonard Fournette so far this year. 256 yards, averaging 6 yards per carry. He scored 3 touchdowns on the ground. John Casey, he's averaging 51.2 yards per game. So whether it's a design quarterback run, and they'll do that a couple times tonight, or whether it's a scramble, I think you're going to see the Bucs kind of want to use Devin White in a spy in certain situations with that sideline-to-sideline speed.
Yeah, one of the crazy things about this game, Scott, is that Jalen Hurts has one of the slowest times to throw in the NFL this season at 2.93 seconds, 25th in the league. But he's not been sacked very much despite that. It's kind of a maddening thing, but he's taken forever to throw the ball, which was something in college that was a problem. But he's only been sacked 10 times. That's one more than Brady. So he's holding the ball for a long time, and he's still making things happen. Dangerous if you can't get him on the ground. Yeah,
no doubt about it. Vita Vea, the nose tackle versus Jason Kelce. The thing about this is, kind of like it was up in New England, when you look at Vita Vea, 6'4", 340, 350 pounds, however much this guy weighs, versus Jason Kelce, who's one of the better technicians in the league. He's a Pro Bowler. He's got plenty of experience. I think he's 33 years old. But the thing is, he's undersized at 295 pounds. It's rare, John and Casey, to see an offensive lineman, even a center, weighing under 300 pounds. It's kind of like an anomaly. And so you're talking about just sheer one-on-one. So I would not be surprised if Todd Bowles tries to man up Vita Vea right on the nose of their center, Jason Kelce, and you do that by blitzing Devin White or Kevin Minter in the A-gap, and then that creates some one-on-ones across the board, but the guards got to step down to get those linebackers, and that's going to free up Vita Vea. We know what can happen when he gets one-on-one with the center. He picks him up, drives him right back to the quarterback. So I think that you're going to see opportunities like that for Vita Vea to really show up in the passing game.
I think it would be smart, though, because Kelce's been working through a foot injury all week. So to go against a monster like Vita, you're going to have an opportunity to wear him down, after after a couple of reps there. So
totally agree. The other matchup, this is going to be really critical because Kevin Minter replaces Levante David. I love Kevin. He's a great guy. interviewed him plenty of times in the locker room. He knows this defense inside and out. He's an old-time Todd Bowles guy going back to Arizona in 2017 when he was a draft pick. So he knows the defense like the back of his hand. The problem is he's not as fleet of foot as he once was, and he's not as fleet of foot as Levante David is. And I think where Kevin Minter is going to get picked on a little bit is in the passing game. We saw what Myles Gaskin did last week to the Bucs defense, coming out of the backfield, attacking the weak side. And granted, it was chasing Pierre-Paul in coverage. That's not ideal. But you've got Miles Sanders, who's a very good pass-catching running back. And I would not be surprised if they try some of those wheel routes or even just try to get him in the flat one-on-one with Minter in coverage. The other guy, too, is Kenneth Gainwell. We would be remiss if we didn't talk about him because the Eagles really have a 1-2 punch. And, John, I think you mentioned on the Peter Report podcast earlier in the week, you wouldn't be surprised to see Gainwell, who we both like coming out of Memphis, great pass-catching running back, in the backfield at the same time with Sanders.
Yeah, I think it's something that they could have seen that Dallas did in week 1 with Tony Pollard and Ezekiel Elliott, and they could say, hey, we're going to try that, especially no Levante David out there. Everybody's trying to pass short on the Bucs anyway this season. So maybe they look at it, see it that way, and say, hey, this is an opportunity for us to get 2 guys on the field and just challenge how the Bucs line up, how they match up. That's a look you don't typically see from a team, especially if you're the Eagles and you're like, hey, we're not going to anyway, and we don't have our normal number 1 tight end in Dallas Goedert. So, hey, let's just go with a different personnel package and put 2 backs out there.
The final matchup to watch, and listen, the Bucs finally did a good job against an Alabama wide receiver, right? They struggled against Amari Cooper in week 1. Against the Cowboys, gave up a touchdown in that game. Week 2, it was Calvin Ridley, another former Crimson Tide wide receiver. He got a touchdown. They finally put an end to the Alabama touchdowns by holding Jalen Waddle, the first-round pick of the Dolphins, in check. Now, there's another first-round draft pick coming out of Alabama that's a wide receiver, Devontae Smith. And he's a hell of a player, Heisman Trophy winner. I don't think he is going to be as much of a factor tonight because I think Quez Watkins, believe it or not, is the guy to look out for. This is a guy that has an amazing speed. He's averaging close to 21 yards per catch. He's going to go up against Jamel Dean, who's the fastest cornerback. At least he should. I think that's the matchup Todd Bowles should probably try to create, is putting Dean on him. Now, Dean typically stays on the right side because Richard Sherman plays on the left side. If I'm the Eagles, I'd try to match up Sherman, who's not exactly the fastest corner anymore.
I do too, Scott.
Because
if you do that, that's pretty dangerous.
Yeah. This guy can absolutely fly. I loved him coming out of Southern Miss. Good kick returner in addition to being a very fast wide receiver. And he's really ascended up the depth chart. A 6th-round pick. He's kind of that Scotty Miller for the Eagles. And I think he's a player that really is not well known, but he could make a name for himself tonight unless the Bucs really shore up the coverage. We saw last week, guys, they had a busted coverage on that wheel route to Myles Gaskin, and it cost him a touchdown. They can't afford to make those mistakes. Jalen Hurts tonight, he's got a live arm. It does take him a while to throw the ball, but when the ball's in the air, it can travel far, and you got a couple guys in Smith and Watkins that can get down the field and take care of business.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Those 2 guys, both of them stretching the field, is a different type of challenge. The last 2 teams the Bucs have played have not gone deep very often. This one, Casey, I think that you could see the Bucs get some deep shots on them tonight.
I think that they have an opportunity to, because with the coverage that the Eagles run and stuff, like I keep mentioning with the foot race and whatnot, if you have a lengthy guy like Mike Evans that you can get down the stretch, or a versatile Chris Godwin, then I think those deep balls are going to play out a bit better than they did versus the Patriots. Just because we saw a lot of those opportunities try to be struck up. But also, I mean, they only put up 21 points against the Panthers, and the Panthers did, I think, about 47% QB pressure. So overcompensating to try to get to Jalen Hurts, I think, is going to hurt them and overexpose their secondary, who needs the help.
Yeah, good point. I agree with you.
And speaking of help, if you need help with your finances, there's one place to turn. That's Amuni Financial.
At Amuni Financial, we help you live in the now.
Congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
And even though the now may feel very different, you still need to plan for the future.
How's retirement treating you? Oh, just fantastic.
I know I say it all the time, but you really got to come up to Colorado.
Let's do it. All right. Yeah.
We can help you develop that plan to keep you on track, so you can still prepare for tomorrow, today. AIM Financial. Plan ahead, stay ahead.
Managing your family's wealth means more to Immunity Financial than simply allocating your assets. It means legacy planning, brokerage and advisory services, retirement accounts, college savings accounts, and insurance services. With over 40 years of experience in the Tampa Bay area, let Immunity Financial help you plan ahead and stay ahead. Call Immunity Financial at 1-800-868-6864 or visit aimuni.com. Guys, the thing about Immunity is you can get a free consultation. There's absolutely no charge for them to sit down and talk to you about retirement planning, about investments, about annuities, about insurance services. So give Immunity a call. I've got most of my investments with Immunity Financial, and I'm extremely excited to be one of their customers.
Great stuff with Immunity, and we're going to talk about another way, Scott, that you can make a little bit of money too with Underdog Fantasy and some of the player over unders that they've got. I'm beginning my life as a sports bettor, and last week, Money J won $6 last week, so it's a big 6 large, as Scott says. So we're looking at a couple things this week. I've got these are the two I liked over at Underdog Fantasy related to this game. Chris Godwin over 5.5 catches. I don't know where to go with the yardage.
We're putting so much pressure on Chris Godwin. If you only knew.
We really are. It scared me a little bit. And then I think Miles Sanders over 23.5 receiving yards.
Yeah.
Just given the way the Bucs defense has played, Levante David being out of this game, Sanders snaps have gone up over the last 3 weeks. I think that he's a guy that's always been capable as a receiver. So yeah, I'm not betting the house, Callie. No question about that. I'm looking at my options on Underdog and trying to bet appropriately. So I do have 2 more going for Sunday, but these are the 2 that I picked for tonight in terms of over under. Godwin over 5.5 catches, Miles Sanders over 23.5 receiving yards. Those are the ones I liked. I don't know if y'all saw any or looked at any that you liked or taken for this game, but you're with Godwin too, Casey. You're with me on that.
Yeah. I decided to start small. I get really nervous betting because I get excited and then I get, carried away. And then before you know it, I'm broke and I don't have the gas money for that week. Where did it go? Because you really thought that Scotty Miller was going to make a return. So no, I just played it safe with Chris Godwin. Stuck to one bet, one nice solid bet. But I like the app though. Anytime there's an app, you've got me hooked. And it's really user friendly
it's very user friendly. Yes.
Yeah, I have ADD, so if there's too much going on, then it's just I look at it and then I put it down. So I was actually able to sort through and be enticed by multiple bets, but I have to play it safe for my pocketbook this week.
Right.
Yeah.
No, it's one of the most user-friendly interfaces that I've ever seen. Otherwise, I would have been overwhelmed by it. But the fact that it's so clean and easy to use is a huge advantage. So go over to Underdog Fantasy and make some if you want to, even before this game starts. I think there might be just a couple up there for this game, maybe.
Yeah.
But there's still definitely games, up there for other sports. And I'm ready for the NBA ones to start. If people don't know, huge NBA fans, I'm ready for some of those as well. So yeah, we got a lot of work to do over at Underdog Fantasy this year. It's gonna be a good year. I'm excited. I hope it starts well tonight. We'll see how it goes.
For all of us.
Yeah, including Scott. So, all right. So let's jump over to talk about one last thing with this matchup before we head out, before we welcome Trevor Sikkema in here for the game day show.
That's right, John. We got 10 minutes before Peter game day.
Yep, and that's exactly what I want to talk about, Scott. So throughout the next couple hours, we aren't going anywhere. Right here on this link, you don't have to go anywhere. We're going to transition soon to the Pewter Game Day show, and we're going to go with you the whole time. We're going to go with you throughout the entirety of the game and talk about this one at length. We're going to watch the game while you're watching the game. We can't show you the game, but we're going to watch you the game while you're watching the game. And Trevor Sikkema is going to be on the show with me. We're going to be breaking everything down, getting into some live in-game analysis, thoughts on the game and players and stories, and there'll be a little bit of humor in there, knowing Trevor as well. So we're going to have some fun with it tonight. So stick with us throughout the game. It's going to be a fun time over the next few hours, breaking everything down in this one. And obviously it's a big game for the Bucs too, because there's this big break and you come back from this break and you got the Bears next on the schedule. And that's another team you probably should beat, but still a team that's playing a little tougher, a little better. They won a couple in a row. They get Green Bay on Sunday. And so for the Bucs, I think it's a big one. It's an NFC game. It's a short week. You get yourself in a long break. If you can come out of this healthy, you get Rob Gronkowski probably back for the Bears game. Antoine Winfield Jr. probably back for the Bears game. You get Jason Pierre-Paul closer to himself, closer to full health. So maybe Levante David back for the Bears game too. We'll see how that ankle heals. Bruce Arians has said the swelling was not too significant.
Right.
So there's a possibility that they're much healthier the next time they take the field. But this is tough. This is a short week against an opportunistic team, and you're banged up. There's some red flags.
You mentioned the bright side, though, John. The bright side is you get that little mini bye week again, right? Because this is a team that they had – everybody has that Sunday off between the end of the preseason and the start of the season. Then the Buccaneers played the Cowboys. They had a little mini bye. Then they played a couple games. Now you have the Eagles on a short weeker coming off a big win. You're relatively healthy. You didn't really lose many guys outside of Levante David. Jensen got a little banged up, but it's not like they're on the way down with the interceptions. I think, or with the injuries, they're on the way up because each week that goes by, Carlton Davis is closer to returning. Sean Murphy-Bunting's closer to returning, and Antoine Winfield Jr., Rob Gronkowski. So you weather this game, you get out of it with the win, do whatever you. Forget the stop points, just get enough points to win. Then you get this little mini bye. Then you have a little 2-week, season. You've got the Bears, then you've got the Saints. Then you have your full-on bye week. And I think last year we saw this. We saw the Buccaneers run out of gas towards the end of the season. They just didn't have enough in games against the Rams, against the Chiefs. They lost both of those games by 3 points, 27-24. And they just didn't have enough in the tank to beat the teams. Then you saw them get that bye. They were energized. They came out and they didn't lose again until the Rams game this year. So I think with this bye week being smack dab in the middle of the season rather than the end of the season, that helps the Buccaneers. But I also think these little mini bye weeks are going to help the team get healthier, more refreshed. The long bye week is really going to help. And then it's full on from there on out.
Right. And how can they play on the road? That's big too. This team has not played that well on the road. They've not played that well even in games.
They sure did last year, right? In that playoffs they did, but they've not been nearly as good or they haven't been dominant at all, really. But they have not been that good.
4 turnovers in week 1.
Yeah.
They struggled with that time when they weren't playing at 1:00. It was just like they could not get a motor going, or they just couldn't be consistent and carry out for 4 quarters. So between, like you said, not having that bye week early enough to recover, but they were struggling with prime times, they were struggling with late games, and they were struggling on the road.
Yeah.
So
right.
Hopefully that's not the case.
Some big factors for this one, man. How they play. Yeah, that's exactly right. How they play, all those things considered, is going to be so important for this one, because coming out focused, can you get on a rhythm on the road? Can you start feeling confident about your level of play when you're away from Raymond James Stadium? I just don't think it's been self-inflicted stuff for the most part, but it's still been real stuff that's concerning, I think, for the team. So, I think that's going to – a lot of how this game goes is going to be determined by that factor. Can they finally get in a rhythm on the road?
Because going back to 2019, if you remember that season, Arians' first season, they actually had a winning record on the road, but they didn't have that at home in terms of they won more road games than home games. They were the Road Warriors. Yeah. You look at the next home game past this, it's the New Orleans Saints, which very well could be their most challenging game, certainly the most challenging road game since the Rams. But the Saints, as much as I wanted to write them off, Jameis Winston is, he's balling, right? And he's not as good as Tom Brady is, but he's formidable. And that he's going to want to bring his A game to the Bucs. He's already had a little bit of taste. In 2 games, he played in that 38-3 ass whipping at Raymond James Stadium. He kind of came in at the very end and handed off, threw a pass to convert the first down and finish him off. But that was his first taste. And then the second game that he played in wasn't the end result he liked. The Bucs beat the Saints in New Orleans in that NFC champion or the NFC divisional playoffs. But he did throw a touchdown pass on a trick play. So now he's got the full game as the starter for that game. And I think the Buccaneers, as you both have said, they really got to play well tonight. I'm not saying they got to let up the scoreboard and win by a whole bunch. Style points are one thing, but playing well is another. And I think they at least have to come out and play well tonight.
Yeah.
Get to this little mini bye, but gets a little bit more confidence when you go on the road, because they did not play well out in LA.
Yeah, absolutely not. It seems almost like teams get in their head a little bit more when they're on the road. I know that the Patriots game was, a lot of emotions that ranged, from all different angles and degrees. But even with the Rams, like everyone knows that Sean McVay is a very smart guy, that Matthew Stafford is a very stand-up quarterback, but still it just seemed like they happened to get in their head after a couple moments there.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, that's
real
be a
quick,
big factor.
Some Buccaneer inactives for tonight. Jalen Darden, obviously Levante David, obviously Rob Gronkowski and Antoine Winfield Jr., Kyle Trask, certainly, and Nick Leverett. Those are the inactives for the Buccaneers. Inactives for the Eagles, Jack Anderson, the guard, cornerback Mac McCain, quarterback Gardner Minshew, the right tackle Lane Johnson, and defensive tackle Marlon Tuipulotu. So,
yeah. It's going to be an exciting one, man. Can the Bucs get to 5-1? That will be the question tonight against the Eagles. We're excited for it. Scott, Kate, I'm going to let you both get out of here and enjoy the game. Do your work during the game. I'm going to get myself ready for ride off Trevor Sikkema and for the Pewter Game Day show. Thanks so much, everybody, for tuning in for the pregame show. Don't go anywhere. Stay right here. Pewter Game Day starts right now. Welcome to Pewter Game Day. I'm John Ledyard of PewterReport.com. Excited to be with you on Pewter Game Day as we get ready for the Bucs against the Eagles in a little Thursday night football action. Joining me soon will be the one and only Trevor Sikkema, who most of you know and love from formerly of PewterReport.com, now of Pro Football Focus. He'll be joining me soon to break this one down. We're going to take you all the way through the game in this one. Going to be a ton of fun. We're going to talk about the X's and O's, talk about the analytics, the numbers behind it. We'll talk about the players too. We'll tell stories, all kinds of stuff throughout the show. So it's going to be a fun ride. We've got a lot planned for it. Yeah, it's a little bit like the Manning cast. We'll have a little bit of that vibe, I think, to this one, but it's going to be a lot of fun more than anything. And we're excited to have you all along with us. So we appreciate everybody jumping in here and being a part of this because we've got a lot of observations to make. And when Trevor gets on, we'll sync up our TVs and kind of make sure we're on the same page for this one. So I'm excited to kind of get into this matchup a little bit and talk about what I think is going to be a challenging one for the Bucs. And so I think that, the Eagles are a tough team. Last week, I got the feeling that Miami was a team that was losing a little bit of purpose, maybe losing a little bit of focus in the way that they were playing. And yeah, so I think this one, you've talking about a Bucs team that is obviously motivated and obviously focused, but the Eagles to me are a little bit different than where Miami was at last week, where I'm not sure Miami, whether they're all in for the current administration there or anything like that. And in Philadelphia, I think you don't have that problem right now. These guys buy in and follow Jalen Hurts. They believe in him every single game. I think the same thing with Sirianni, their new coach. And so there's that kind of motivation for this team going into this game. And I think it's going to be exciting to see how it plays out on Philadelphia's side. For Tampa Bay, it's about not beating yourselves. It's like that every week. I know we say it over and over again, but both sides of the ball, they've been their own worst enemy when they've played poorly at times this season. It's rarely that we feel like, wow, they just can't solve another team. It's usually when they can't get out of their own way. So drops, Brady, I don't know if anybody saw the statistic this week, but Tom Brady has lost more production to drop balls this season than any other quarterback in the league. He's still leading all quarterbacks in production across the league. So pretty startling and pretty amazing considering where he's at. But he's actually losing a lot of production too to drop balls and things like that. So we are that is going to be kind of one of the factors tonight. If the Bucs are in a position to maybe not make as many mistakes as they've made in the past, that would be critical for them in this game where they don't want to give the Eagles any life, especially considering the Eagles, outside of penalties at least, have not been one of those mistake-hitting teams yet this season. So Bucs Time 12 says, John hitting the Celsius. I've hit it a little bit tonight, and I've got about half a bottle left to get me through this game. And remember, the Pewter Report post-game podcast comes up after this one shortly too. So We're excited to be on the post-game podcast with y'all after the game. It's going to be a late night, but y'all always stay up with us on those late night games. So we're excited for that. Orange shirt, but I was just going to say thank you, John and Trevor, for saving us from Joe Buck. Listen, Joe Buck back in the day used to drive me crazy. I don't mind him as much now, to be honest with you. Like I feel fine with Joe Buck these days. He's clearly made an effort to be more passionate, more excited, those things, I think, and it's paid off for him. So I'm a Joe Buck fan to a degree. I wouldn't say he's like amazing, but I think he does a pretty solid job. But I understand if people would rather be in here with us, that's great. Hopefully we get Trevor in here soon, trying to track him down, see where he's at, but he should be popping into the show here pretty soon. So looking forward to having him on board as well. So we're getting ready for kickoff on this one, and I'm excited for it. I think the Bucs offense, again, can they stay pass heavy on first down? A lot of neutral pass situations neutral down situations, they've been pretty pass heavy. That's a great sign for them. It's one of the big reasons why offensively they've seemed so much more in rhythm game to game than they did last season. And so it'll be a big indicator for them moving forward as well. So I am watching this game on mute. So y'all tell me who's got kind of the ball and who's getting possession first. I think Trevor might be ready for us here. Let's see if he's ready for us to bring him into the show here. Trevor, can you hear me?
What up, brother?
What's up? How's it going, man?
Big chillin'. We had some AirPod issues coming into the show, so apologize for me being a little bit tardy, but hopefully we figured it out.
No worries. I was just hoping you were okay. I know that we've been excited for this one, not only just because of the game, but getting back on the air and getting to talk some Bucs football and getting to be in front of some of your people. Like
your Bucs,
pretty
baby.
Good, man.
Your Bucs. No, man,
I love it.
I'm really looking forward to this one. Obviously, when you asked me to come on and everything, I was super excited about it because I love this idea that you guys are doing. I think it's really cool, the game day experience, getting to watch the game with everybody. I think this is a really awesome idea, and we're gonna have a blast. This is going to be like old times with me and you. This is going to be a throwback, locked on NFL draft kind of a feel here. So this is gonna be fun.
Yeah, I love it as well, dude. I've been pumped about it. I think before we even announced that we were doing these, I hit you up and contacted you, and I was like, hey, would you be interested in doing this? And you were like, heck yeah, as soon as I can do one, let me know. We are going to try and sync up on the fly here because the Eagles, for me, are kicking off right now. Is that what you're seeing?
Okay. My YouTube TV is for whatever reason not working, so give me a sec.
Okay, all right. You get logged in. I'll walk people. So shocker, the Bucs are getting the ball at the 25-yard line. I don't feel like they've had a kickoff return since week 1. So Brady and the Bucs offense is out first for this one. And somebody said they're booing Brady. Yeah, we don't have the sound. So that's one thing you guys will have to help us with on some penalty calls at times too. That's the one challenge here. And so we've got Brady going under center on 1st and 10 from his own 25-yard line. Bucs starting 12 personnel with Josh Wells out there. And it's a run up the gut. No surprise to anybody who's watched Bucs football. They're going to get about 4 yards on first down, which is a little bit above average for them. And so
this could actually be like a good Lenny game though, right? Because Eagles have good defensive line players, but the linebackers aren't that great. It could actually be non-sarcastically, non-ironically, a big time Lenny game.
Oh yeah, I completely agree with you. And on 2nd and 6, Brady's going to work with a 3 wide receiver set, and Cam Brate goes in motion. He throws quickly to Antonio Brown, who catches it for a first down and gets down to about the 38-yard line of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So he's pumped up and first down right out of the gate.
Well,
we lost her.
You're back. My camera, for whatever reason, is being super weird, and I actually might have to call a fellow Bucs fan media member, Christian Perez, live on the show to help me figure out this camera. So you guys got to stay tuned.
Oh, live on the show.
I'm going to get this fixed for the people.
He'll be ecstatic about that. I mean, it looks good pretty so far as Brady is back to pass on shotgun, looks over the middle of the field and has Mike Evans all the way out to the Eagles 40-yard line. So play action. I look like maybe a little play action off outside zone, and Evans, he always gets up a little groggy after a catch or two, but he's looking a little worse for wear as he comes up off the ground there, but that could just be Mike Evans' body language too.
That's always been something that we talk about with Mike, right? Like he gets the catch,
He's on the field.
He will reel in the pass, but then that yards after catch, it's just never been his thing. He just look, man, maybe he's making business decisions.
Right. That's true. Never really been his thing. Here's Lenny up the middle for about 5-6. Oh, he's pushing forward. Line trying to get behind him. Looks like Lenny's going to have about 6 yards on first down. So Brady starts the game 2 for 2 for 31 yards. Leonard's got 2 carries for 10 yards. And so the Bucs offense try to get in these range here. Obviously would like to finish this drive in the end zone. We'll see what happens, but they're right now 2nd and 4 at the Philadelphia 34-yard line. You got the game yet? Are you seeing it yet, Trevor?
Yes. So, okay, right now I see Leonard Fournette. They're showing Leonard Fournette's face. Now they're showing Ryan Jensen. Now they're showing Tom Brady. I mean, are we close?
Oh, okay.
Are we close to synced up?
Yeah, we're pretty. Yeah, 2nd and 3. I think we're pretty close to synced up. Brady's under center. Godwin just went in motion. Brady takes a snap, drops back to throw, fires over the middle of the field. Chris Godwin with the catch at about the 19-yard line of the Eagles. So another play action pass. And second week in a row, the Bucs have kind of gone to the play action early in the game.
I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, this is a lot of what we've seen in the NFL. This is where it's going, right? You're using play action a lot. You're just trying to manipulate the linebackers any way you can. And when you get a quarterback like Brady, he's so pinpoint that even if the linebackers creep up 1 yard, he's going to be able to put it over where they can reach. So, I mean, this is the offense that you want to be running. So it looks like obviously Tom starting off really great again here. No surprise.
Yeah, no question about it. 11 personnel here, and Godwin's going to come in the short motion. Brady goes play action again, 3rd time on this drive. Fires to Antonio Brown, but he just out of bounds, I think they're going to say there. It looked like he made a great catch, but getting those toes down was going to be an adventure there. And he can't come down in bounds. So 2nd and 10 from the Eagles' 18-yard line coming up.
Just too many weapons, man. I mean, whether it's the Eagles or I don't know a team in the NFL that has a secondary to be able to cover Tampa. I don't think anybody on paper has that ability. So,
right. I mean, you saw the Dolphins. Nobody's paying more for their secondary than Miami. They
right.
No shot.
Yeah, Xavier Howard didn't look great though, for whatever.
No, he might have mailed it in. he might have called it. He might have been excited. 1 o'clock start. He's not an afternoon game guy. I don't know. Maybe that Tampa Heat's different than the Miami Heat. Is Leonard Fournette goes for 2 yards on second down?
Maybe you're right. Maybe it's a little bit different.
I don't know if it is. I haven't been to Miami yet. You've probably trekked down there a time or two. 3rd and 8 coming up for the Bucs.
It's the same thing.
Eagles 16-yard line here. So obviously looking at field goal range, but this is a 3rd down. You'd love to be able to convert early in the game. Been such a good red zone team. Giovanni Bernard in the game. Can you finish in these situations? Yes, here's a quick throw to Godwin underneath, who gets down to about the 6-yard line. He's going to have the 1st down. So the Bucs pick it up, convert on 3rd and 8. I believe their first 3rd down conversion of the drive there. Brady improves out to 3 of 4 for 47 yards on the opening drive. Here's a nice, these concepts, these quick hitters, they seem to be a new element to this offense, Trevor.
Well, they're making people tackle, right? I mean, that's the whole thing, is that you have these talented after the catch wide receivers. Godwin's a horse. He's tough to bring down. Antonio Brown's obviously super fast as well. OJ Howard in a straight line is great. Gronk is great. And so that's what it feels like they're doing. They're just challenging teams to tackle.
Right. And here's Leonard Fournette up the middle, and he's pushing forward. It looks like he's going to get to the 2-yard line. The big boy's trying to get in behind Lenny.
I don't know. Flu game, baby.
Flu game. I feel like Lenny loses his that shoulder pad sleeve at the outset of every game. He gets it pulled up, and
that's when he's going
we always laugh. One of the things we laugh about, Trevor, is the difference in body language between Mike Evans and Antonio Brown. They're the most different two guys in terms of how they carry themselves.
Oh.
It's always really funny to watch.
Antonio Brown's just the most hype person on the planet at all times.
Right. Yep. Here's play action. Brady back to pass, looking the throwback pass into OJ Howard. He lofted it
wide open.
over Ryan Kerrigan. Touchdown. OJ Howard gets his first of the season back from the Achilles injury. Let's go, OJ Howard. That feels good for him.
Was this leak? Was this leak?
This was, I believe. Yes.
Right? This Y
a little leak. OJ Howard almost fell down. I love it. They haven't run Y-League yet this season, I don't think. I'm trying to remember. I don't think they've run it at all, even in the open field.
I believe I believe OJ Howard's first touchdown of his career came on Y League. It was like they were going vertical completely to the other side of the field, and Bucs fans will remember this. This is like the most wide open any wide receiver or tight end is ever going to be in their life. That was OJ on his first touchdown of his career many, many years ago. And so like that's very poetic that they're continuing to use Leak as an OJ Howard staple here.
Yeah, that was one of the kind of the big OJ Howard plays, even in 2019. I remember when I first got on staff before the 2020 season, I was watching the 2019 tape and I was like, all right. OJ Howard's got some real ability, like, and this is before the injuries and everything, unfortunately. So I was watching them and it was like, why leak? That was like half his good plays. I feel like we're off of that, where they just kind of leak him out across the formation. And great play, great concept. And really just the evolution for Byron Leftwich, man, like it's crazy, but like how many we see 4 or 5 play action passes on that drive. I mean, the way he's just kind of started games attacking teams like that, it's encouraging to say the least.
And you know, I was a pretty heavy critic on Byron because, especially in his first year, right? It was an outside the box hire. Like Bruce got this guy to come off the golf course, right? To be the offensive coordinator. And Byron even told us in a couple of his early press conferences, like he wasn't really thinking about, I mean, he thought about coaching, but he was loving his life not coaching. So when Bruce just went out of his way to get Byron back into football, give him the offensive coordinator job right away, and he gave Byron so much freedom, and I think he had so much trust in him, early on, it took a while for him to get it. And I was really hard on him. I know some other media members were really hard on him because, you know, we were sitting here thinking, Bruce got hired to call plays. Why isn't Bruce calling plays? Why is he giving it to Byron Leftwich? He is not, as a head coach, doing what is best for the team. And it turns out he probably was. We were just being really impatient with it, right? And we were just sitting here thinking, if it's not good right away, then it's a bad move. And, you know, that's just often not the case. It's just not. You got to give people patience. You got to give people time to figure it out. Players and coaches too.
Right. You're right. And I think it was everybody last year, you know, it was like everybody wanted to see it right away and see how it worked, but it wasn't that easy sometimes for football. You know, I think when Byron got more and more control, things got better and better. And I give him a lot of credit. I think that he's taken this and listened to Brady and made an offense, you know, with his play calling that's just really come a long way this season. The amount of answers that they have off play action, short to intermediate, all those kind of things is great. Josh wants to know, Trevor, for all of our peace of mind, can you confirm what state you are currently physically in?
I don't know how I could confirm this, but
you're
maybe
in
I can
Florida. What's that?
I'm not in Florida. Hold on. I'm trying to see if I can zoom out on the map on my phone to show exactly where I am. I don't know. If you guys can see that, I don't know if it'll
back it up a little bit.
Work. I don't know.
Well, that's too bright. I don't know. There's a chance you might be here.
I am in Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm not in the state of Florida, so we should be.
You know, it'd be hilarious if all of a sudden you just like walk behind me on the show at one point. He's literally there. They're pretending. They put him up in another room. It's all a fraud. As the Eagles start now, 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. Jalen Hurts is going to work from the shotgun here. I see some of your other questions. We'll get to them in a second here as Hurts. I don't want to miss any plays. I know some people don't get to watch the game, so they're relying on us for some information. Bucs starting the game with a 6-man box. Interesting. They try to keep with Jalen Hurts. Devin White missed the tackle, but Mike Edwards there to clean up. It'll be a 2-yard loss. Good job by Edwards and Kevin Minter coming in to clean things up.
Did you hear Michael Strahan?
It's not a sack because that was a rush. Sorry. Go ahead.
Did you hear Michael Strahan in the pregame? He probably didn't, but he called Levante David Robin to Devin White's Batman, which it's like, we've got to get better at how we talk about Levante David and Devin White. Like we just have to get better at this. National media has to get better at this because Devin White can be fine, but don't be sitting here saying that David's Robin. What are you doing?
Right, for sure. And here's a deep throw to Devontae Smith, who had a step on Richard Sherman. Maybe
damn, I thought he had him.
Hurts couldn't hit him. There was a little bit of good pressure on Hurts there, but that was a close one. We're going to see if Richard Sherman can run tonight, and I have my doubts. Let's just put it that way. My doubts.
Hey, that's my colleague at PFF, Richard Sherman. So I will say zero bad words about him. So
that's right. How do you handle that in terms of the grading?
You're not getting any 99, of course. You're not getting any negative from me.
99s across the board for Richard Sherman, no matter how he plays tonight. Here's a 3rd and 12, and guess who's offside? Just give a guess. Don't even look. Just guess. People aren't watching in the chat. Just guess who was offside on 3rd and 12. Shaq Barrett. it's a little bit ridiculous at this point.
What did he say last week?
Offside.
He was like, he said like he's not Shaq Barrett until he gets like 3 in one game, and I'm like, all right,
right.
Like let's.
So if he gets 3 offsides in this game, is he offsides, Barrett?
Oh damn. Okay, I'm not.
Doesn't
I'm
really
not
roll off the tongue.
Don't put my name on that. Do not click this, whoever you are out there.
Don't subscribe to this podcast. If you're subscribed right now, unsubscribe. Here's 3rd and 7 for the Bucs defense. Let's see. Can they get off the field after they made this a little easier for Philadelphia? Here's Hurts back to pass. You've got Jason Pierre-Paul looked like he got held there. Hurts is running around like crazy. They lose contain, and he gets out of there for the first down, tripped up by Ross Cockrell, but he picks up the first down out to the Eagles' 39-yard line.
A little bit of a hold there.
Yeah, I'd say right in front of the official. No big deal.
A little bit of a hold.
Oh, come on. He's looking right at it, too.
A little bit of a hold. A little bit of a hold.
What are we doing? You know, it's bad. My wife texts me from the other room, definite hold. And here's Hurts trying to go. She's like, definite.
Vita Vea sack? Does he get that?
Vita Vea sack. He's on the board.
Let's go, baby.
Officially a sack for Vita Vea. Yes. 1.5 now, I guess, on the year.
Tank.
We asked him this week, Trevor, we said, like, how do you feel about getting on the board? He's like, well, I'm not really on the board. Like, half a sack, and Shaq had him. So he was like, not feeling it as much. But now maybe he'll feel a little happier about this one right here.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I think Vita's just the most like quiet dude on the planet, and it's hilarious because he's absolutely terrifying to block.
Yeah, he's definitely hilarious. Here comes Shaq Barrett, but Hurts is going to throw over the middle, and that one's going to be incomplete. Was that pass tipped the line of scrimmage? That didn't look like he came out right.
Rager might have gone too deep. I don't know. I'm not sure. I got to see the replay.
Yeah.
Something was wrong. Either Rager went too deep or Hurts got it tipped or what. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Anyway, 3rd and 12 coming up for the Eagles. They were in 3rd and 12 last time. This is like the same thing. It was 2-yard loss, incomplete pass. Now they're in 3rd and 12. If Shaq Barrett jumps outside, I'm going to think we're operating in like a time loop right now.
We are. Nothing's real, actually.
The score is 7-0 Bucs. 7:32 left in the first quarter. Bucs show a 5-man rush. Devin White's in there up front, looking like he's going to bring it. Okay, and they do send 5. Hurts is getting out of that pocket, and Jason Pierre-Paul got held again, and Hurts is going to wing this one down the field, and it's going to be caught amazingly by Wes Watkins.
Holy
23-yard catch.
Is that allowed?
Great catch. That was a great catch by Wes. Well, he was like falling down when he caught it.
Holy cow. No, that's wonderful. Great acrobatics. I got to see this route. What did he run?
Yeah.
Okay, he was stopping at the sticks, and then he just played a little backyard football, go long. Okay, diving when unnecessary. All right.
Quick pass on first down, and they get it out to Ertz for a gain of a couple.
Hey, Zach Ertz still playing football. Look at that.
Yeah. Well, again, Jason Pierre-Paul gets held, and again, I don't think he can get off blocks as well because he's only got that one hand. And Ross Cockrell actually tipped that ball, and Watkins still caught it. So,
wow,
this is just that was a crazy catch, but it's just unbelievable how it feels like every break has kind of gone against this defense, from terrible penalty calls to like drop picks and tipped balls that don't go their way, and it just doesn't feel like that way this season. It's just weird,
dude. I know, like when it comes to like getting new coaches and like a new quarterback and like, new defensive and offensive players the last 2 years. I mean, just nothing has gone the Bucs' way. I'm kidding. I'm trolling. I'm not 100% trolling.
I'm just talking about
But I do know what you're saying. No, it definitely does feel like the ball has not bounced their way a little bit. And that, along with injuries, is, as we see Richard Sherman kind of walking off a little gingerly there on the sideline. But I'll continue my point after this.
Yeah, we got 1st and 10 here, and now you've got another offsides for the Bucs. Golston saying he was drawn off. By the way, there was a 15-yard penalty in there that, again, we're like trying to catch up with the officials without being able to hear them. So it's 1st and 25 for the Eagles. And now Will Golston jumped offside. Was he drawn off? The amount of pre-snap penalties. The Eagles entered this game, and now, it's on the Bucs. So it is another pre-snap penalty for the Bucs. So they, again, make it a little bit easier for Philadelphia. But, yeah, I mean, you're in a situation with the Bucs this season where they are leading the league It's going to be by far now after in pre-snap penalties, Trevor. And Sherman's heading to the locker room, so we'll see what the injury there. He is walking on his own power. There's two guys walking with him. He doesn't appear to be in like serious pain or anything the way he's walking right now. So
this
we'll
dude wasn't
see.
even
But
playing football like 2 weeks ago, like it's a miracle he didn't pull anything when they were playing the Patriots. You know what I'm saying?
Right. It is. It's crazy because he's played so much football. But here we go. 1st and 20 now, and Hurts is back to pass. 4-man rush, and he throws deep down the field for Jalen Reagor, and that's going to be a flag right there. Jamal Dean didn't get his head around, just grabbed the receiver and pulled him down, and that's really sloppy technique by Dean, and you're going to have a third flag on the defense on this drive. So they're kind of just handed. Job pass was so underthrown, there's no way I was going to get there.
I feel like Reagor still should have got that.
Yeah,
I'm watching the replay now.
You're right.
Yeah, I mean, it was difficult, but I don't know. Probably should still.
He had a definite shot to catch that, though. I thought he was.
Dean poked it out a little bit at the end. He poked it.
Yeah, but if you're Jamal Dean, listen, you can't grab people. So this defense continues to be very difficult to watch, especially in open ball games, because they even get in advantageous situations, and it just still doesn't matter. 1st and goal for the Eagles now at the 5-yard line. So the track meet is officially on. The Bucs offense versus the Bucs defense. The greatest battle of our time.
Hope you got fantasy players in this one, folks.
Seriously, here's 1st and goal for Hurts, and Hurts is wide open.
Couldn't have been easier. Who blew that? Who blew that?
Nobody even there at all. Yeah, let's show the replay. I bet it was
Zach
a flat
Ertz's
corner.
Cartoon looks like a Marvel Avenger, dude. You see that?
I didn't, but does he have yellow hair? Is he blonde in the?
No, I don't think he is. But he looks like a Captain America stunt double in the cartoon. Okay, who blew this?
Wow.
What are we looking at here? Whitehead got picked. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Obviously.
So a little pick play. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't know how much better.
By the way, Trevor.
I don't know. Yeah.
Go ahead. I was gonna ask if you. I was going to use the Captain America picture, but I guess. Oh no, here it is. Never mind. You mentioned Captain America. I just wanted to make sure everybody.
Right, thank you. I really appreciate that.
No problem.
No, I was saying I don't want to be too hard on Jordan Whitehead there, because the whole idea of the offensive play call is to basically be an unfair play, and Devontae Smith is just running straight at Whitehead to pin him on I wasn't picking him, and it's just it's what every team in the NFL does in the red zone because it manipulates space. Part of me wants to think that Whitehead's got to know that's coming, right? He sees Devontae more within the numbers, and I don't know how much he really could have done, but it just felt like he got sucked up into that pick a little bit more than he needed to. I feel like he's just got to at least see it a little bit better, but that's just me talking about that in a computer test here. So
no, I think you're right though. I think it is that kind of a game. Somebody said Sherman hamstring out. Yeah, it would be bad.
Obviously. He's out? Oh,
that's what somebody said in the chat. We'll see. But 45 yards and penalties. Tom says, not great, I would say. If you hope you got a lot of the Eagles wide receivers in fantasy, because it might be that kind of a game. But let's see what the Bucs offense can do to respond. They're obviously going to have to put this team on their back over the next few weeks until they can get healthy again. That much is very clear, I think, at this point. It's one thing if you're giving up catches to great receivers and things like that. When you're committing penalties at this rate and just giving the other teams things, and it's Jamal Dean, man, it just it really feels like that this is an opportunity for him to just improve his technique, man. At the top of the route, you got to look back, find the football, make a play. He just kind of grabs people and panics, and it's just come on, man, we should be past this at this point. I think it's one of the reasons why you've heard some frustration with the coaches with him before.
I mean, I do agree with you, but I think Dean got a lot of hype in his rookie season because he played sparingly as a rookie, and then he had a couple of starts there where his athleticism shined, and PFF, I know had really good grades on him his rookie season, but I think if you really watched how he was playing, the process in which he was getting some of those early favorable results weren't exactly consistent. They weren't things to give you a lot of faith. And so that's why I think that we're still here in, year 3 of Jamal Dean now, and he's still making these mistakes. And it's not that surprising to me because it's not like he regressed. This is kind of just the corner he is. He's a very athletic corner, but it's not like he's this true lockdown kind of a corner. And so, especially with Carlton Davis not there, it's really difficult for him to play like a corner one role.
Yeah, it is for sure. And Shaggy, we appreciate the $5 super chat, maybe a scoreboard graphic. Yeah, that's something we're working on actually for next week, Shaggy. We hope to have. We've been working on that. So appreciate that $5 super chat. And this is, this game in general, I think it's one you don't really want to be in a shootout with the Eagles, but the Eagles have just done, offensively, Trevor, I think the Eagles have played pretty well this season. Like, honestly, that drive, it was like, okay, more than anything, I feel like the Bucs, beat themselves as it typically happens on defense. But hamstring for Richard Sherman, he is out of this game. Scott Reynolds, Texas, and so that was non-contact. Him just moving in the open field, and that happened. So not great, because now it's Pierre Desir and Jamel Dean for the rest of the game with Ross Cockrell in the slot. So we'll see how that goes. Bucs
anytime those are your corners, like, you have a chance to beat this team. Anytime that's the case.
It gets to the point where
against them. It just is what it is. Their top three, you're in top three of their four top corners are hurt.
Right. And Leonard Fournette tries to get outside of Godwin's block on first down instead of going inside of it, and he gets tackled for a loss of about half a yard there. So second and a long 10 coming up for the Bucs offense. Now this game is 7-7. Both teams have scored a touchdown on their opening drives of the game, and that's where we're at as the Bucs start their second drive now. 5:35 and counting left in the first quarter of action. Tom Brady is going to operate from the shotgun with Fournette, the sidecar, to his left. Evans and Godwin out wide to the left, Antonio Brown to the right, and O.J. Howard in at tight end. Here's Brady going to go underneath to Fournette, who runs over a man and stretches down for about 8 or 9 yards. So third and about 1.5 coming up for the Bucs offense. What do you do here? Third and 1.5. Are you running it, Trevor? Are you throwing it? What are you doing?
I've always been an advocate. If you can't pick up a yard, you suck. I mean, like, that's kind of the way that I see it, especially when it comes to like running the ball. Like, if you can't pick up a yard, you don't deserve to win. So I know that the defensive line of the Eagles is their strength, their defense, but like, I'm still running the football. I'm trusting my offensive line. I'm trusting my runners, but it doesn't look like that's what Tampa's doing.
Right. Nope. Quick throw to Godwin, picks up 8 yards. Yep.
Yeah, 3rd and 2 is
that was like a long one. Right.
Yeah,
that was like a long one. And 1st and 10 for the Bucs now at their own 41-yard line. Here's what I'm seeing so far. Feels like Philadelphia is just playing off. They don't want to give up big plays. It's been their thing all season. The Bucs just have a lot more short to intermediate answers, and they're kind of going to those early on. So as long as they don't get impatient, I like the game plan so far. I like the route combinations, taking advantage of space that the defense is just kind of giving them. It's what teams have done to them all season, really, with the way
it feels like it's just going to be a big shootout, right? Because Tampa's corners can't cover the Eagles wide receivers, and I don't think the Eagles corners outside of Darius Slay can cover what Tampa has. So hopefully you had the over in this one, because I think we're hitting it pretty comfortably.
Yeah, for sure. And Fournette goes over the middle. He's just running through people. I mean, he had tons of grass to run to either side of Alex Singleton, and he just literally was like, "Nah, I'm truck sticking you." Like, this was a full Madden move by Leonard Fournette. Watch this. I mean, come on.
Love to see it.
Picks up 11 yards in the first.
Lenny just gets stronger with contact. That's just like, that's who he is. He just becomes more advanced with more contact.
I just love it. He just clearly sought out a little contact there, and. Here's the Bucs on 1st and 10. They're in Philadelphia territory now at the 48-yard line of the Eagles. Here's Brady taking the snap, and they're going to quick throw to Leonard Fournette, and he's going to go over the right side. He'll get only about 3. They converge quickly, and the blockers up front let Lenny down a little bit on that quick screen. And I love the 1st and 10 screen call. I think the execution be a little bit better, but I love the call, right, Trevor? First down screens are a beautiful thing.
If they work, John, now I'm looking up so they've got 6 attempts on the ground, 9 passes so far. All right, that's about what we thought it would be. Probably a steady diet here. The game script is still in their control, and so it feels like a very Tampa game plan right now. It doesn't feel like the Eagles are doing anything to knock them off what they want to do early.
Right. Leonard Fournette, full pause in the hole. Nobody came, so he just went through.
Hey, that's Le'Veon Bell, baby. That's Le'Veon Bell. That's just vintage Le'Veon.
I cannot wait to clip this play. Full pause in the hole. Just hit stop. Controller broke for a second. Ran over, connected the remote again.
Please show
Got
us
the
again.
first
Come
down.
on, show the replay. Dang it, they're not going to show it, are they?
Come on. That was epic. That was classic Lenny right there. It is 1st and 10 now for the Bucs. Eagles 36-yard line.
Go ahead. I'll let you play.
Ronald Jones is in the game, so we got to pause for that and give props to Ronald Jones. He fights ahead for 4 yards on the play. So Rojo getting them to 2nd and 6 from the Eagles 32-yard line. Go ahead.
I just love the fact that there's so many different ways to say that's classic Lenny. Like it could be him lowering his shoulder at a linebacker when he's got open space next to him. It could be him full pause right before he hits the hole. It could be him high stepping for a 2-yard pass sweep out of the backfield. Like there are just so many things that you could get away with saying, oh, that's vintage Lenny.
It's true. And here's Brady from the shotgun, and Ronald Jones is in the backfield with him on 2nd and 5. 3 receivers are out there. Brate goes in motion. Quick throw to Ronald Jones out in the flat. Gets a great block from Chris Godwin and Cam Brate, and he's going to rumble forward for 9 yards and pick up another first down. So 1st and 10 now at the Philadelphia 23-yard line for the Bucs, and the clock is winding. We're getting close to the end of the first quarter, and the score is 7-7.
Yeah, no, this is like I was saying before, man. It's neither defense is doing anything to really take any pressure off of what either offense wants to do. Certainly not Tampa. I feel like Tampa, this is easy so far. It was a little bit more difficult. Eagles need a little bit more acrobatics to march down the field, but like this is too easy for Tampa.
Yeah, for sure. And here's Brady, play action on 1st and 10. A little pressure coming. He's getting out of structure. He looks down the field. Antonio Brown catches in the middle of the field, breaks a tackle, dives into the end zone for the touchdown, and the Bucs are up 13-7 with the extra point coming.
Got to do more than that. I mean, it doesn't matter what the situation is. It doesn't matter how many wide receivers are out there. You give Brady that much time, and it's not going to go well for you. So that's
sure. Great protection. Look at Tristan Wirfs, absolutely bullying Josh Sweat.
That's great. Look at that, man.
Oh, it took Josh Sweat to the woodshed there. Yikes! Get in the weight room.
Weight room, baby. Weight room.
Just point to it.
That is one of my favorite insults of just like when you do anything for strength, just screaming weight room at somebody.
Right.
All right.
The extra point is up and good. And so the Bucs are up 14-7, 30 seconds left in the first quarter. The best part about that drive was really that it took a decent amount of time and pretty much drained out the first quarter. So less time that their defense has to be on the field in this game that we have to watch them.
Apparently that's the key to victory. You know, they talk about keeping Brady off the field, like keeping Mahomes off the field. I guess you just want to keep the Bucs, just want to keep the defense off the field. So
yeah, Brady's off to a decent start, right? I mean, 11-12, 121 yards, 2 touchdowns. It's all right. Yeah. Chris Godwin has 3 catches. Yeah, it's all right. I mean, first quarter stats, okay. On pace for like 568 yards or something. Chris Godwin, 3 catches, 34 yards for Godwin.
It is at this moment that I'm wondering if I accidentally bench Brady. Nope, I didn't. We're good. We got him in, folks. We're good to go. We are good to go.
That would have been not great.
Not advisable at all. Not advisable.
No. I mean, the Eagles' pass defense is ranked 3rd in the NFL, but we've talked about this a little bit on the pregame show. I'm not totally disregarding the fact that they're decent pass defense for sure, but some of that is just the product of the games they've been in, right? They've been down early to Dallas and down to Kansas City, and so they're running against them a little bit more. And I don't know that it's necessary. And then the other teams they faced, they did do a good job against Carolina and Sam Darnold last week. Definitely gave them a lot of problems, but I don't know that we're necessarily talking about a top 5 pass defense when we talk about Philadelphia. And even if we were, it's tough, man. Bucs got a lot of weapons, like we said. So we'll see if the Eagles make any adjustments. But right now, it's a lot of zone stuff, and Brady just kind of knows where everybody's going to be and knows where the space is going to be.
I think the Eagles have done a really good job early on in the season, like knowing who they are, right? And I mean, their opponents so far, obviously they have the 2 potent passing offenses in the Kansas City Chiefs and the Dallas Cowboys, but like those are the 2 that scored the most points against them. So it's against the better passing offenses that they have obviously struggled. So like it's I think that you and I talked about this a little bit earlier in the week in our little football group chat that we have. Eagles are doing a good job basically saying like, oh, all right, we're just not going to get beat deep. And like, if you nickel and dime us until we lose, like, so be it. It just kind of like is what it is. And so I don't know. I feel like they understand what they are. If they give up explosive plays, they don't really have the offense to be explosive back. And so they've got to try to mitigate that. And so they're working with what they got, but what they got doesn't do well against the Kansas City Chiefs, the Dallas Cowboys, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And so it's probably going to be a long night anyways for them.
Yeah, it's tough to find answers if you can't get pressure with 4, and the Bucs protection has done a great job. And obviously Brady gets the ball quick. So we'll see. Eagles are going to take over. 33 seconds left in the first quarter. They'll take over their own 25-yard line as Pinion sends that kick out of the back of the end zone. Shout out to Anthony saying hi, dads, in the chat. Anthony.
Wow.
Anthony,
what up,
me,
Anthony?
You believe this guy? You believe this guy, Trevor? He's like, yeah, I'm going to have you guys on a little bit. I'm also watching the baseball game, and I'm going to watch the Thursday Night Football broadcast. I can't get enough of Joe Buck and Troy, so I'm going to watch those guys. And so, he's putting us on here and there. He's probably already off the stream, so he probably doesn't hear us talking about
he definitely can't hear this. He's watching some baseball game that doesn't matter because the Rays are
That's
out.
right.
So,
baseball, come on.
Yeah, I could not.
Here we go. We got 1st and 10 for the Eagles, and they're going to hand off. Miles Sanders is going to go up the middle and gain 1 yard. And then it's going to be stopped quickly by Devin White and Kevin Minter, I believe, and everybody else, basically. Stopped by Batman.
Stopped by Batman in the middle. God, that's going to piss me off for weeks, dude. That's just going to piss
Who
me
said
off.
that? Where did you hear that?
Michael Strahan said that in the pregame broadcast. And I try to not be too hard on national media people because they cannot know the details of every team. They really can't. And I know Devin White's gotten crazy hype on the offseason, but like, God, we gotta get Levante David some more respect out here. Dude's awesome.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we that ESPN like, oh, we're gonna pull the league and we're gonna figure out who the best line. But by the way, end of the first quarter, so it's 14-7 Bucs at the end of the first quarter. We're gonna pull the league and we're gonna find out which linebackers everybody across the league thinks is the best linebacker. And everybody thinks it's Devin White. He's first at linebackers across the league. And I was just like, I mean, I was pretty high on him going into this year, but yikes, can't be the best. Come on. We got Levante on the same team.
This
is Devin White's first game ever playing without Levante David.
And that's why I say like we just have to learn how to talk about these guys. It's not like Devin White's not good. We just have to be more logical and correct about how we talk about them. You can sit here and you can love everything Devin White brings to the table and how his athleticism can change things and how, he's great when he's attacking the line of scrimmage, all of this stuff. But he has so much freedom. Devin White has so much freedom because Levante David is unbelievable in space and in knowledge and in anticipation and just everything. And so I don't think the national media appreciates enough of what Levante David does for Devin White. So I'm going to be an old man yelling at Cloud about that forever.
I mean, I will be too, because it's been his whole career. But even now, as Levante David probably isn't the athlete he was when he first started his career for sure, but still a very good athlete. What they ask him to do, just in terms of being able to play man coverage and do some things like that, like they don't ask Devin White to do some of those harder things. And maybe he can do it. Maybe he can't. Maybe he's just not ready. Maybe they just don't need him to because he's better at other things, maybe like blitzing. And so they allow what he does allows him to be able to be much more creative with a Devin White. And now with Kevin Minter out there, I'm very curious to see, is this going to be Kevin Minter playing 100% of snaps, never coming off the field in any situation, no matter what, like Levante David and Devin White for that matter? Or is this going to be Kevin Minter, who's, going to come off the field in some pass obvious situations and third and longs, and maybe you play with three safeties. Maybe Andrew Adams gets some time out there.
Right.
You're also banged up at defensive back though, so I don't know how much that helps you.
Yeah. I mean, the team is just so banged up in general, right? And that's
oh my gosh,
that's a lot of conversations that I have now with with people who are like, oh, like who's the updated Super Bowl favorites? And a lot of people don't want to include Tampa. They just want to like move on to the next team. And I'm like, you got to realize that like most of these injuries aren't like season ending. Like they're going to be scheduled to get these guys back by November, December. So a fully healthy Tampa team is still a favorite to win the Super Bowl. And I think that people are just throwing that to the wayside. And they got to remember that this team they're watching right now is not the Tampa team that's probably going to go into the playoffs with at the end of December.
Yeah, and I still have some concerns defensively, but there's going to be more talent on here on the field eventually, you'd hope. As Jalen Hurts gets ready to pass, pressure right in his face, Devontae Smith is complete. He catches for about 6 yards. So 3rd and 3 coming up for the Eagles offense. Somebody came in unblocked off the edge there and almost got him. Was that Joe Tryon-Shoyinka?
I didn't think it was a single digit number, but you might be right.
Okay. Maybe not. I don't know.
I can actually go back and watch because I have YouTube TV because I'm cool.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, I just don't want to mess with the timing.
Well, I'll just hit live again, John. That's what the live button is there for.
Yeah. But then what if I jump ahead of you, and what if the whole universe's balance is thrown off? On 3rd and 3, here goes Jalen Hurts from the shotgun. Quick throw over the middle, and it's dropped. Or did Whitehead get on it? Whitehead dove, tried to knock it away. Did he get it? He's acting like he did. I thought Rager just dropped it. But it's going to be
it was Shaq Barrett. It was Shaq Barrett, by the way. It was Shaq Barrett.
Oh, it was? Okay. Yeah. Oh, he made it hard. He made it hard. He got his hand in there as Rager was trying to catch it. He made it hard. He made it. We're giving him a PBU there. PFF
Why not?
Give him a +2. That's a +2 play, Trevor.
Yeah, since I personally grade every NFL play every week, I will I'll consider it. Yeah.
Especially every Buck that we disagree with. Here's Jaden Mickens. Catches, got some space to work with. He's going to get over the 30 and out to about the 33, 34 yard line. So pretty good field position for the Bucs offense as they get out there. D got a stop. Yes, they did. Great stuff by the Bucs defense. And the Bucs offense will take over at their own 33-yard line, it looks like. So Brady will have a chance to drive down the field here as the second quarter gets going and gets underway. Trevor, at halftime, you're going to be doing your Ask Me Anything segment that you always do on Twitter on here. So everybody go to social media and let people know. Grab the link to this that's up on the Pew Report Twitter and quote tweet and say, hey, Trevor's doing his Ask Me Anything at halftime. Everybody get in here. So they can ask Trevor questions.
I can only see the private chat. Can I switch? Is there a way I can switch that?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Okay, I'll get you. I got you. Yeah. Okay. Stand by. Guess, see viewer comments. Does that change things for you?
Yes. Now I can actually.
There we go. Wow, you're gonna see everybody ripping on you if you scroll up in the chat. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Wouldn't be the first time today, unfortunately.
Elliot has a good question actually while we're on break. How much variance is there in terms of the different PFF graders? Like I'm assuming graders have a different opinion on how much a play should be worth.
Yeah, so I'm sure there's a lot of different variants in what happens, but I do know that the process involves at least 3 independent sets of eyeballs. I know that 3 separate people watch every single play of a certain player, and they all come out with their grades, not knowing what the other person graded them as, not knowing what the final grade is going to be. So it goes through at least 3 independent grades initially, and then it goes to almost like this final grade where at least one other person is able to see it. So I think there's a lot of variance, but there's a lot of things that get taken into account. They try to get as many eyeballs as they possibly can on it to make sure that one person's not seeing it completely the wrong way, and everyone kind of sees it a different way. And so I'm sure there's definitely a lot of variance. There's a lot of teaching that goes on. They teach them what they're looking for with each grade in each situation. But yeah, that's the process kind of as I know it.
Yeah. You are frozen right now. We can hear you completely.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to fix it, John.
I just want to know you don't dumb right now. It's a very neutral freeze. It's not a bad freeze. Nobody's going to screenshot this and use it against you for sure. Just wanted to let you know. But yes, I think that the PFF grading system is Elliot says it. You must be grinding Sunday nights because those grades come out quick. Completely agree. The grades do come out quick, but you literally are grinding through the night. I know the PFF graders go literally through the night with that. So it's it's a crazy process. Don't envy all the amount of work you have to put in for that at all, or just the ambiguity with such a process in general is really crazy. So here's here's 1st and 10. Sorry for the Bucs offense as we come back here. Brady's under center. Ronald Jones is behind him in the backfield. Here goes Ronald Jones up the middle, and he gets tripped up. He made a nice cut, but he got tripped up. He's only going to get 3 or 4 yards there. So 2nd and 7 coming up for the Bucs offense.
I was really wondering, if Ronald Jones is about to go in the doghouse forever. But the more I thought about it, the more I was like, this team can't exactly afford that. They need him. So
yeah,
I know obviously it could get to a tipping point to where it might be detrimental, but he's obviously been fine since. And I don't think they can afford to just not play Ronald Jones. He has to be a part of the rotation. It's got to be at least a two-back thing. So he kind of is what it is.
Here's going to be a quick pass flipped out to Antonio Brown in the flat. Tripped up. Avonte Maddox read that well. Looked like there was space there, but a loss of 4 yards on that play. So 3rd and 11 coming up now for the Bucs offense. And this is a tough one. This is where you get into the tough down. And they've avoided these all night, right, Trevor? But now they're in a 3rd and 11.
I thought that play had a chance to work. If he just put his foot on the ground. Yeah. Okay, we're looking at the other angle of it now. Oh, if he puts his foot in the ground, man, he follows the offensive line, and I think he's off to the races. So
really,
all right, here we go. Wow. Trips to the right side. We got 3-by-1 here.
Yeah, and 3rd and 11. Eagles blitz, a very rare thing over the middle to Antonio Brown, and he's snagged.
What a tackle!
Great tackle, but do they go for it here? Oh, I would go for this 42-yard line.
Yeah, but it's your own 42-yard line. I don't think they're going to go for it.
Oh, are you going to live in your fears? Go for this. Come on, Bruce.
No, I don't think they're going to go for it because it's their own 42.
Yeah, but put them away.
Put them away. It's the second quarter.
Come on. If they go up 2 touchdowns, they're staying out of the field, Trevor. Offense is out.
There we go. There we go. No, they're switching it.
Oh, you cowards.
No, they don't know what they're doing. Somebody's calling timeout. Somebody's calling timeout. Tampa's calling timeout.
Why would you waste the time out there?
Yeah, that was tough.
Are you kidding me, Bruce? Come on.
That was tough.
You can't. Oh, bad.
That was tough.
Bad. Ask the analytics people what they do.
Oh, well, since that's me now. Let me check.
I didn't realize.
Let me check my notes here. Yeah, you go for it on every occasion. Yeah. You know,
every 4th down. That's what analytics says, right?
You know, there's that coach from high school. I don't remember if you read this story, but like he literally never punts. Like he never punts it, and he only goes for onside kicks. He's a high school coach.
Yeah.
He recently got hired to, I think it's called Presbyterian College. So he moved up from high school to college, and he continued to do that. And I think 2 weeks ago he punted for the first time in like 3 years. So like,
really?
It was like a big deal. Yeah, he like punted for the first time in like 3 years.
So is he like a full-time coward now, or?
Yes. Full-time coward.
I'm not gonna let him off the hook. Here we go. Ross Conklin got absolutely blasted on the punt. Listen, there's the punt down to the 17-yard line.
Let me rewind.
Ross Conklin as an up back is probably something he never saw in his future.
Oh, geez. Who's 97? That
for the Bucs or for the Eagles?
Oh, yeah, for the Eagles. He pushed him over.
Is that Milton Williams?
Is
that Milton?
No, it's It's Javon Hargrave. I thought it was Javon.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. What am I? I was just thinking special teams, but yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Pittsburgh Steelers, great. Javon Hargrave, dude.
Absolutely. So that was a wasted opportunity, and that's kind of that's a Bucs story, right? Like as soon as it looks like they're going to put somebody away early in a game, Trevor, and I know you're put it away, but come on, I mean, you go up 2 touchdowns, and you're the Bucs offense, you're feeling pretty good. And but when those early margins are elusive for them,
I do think that there is validity to actually saying like, hey, go for it and just bury him, because you look at the game script in the situation, and if you look at those two teams, and especially how they came out of the gate. You don't exactly have a lot of faith that the Eagles are really going to stop you that many times. So if you don't go for it there, like if you go for it and you don't get it, how much does that really hurt you in the end, especially with you already being up a touchdown? Maybe the defense holds them to a field goal. Maybe they give up a touchdown, but then it's even again, like how many times are the Eagles going to stop you this game? So I don't know, man. Maybe I could see why you would go for it there, but I told you they weren't going to. I told you they weren't going to go for it.
Oh, yeah. This is a strong go for it. According to the 4th down bot, this is a strong recommendation to go for it because of probably the way the Bucs are playing, combined with the position of the field, the lead, the likelihood of winning. Win percentage if they get it is 88%. That's what the bot says.
Win percentage
and if they fail,
if they get it?
Yeah, if they get it. And if they fail, 80%. So they're either way, they're operating in a high percentage right now anyway. The way the game's gone is what the bot's saying. But they're saying even if you fail, you're still have an 80% chance to win the game. The bot takes obviously tons and tons of data into account over years of data. So 75% success rate too is what they're predicting on that one. I mean, the way the Bucs have moved the ball, I hate the decision. I hate it more than I can put into words, but we're trying to keep it light and fun on this pod, so we're going to not talk about it anymore. Here we go. Defense back out there. Pressure's back on the D to get a stop here and not allow this one to be tied up. How are you feeling about it?
I don't know how much.
Awesome. Great. Here we go.
I don't know how much faith I have in the Eagles offense is the thing. Like, I could sit here and be like, man, the Bucs defense is beat up and all this kind of stuff. But like, I just don't know how much the Eagles are going to capitalize it. It's almost like a coin flip kind of a thing at this point. I just don't know. There's not a lot of consistency with what the Eagles do. So it really is like all right, here we go kind of a thing. It really is.
Yeah. Right. Let's see. Here go the Eagles. Quick pass out to Miles Sanders. Spins away from a Ross Cockrell tackle, but Kevin Minter chases him out of bounds and knocks him out. So it'll be 2nd and 6 coming up for the Eagles. Bucs Banter says, John described to us what the bot is really. It's a bot that was created by Ben Baldwin, analytics guru, and he creates it based on 4th down data and a bunch of data that he's compiled for years and years. It kind of helps. It helps analyze whether situations have a high percentage of working or not, basically. So that's kind of what you're looking at with it. That's the quick kind of layman's terms version of what it is. So here we go. 2nd and 6 for the Eagles offense. Is there 2 backs back there? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah.
I called that this might happen in this game. Yeah. I think we got a little 2-back look.
Yeah,
and
they're going
fake the handoff to Kenneth Gator.
Oh, Shaq!
Here's Jalen Hurts rolling out. Shaq chasing down Jalen Hurts. Is he going to get a sack here? I don't think so. He threw him forward for a yard. Shaq chased him down from behind. Good hustle by Shaq Barrett. But 3rd and 5 coming up for the Eagles. Jalen Hurts was holding on to that sucker.
I wish Ben Baldwin would have just named it the Coward Index. Like that would have been a lot better name for the 4th down.
Yeah. To what degree is this coach a coward or not?
Right. Like, and it's just the Coward Power Index, basically.
Right. Here we go.
Damn,
3rd and 5.
Shaq ran a long way on that play.
Oh man.
He ran a lot.
Give me the next gen on how many steps, how many miles did Shaq run on that play? Here's Hurts from the gun.
All right.
Bucs showing pressure with 4, and they bring it with 4.
Ooh.
O-line holds up. He throws down the field, and he missed Zach Ertz. Maybe had him. Would have taken a tough throw. 4th and 5. Eagles are punting, baby.
No, technically not. I guess not. No.
Oh, no, Tom going with the hindsight. Punt was the right call. Now he calls it. Where were you in the chat earlier, Tom, when everybody was against you? Tom.
Who says that?
Tom. He says punt was the right call now.
God, Tom Brady's, watching the stream while playing the game. God, that's big respect.
Oh yeah, Tom's always been a multitasker. He gets his tips from us.
No, punting was not the call. There is a difference between. Hold on, I'm just making sure this punt doesn't go nuclear. Okay, it didn't.
That punt was something. Look at Byron.
I don't know where the ball
was here.
There is a difference between things working out for you and a decision being the right call. Just because they punted and the Eagles did nothing with it does not mean that punting all of a sudden became the right call. I still think the call would have been better to go for it, but it worked out for them, which is
and when you're the better team, it usually works out. So that's why we weren't losing our minds about it. Now, if it had been the Eagles in that situation and we were Eagles podcast, we were Green Report or something. I don't know Bleeding Green Report or what do those Michael Kist and Ben Solak do or did? I don't. Now they're both retired from that. I guess I don't know. I'm confused but anyway.
Yeah,
if we were on that pod,
both of them left. That goes to show you what that play is all about. I'm just kidding. Brandon Lee Gowden's one of my favorite dudes. I love the Bleeding Green Nation people. Y'all are awesome. I'm totally kidding.
Yeah. Somebody clipped that first part before he said nice things. So the Bucs got it 1st and 10 at their own 39-yard line now. There's about 10:34, I want to say, left in the second quarter, and they're up 14-7. This is a big drive, Trevor. Like, don't play around, right? Don't play around here and get yourself down the field, get into the end zone, take control of this game. It's important. Don't let teams hang around. That's been something the Bucs need to be much better at this season.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, I mean, when you're the better team, you want to establish the dominance, if you will, right? I mean, like you want to be able to impose your will on teams that you should beat. I mean, and that was a big frustration with. It felt like even in the Jameis era, when there were teams that they knew they were better than, Jameis was often a catalyst for but it felt like they could not pull away from teams that were just bad. They were always in it with good teams and with bad. And that was such a frustrating thing. And that's what you hope is a lot different here in the Brady era, that they're going about it differently.
And I think I read that over the last 2 seasons, I want to say the Bucs have the most wins by 20 points or more, something like that. I think I saw.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, Brady takes care of business, right? I mean, like, that's just what the dude does.
Well, it needs to be what everybody does in this situation for sure for the Bucs, no question. I mean, I think a lot of times, even games this season, like he's played a lot better than maybe the result of the game indicate, like the Dallas game, for example, like the Rams game, for example. That might have been Brady's best game of the year. I mean, he was sensational in that game. Yeah. And then what you have, is this kind of struggle to finish games and to finish drives and all kinds of things like that. And so, in the end, you end up losing that game, obviously, and defense had a lot to do with, why that game was lost. But nevertheless, frustrating. So here's Antonio Brown getting his foot looked at on the sideline. I don't know what the story is there. He's getting it rubbed anyway. I don't know what's going on. Leonard Fournette goes up the middle for 5 yards. Ryan Jensen doing a little extracurricular trash talking maybe with some of the Eagles, and we got second and 5 coming up.
No, Jensen?
Yeah. Can you imagine?
Couldn't
imagine.
Jensen. All right,
the Bucs seem committed to the run game so far, Trevor. Feels like Brady's 13 of 14, and I feel like that's working. And right now, neither back is averaging even 4 yards a carry. So I'm a little bit frustrated with that approach. Just on 2nd and 4, Leonard Fournette gets the ball and doesn't get any yardage. So we got 3rd and 4 and coming up. And I don't know. I think when Brady's missed one pass, maybe you just throw the ball a lot still. I know that's a little crazy, but that's what I would do. That's my take.
It's not the worst. It's not, that's not the worst idea. What they should actually do? I'm fixing my camera for everybody who's wondering what I'm doing. I'm trying to fully fix the camera at the same time. Right. I would simply
You're multitasking.
Never run the football. That's what I would do. I'd take the Presbyterian punt approach straight to the offensive side of the football.
Right. And here's Brady from the shotgun. Takes the snap. Looking over the middle of the field, and he's got Cam Brate there, and the pass is knocked away. And was it intercepted? It was deflected. Did Nate pick that? Looked like clear pass interference.
Somebody's holding it.
There's a flag. Did he catch that? Did it hit the ground?
Somebody's holding it.
That one looked like it was moving and touching the ground, but refs haven't really been on the Bucs side this season. But he got his hands under it, but then it was kind of moving as it hit the ground there. So we'll see. That was, no PI call. Like, I don't know, man. Like, just really frustrating. The Bucs just can't take control of games, man. That's like the bottom line. Like, they're so much better than the opposition, but they just can't take control of games. And it's not been play calling's been great all night, but certainly running it twice there. I just don't get it, man. Like, I don't get it. Again, like that should definitely be, pass interference still. There's multiple blame to go around there. But
I agree. They definitely should have picked Jameis over Brady.
I'm glad you're not on camera right now.
I know. It would have been clipped so bad.
Looks like Antonio Brown is being looked at on the table. His foot is being looked at on the table. So
man, that's not ideal.
We'll see how this call goes. But the Bucs, squandering great field position twice now. Not what you want to see. Antonio Brown hurt. It just, even when games start smooth for the Bucs, you just never expect them to stay that way. It always gets interesting for a while.
You obviously, in theory, want them to do exactly what you think that they're capable of doing all the time. But unfortunately, you and I have watched football long enough to find out whether it's the Bucs or the Steelers or the Chiefs or the Bills or whoever it is. It's just like, sometimes it doesn't happen, and it's just absolutely frustrating. But you really do, and I said this at the beginning of the game, like they've got to take care of business against this Eagles team. Like this has got to be a W for them, and you hope that it would look a little bit better. And we'll see how things look, I think, from here on out. But they've certainly had their mistakes here early on that could have capitalized on it. But they're up a touchdown, so you don't want to. It's not like they're going completely nuclear on it. So
right, and we'll see what the call ends up being here. He caught it, looked like, but then the ball was moving while he had it against the ground. Again, they called an interception on the field, and it just tends to not be really going on the Bucs side, I feel like, this season. So it probably going to end up standing, but it's pretty close, and it's under review right now at least. And so, but yeah, it's just, yeah, you're right. That's not the way football goes a lot of the time. Like football, it does tend to be a little bit back and forth. And so you got to remember that too. But yeah, it's frustrating. I mean, this team is, again, if they play to their potential for 4 quarters, this kind of stuff isn't happening. And
right.
I think that's the bottom line there. So, yeah, I mean, it looks like he has both hands under it. And then I just don't know if you can see, is it moving while he still has control of it? I think it probably is. And so I don't know that you can overturn it. That's the big thing.
Yeah, I'm not so sure they can overturn it because they called it INT on the field, right?
Right.
Nah, man, I think that ball hits the ground, man.
It does. But
I think that hits the ground.
That's tough because it moves again. It's tough. I mean, I just don't think you can overturn it. If it's tough, you can't overturn it, right? Like, long review.
Well, John, if you can't overturn it, you can't overturn
it. Long review.
Yeah, they are taking their sweet time with this.
I mean, that whole commercial break. He had Godwin in the middle of the field, but I guess 2 guys are bracketing him. He thinks they're going to jump him there, and he's probably right about that. I mean, very egregious defensive pass interference, though. Could we just talk about that? Like, come on, man. Like, it's just crazy to me that, oh my goodness. Maddening. Still under review. This is absolutely bonkers.
All right,
I don't think I've ever seen a review this long.
Let's see if it works now. Does it work now?
Oh, I didn't even realize you weren't on camera still.
Yeah. No, we're doing full maintenance on the show. This actually is a great long review. Keep it going, boys. Keep it up.
Yeah, keep it going.
Look, you're gonna find that mystical angle at some point. So just keep it going.
This is clear, egregious DPI. Wraps him around the back, starts tackling him before the ball gets there.
That is crazy DPI. Maybe they're phoning New York and seeing if they can actually throw a flag on this.
Yeah. Somebody's saying Godwin was open. The Eagles are driving down on that route, and they want Brady to throw that. They're trying to jump that route, and Brady saw it. And so, yeah, I mean, again, it's DPI. Like, you got to throw the flag. So yeah, we'll see what happens here. This still reviewing it, man. I mean, they might. Somebody said Jimmy Kemsky, who covers the Eagles, said Bucs punt team coming out. So maybe it's getting overturned. Ooh. Maybe just because they realize, wow, unbelievable. This is clearly pass interference.
I mean, you're kind of right.
Right. At least we can give them the opportunity to punt.
They're just showing the coaches. I don't know what we're doing at this point.
I don't either. It's incomplete. Everybody on Twitter is saying it's incomplete, so it's going to be incomplete.
Okay. All right.
Ruled incomplete.
Well, if Twitter says it,
yeah, I don't understand. The officials are just gone out of their minds this year. They're wild.
They are wild.
So what do we got here? This is, I mean, they're going to punt. They're not going to go. What is this? 4th and 4 at the 45-yard line. They're not going for it. Are they going for it?
Looks like the defense is on the field.
What?
Eagles defense is on the field.
See, this is 4th and 4.
Oh, wait.
Now we got Bradley Pinion out there. Yeah. Bradley Pinion's out there.
Oh, okay. They just weren't showing the returner. They were showing the box as if it was like a normal defensive play.
Yeah. Analytics say incomplete. Rampage says.
Analytics. Oh, I agree.
Yes. Oh, pressure
Hold down, Bradley.
Boston Scott almost blocked it. Bradley, you got to sell that, man. Come on.
I know. Yeah, you got
a 5-yarder there gets you a first down.
You got to fall all the way down, my man. Okay.
Eagles taking over at the 11.
Here's what I'm going to do, John. I'm going to leave the stream and come back in, and I think I fixed it.
Okay.
Does that still work? Can we do that? Okay.
Sure. That can happen. Yep. We'll see you in a second. All right, so I'll take this off so you can see my face. I know everybody wants that. 9:06 left in the second quarter. Bucs lead 14-7. Had two opportunities now to put points on the board and extend that lead, and they have fallen on their face a little bit offensively. So now the Eagles offense gets a chance. 1st and 10 from their own 11-yard line. Bucs got 6 in the box. Eagles looking to quick throw, and Devin White comes off the edge. Jalen Hurt's going to run away from him, but he's going to slide down a yard short of the line of scrimmage. So that will count, I believe, as a sack. Or is it going to count as a rush? Looked like he was trying to throw at the beginning. No, it's going to count as a rush maybe right now anyway. So a negative 1 yard play on 1st down. That's the 3rd time in this game that the Eagles have lost yardage on. Sorry, I was going to leave you out there for a little bit, but
yeah, no, that's fine. That's my punishment. That's what I deserve.
Yeah.
I think
so
here
we go.
I think we actually got it now. I don't think I have to worry about it again.
Oh, okay. All right, good. 2nd
I
and 11 for the Eagles. Hurts working from the shotgun. Takes the snap back to pass. 4-man rush for the Bucs. They can't break through. Offensive line doing a good job. He finds Zach Ertz for a big gain, working on Devin White. And Ertz is going to get the 1st down, gain of about 16 yards there. So 1st and 10 for the Eagles. They get out to their own 26, and at the very least, they've established some field position. Devin White just can't cover the old man Ertz, man.
Yeah, you'd need to see more from Batman in there. So
yeah, for sure. Again, pass rush, man. 4-man pass rush. It's ugly. It's ugly right now.
Yeah. I mean, you're sort of taking your chances with guys getting home. I know that JPP is not 100%, but
right. Here's Jalen Hurts, shotgun, play action.
Double stack.
Throwing the ball deep.
Oh, look at
Jamel Dean.
Wow. Heard us talking all that shit, all of that noise. That's what he's got. He's got the green dot in the helmet, and he's listening to the Pewter Report live stream, just getting absolutely pumped up. Wow, you love to see it.
Suck it, fellas. That's what Jalen Dean said, or Jamel Dean said. Man, look at this play.
Man, look at this. He played this beautifully.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Played it better than the receiver. Yeah.
Yeah, he read that better than Watkins. 100%.
Great. Yeah, great play. Because he's not even really. He goes from being to just I'm going to go play on the ball. Like he goes from no ball skills to like uniquely good ball skills. Like it's just very difficult to keep up with Jamel Dean.
I really do. He's just a hot and cold corner, which I mean, you get those guys a lot of times. And look, like I said, without Carlton Davis, it looks a little bit more ugly because if you have a CB1 like that, it's tough. But if you have a CB2, oh boy, Brady.
Right. Yeah, he got hit as he threw that one. That's that play action trap pass, but they tried to do Alex Kappa again. Kappa, remember, gave up the sack to Matt Judon in the same situation 2 weeks ago. And this time he gets Barnett initially, but then Barnett hits him with the inside spin and hits Brady as he throws deep. So that's why that one is going to be incomplete there to Mike Evans, but he was well covered anyway. And again, the Bucs were doing a lot better when they're just getting the ball out quick and making things happen underneath, taking what the Eagles give them. This is a team that's set up defensively to take away the long ball. And so you need to make sure you're defending against it.
Yeah, you want to take chances, of course, but there's no doubt about it. It's going to look easier when they go underneath because Philly's not great at it. So they just need to be comfortable with that.
Yeah. Here's a pass again for Brady over the middle. Cam Brate makes the catch, going to have the 1st down, 12-yard gain for Cam Brady, brings it out to the Bucs 40-yard line. And so the offense picks up another 1st down. Good to see. That clock is winding now, going to be close, going to be under 7 minutes by the time this ball snapped, I bet. And so we have a 14-7 game right now, Bucs lead, and they're trying to add to that lead here with under 7 minutes to go until halftime.
Like you said, it's just all right there for them. It's just they're going to be able to run those stretch plays where you're thinning out the defense deep, and then you're just going to have a lot of stuff over the middle.
Yeah, AB is back on the field. Day. Right. Antonio Brown back on the field, by the way, for people who are wondering. Fournette gains 2 yards on 1st down. So 2nd and 8 coming up for the Bucs from their own 42-yard line. Can you be more aggressive on 1st down? I like the idea of taking the shot on 1st down on the first play of this drive, but the process of getting there a little bit tough maybe.
Yeah, Eagles got 10 rushing yards? Lord.
Yeah, it's more than most teams at this point. It's almost Jalen Hurts scrambled for 11 too, Trevor. So that tells you where the run game's going.
Yeah,
and
not great.
Here's Brady, quick throw to Antonio Brown. Takes a block.
This is what they wanted.
Yeah,
that's what they were trying to do on the previous play when I think it was Maddox. Maddox stripped him up. Avante did. Yeah, that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to get him like that.
So AB 1st and 10 out to the Eagles 44-yard line. Can the Bucs make good on this drive? Can they take a commanding lead? Those quick throws have been working. The Eagles going to play off. Bucs will get the blockers out there. Great blocks by Alex Cap on that play. Jensen got in the way of a few people. And the Bucs get a 1st and 10 out to the Eagles 44-yard line. Important space in the field to make sure every play counts for sure. Brady goes under center, 12 personnel, play action. They pulled Ali Marpet again with the trap pass, goes underneath Leonard Fournette, throws off the tackler, gets a juke in the open field, gets upfield, runs over him, and he's down to the Eagles 26-yard line.
Lombardi.
Lenny.
Flu game. I told you it's coming.
Does he even have the flu?
No, I don't know. Maybe he does. I don't know. He's just playing like Mike had the flu. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. Look at him.
That game
that was a square
deal.
tackle, and he just said, "Get off me." I mean, he didn't do this stuff last year, Trevor. It's crazy to watch this. He did not do this stuff last year. He didn't break tackles.
I do think that Fournette's kind of like a hot and cold player. I mean, I'm not going to say like Jamel Dean, but he does. You know, it's like sometimes it feels like Leonard's a little bit anemic, and then other times you'll go, okay, this is why you were the 5-star number 4 overall pick from LSU. You know, you just see it in spurts. You just don't see it as consistently. Right. But that's why the Bucs like him.
Yeah, 3 yards on 1st down for Leonard Fournette, so he's going to get down to the Philadelphia Eagles 23-yard line, and so it'll be 2nd and 7 there at the 23. Bucs trying to get into the red zone where they've been pretty cash money this season. One of the better teams in the NFL in that area of the field. Clock, by the way, is at 4:13 left in the second quarter. Here's Brady under some pressure, but it's a screen to O.J. Howard. He stiff arms a man and gets up the field.
Wow.
Love it. Down to the Eagles 12-yard line.
Good stuff from O.J.
Great stuff. Little stiff arm from O.J. Howard. I love it. Josh Q with the $5 super chat. We appreciate it, Josh. Between the underneath stuff and the missed tackles, the Bucs offense is making the Philly defense look like the Bucs defense. I agree. It's very similar for sure.
And it goes
1st
back
and
to
10
what we
from
said.
the Eagles 13.
And it goes back to what we said, right? I mean, Philly's very comfortable living in a too-high world. They're going to give you whatever you want underneath, and that's just the kind of defense they have. They don't have those elite players all around the field. And so, yeah, no doubt, it's going to be open, short and intermediate over the middle if the Bucs want it there.
Right. Here's Godwin with the catch, and he gets hit pretty hard around the 10-yard line, and that's where they're going to blow it dead. So 2nd and 7 coming up for the Bucs offense. They can get a 1st down here before they get into the end zone here. So I like those situations. I've always thought about that when you get that 1st down, but you get it at like the 10-yard line. You know what I mean? The ball's at like the 9 or 10. It's like, all right, that's a little trickier from a play calling perspective. I think not enough people talk or write about that. So in one of those sweet spots here, I guess, going out at the 13.
10-yard lines, like 10 to the 5 is just really interesting because especially when, depending on where the 1st down line is, it's just tough. It's tough to manipulate the spacing like that.
Right. Here's Brady back to pass, 4-man rush over the middle. Chris Godwin makes the catch. Looks like he had the 1st down, right?
I think Brady picked the receiver that was most covered on that play to throw that ball to.
Yeah.
I think everybody else was much more open than that, and he still hit it as right.
Look at this spot. Am I crazy, or is this a horrible spot?
I didn't think he got the 1st down.
Really?
I didn't.
Maybe.
No.
I thought he was past it and then got knocked forward after he caught it.
I thought his body was going the opposite direction.
Well, no, Britt has spoken, Trevor. She texted me terrible spot. She texted me from the other room. So
okay, I'm wrong.
I'm gonna have to agree with Britt on this one. Sorry. I mean, it's a lot more on the line.
Your marriage license says that you better. So.
That's right. The chat says as well. Leonard shrugs off a tackle and he's going to have the 1st down to the.
What does the chat know? Chat didn't know crap.
Somebody said he didn't get it. Tommy's on your side. Brian,
there you go, Tommy. There's some unbiased opinion.
Spot. Play reaction says it was a bad spot. Diego says it was a bad spot. Okay, you
guys got pewter colored contacts in. Pewter colored glasses.
Jason says, I didn't think he got it, but it looked inches short, not a full yard where they spotted it.
Okay,
Look at Jason playing both sides. We
just went to commercial,
here.
Right? Okay, I'm rewinding this. We just went to commercial. I'm going to rewind it. Okay, hold on.
Okay,
all right.
Look at it. Okay. Tell me what you think.
Okay.
Commercial, by the way, for the 2-minute warning here. Bucs have 1st and goal at the Eagles 2. The Bucs are up 14-7.
Okay, I will tell you.
Angel says we are hilarious, and we've heard that before. Thank you, Angel. That was very kind.
All right. After review,
I'm sorry, actually, Trevor, before you even say, we don't need to necessarily hear from you because Elliot has already said Britt definitely knows more than the PFF analyst. But if you still want to offer your thoughts, go ahead.
No, I thought it was PFF Britt, right? Does she not work for the company? I thought she was.
Oh, yeah.
I thought she worked for the company.
She's in there.
After review, it was a bad spot. He had the first down.
Let's go.
He had the first.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. Brian Shucker with a $20 super chat. Brian has been great, Trevor, on the show. He's been feeding us these $20 super chats. We really appreciate it. Great, good to see you, Trevor. Good stuff, guys. Thank you, Brian. We appreciate it. Having fun on the show. Bucs can get up 21-7 here. That'll be even more fun. So let's see what happens here. Now people are really debating. His legs were over the line, but not the ball.
But
he was short, but not that short.
I'm pretty sure when the ball got to him, he was past the line of scrimmage. So they should have given him forward progress, and it should have been first. Should have been
right. Yeah. I kind of agree with that too. That's what I saw because typically on those, it's always right as the catch is made. That's that furthest point. That's usually where they give it to him. And I didn't see a bobble and then a control.
They didn't.
Either way, Lenny we trust. He gets the first down, first and goal from the 2-yard line. Now what happens here, Trevor? Do you go play action pass on first down for the touchdown? Do you go Leonard Fournette getting this touchdown?
I would do play action pass on first down and second down. And if I don't get it, I run the ball to make it like a 4th and 1 at the goal line, and then I'd go for it on the goal line. So like that would be my strategy there. That's what I would do because it's at like the 3 or the 4, right?
It's at the 2.
Oh, okay. Then you might even be able to get away with running the ball sooner.
I mean, I don't want to get too cute.
No, I'm sticking with it. I'm getting cute. We're going 5 wide. We're going.
Ray says
play action.
Power.
We're not doing that. Yeah, yeah. We're running QB bash with Tom Brady, and we're getting in there.
That's right. Lenny. Hey, everybody, get ready. Ask me anything with Trevor's coming up at halftime. Here's Leonard Fournette up the middle, and he scores. Touchdown, Bucs. They're going up 20-7, and the extra point's coming.
All right, there we go. Lenny did it.
Lenny did it. $5 super chat from Josh Q says, given the opponent, will Ben Solak make a surprise appearance? I don't know. See, this was Ben this week. I asked him about the Eagles, and it was just like, everything about the Eagles sucks. They're so bad. You know, I'm like, well, I was going to have you see if you wanted to come on the show for 5 seconds, but you're going to feel the vibe.
Ben gets paid to watch good football now. So, like, he doesn't have to put up with the Eagles crap anymore. He can just let it fly. No, I'm not watching that team. Absolutely not. No. He's out here writing brilliant pieces about the Kansas City Chiefs every week. Right. And so, like, he just actually gets to watch good football.
Right. It's amazing. It changes you think I'm thankful for the Bucs the last 2 years, man? Jeez.
Yeah, right. You could still be in Pittsburgh watching that Ben Roethlisberger offense, dude.
Oh my God.
Can you imagine if you're still in Pittsburgh?
I can't for a lot of reasons, the weather being one of them. But
yeah, I told you for years we started the podcast and I told you this.
Every day at the beginning of the podcast, I'd be like, yeah, I'm freezing my balls off here. And you'd be like, dude, it's like 85 degrees here. It's great. I was at the beach today.
Like I'm going to the beach this weekend.
But look, that was back in your younger days, Trevor. That was back in look at this.
Wow. That was back. Y'all went in the vault. For this. I do not have
Look at this young buck.
Yeah, look.
You got the facial hair going on now, dude. I'll give you that. Dude, I was gonna shave my beard for the show, but I was gonna be ashamed to be. I was like, I can't do that with Trevor.
If I shave, I will look exactly like that again.
Oh, really?
I will look like an absolute child if I shave this beard. Yeah,
I believe it. I definitely believe it. Actually,
I was able to grow facial hair for the first time like 5 years ago, and I've never been clean shaven since. Not once, not one time. I just haven't.
I mean, I understand it for sure. I do like to be clean shaven here and there, but I understand it. David says John brought. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say you can grow a beard like immediately. Yeah. So if you just clean shave, you just wait 2 days and then you look like a goddamn mountain man again. You know?
Yeah, it does grow fast. Sometimes it's annoying though, actually. But David says John brought winning to Tampa. We can't thank him enough. This actually brings up a funny story to me. You know, Ronald Jones. Everybody saw. I think he got mad at me on Twitter for posting a negative play of him, and he
Yeah, we
posted some
saw.
positive plays himself. Yeah, it was really funny, and I think everybody's seen it. It was weak. It was about a month ago now, I guess. And here's, by the way, Jalen Hurts back to pass, 1st and 10, looking around, running around, runs in the backs of his blockers, backs back out, throws underneath, passes broken up. Devin White ripped it out from Zach Ertz. 2nd and 10 coming up. And anyway, one of the funniest things was, and I just kind of ignored it. I didn't say anything. It's not a big deal to me. But one of the funniest things was I got a comment from somebody who was looking at the interaction. They were like, man, Rojo's got to chill. John brought a Super Bowl to Tampa Bay. And I just, you know what kind of balls you have to tag up for a player on the team? Like, the disrespect to tell a player that just killed me. Here's Shaq Barrett chasing down Jalen Hurts. Dive, Shaq! He can't get there. Hurts turns it upfield and gains a few yards.
God.
But that killed me, dude.
It's one thing for all of us to obviously joke about it on the outside, but for you to tell a player that is truly like a level of the joke and the bit that I never thought we would get to. Never thought. That's unbelievable.
He said, John brought a championship to this city. Rojo got to chill. I was dead. I didn't even reply to it. I just liked it and was just howling. It was an incredible comment. So we've got 3rd and 6 now. Eagles, 142 left. We'll get back to this game, I promise. Bucs are winning 21-7.
A little 2-by-2.
142 left in the second quarter. 3rd and 6. Jalen Hurts back to pass.
Jalen.
Again, not a lot of blitzes. Hurts is still holding on, but he has all day. No pressure. He throws down the field, way overthrown on the play. Kenneth Gainwell was the intended target. 3rd and 6 coming up.
That's
Elliot with the $10 super chat. I actually started watching Pewter at the time, Pewter Nation podcast, when it was Trevor, Scott, and Mark LOL. Some of the shows after bad games. Sheesh. Some venting sessions, huh?
There were so many times where we didn't have a script. Like we literally, I literally just hit record. Mark introed the show, and we just went off. Somebody started the conversation, ripping into Cutter, ripping into Winston, ripping into Mike Smith's defense, and all of a sudden, like an hour would go by like that. So yeah, too many times, unfortunately.
Yeah,
too many times there.
I watched this script from a distance, and obviously you and I were doing the draft podcast together, so I would always talk to you about it. And one time I remember you were just like, help me understand this run defense. And we just like pulled up the run defense the one day and we watched tape for about 2 hours. The other one I remember is the Mitch Trubisky game when Mitch Trubisky lit the Bucs up.
Oh, dude.
Gave up like 200 yards in a game. You said, please watch this game with me. So we got on Zoom or Skype or whatever it was. And we just watched that game, the Mitch Trubisky game. It's incredible. Bucs have the ball with 1:21.
I think Trubisky had like 5 touchdowns at the half, dude. It was 45-3. I remember because I was in Chicago and it was 45-3 at the half. And I was like, this is the worst football I've ever seen in my life. Dude.
You were like, help me understand all the flaws that are happening. I was like, buddy, you got to get a notepad out. We need it's going to take some time.
I remember after the Bucs got absolutely torched by the Falcons and they lost again. This had to have been like in 2016. Mike Smith said that he played 14 different types of coverages against the Falcons. And I basically did a cover 3 about it, breaking down all 14. And I was like, yep, none of them worked, Mike. So it's probably on you, pal.
None of them worked. All right. So the Bucs are going to start things off with a false start on this drive. Not what you wanted to see. You're getting 1st and 15. This is the drive right now. Trevor, am I crazy for saying if they score a touchdown on this drive, they'll finish them off, right? Right? 28-7.
I mean, the game's over if they score a touchdown. Famous last words. So, but like, if they
start with a 5-yard penalty, now it's 1st and 15. Pass obvious situations here. So Giovanni Bernard is on the field. I've actually been wondering about that a little bit. If Leonard was going to stay, and Braid's out there to protect.
What?
Brady incompletion, and what happened there? It looked like
I thought Mike had
Evans
that
pulled up. Yeah, looked like he pulled up a little bit there.
Elliot, I just want to shout this out. He said in the chat, he remembers when Mark said during Rojo's rookie year that he had to earn his nickname. So Mark would just call him, he wouldn't call him Ronald. He wouldn't call him Ronald Jones. He wouldn't call him Rojo. I think he just called him like RJ. Like he had to earn the other letters in his name. And we were crying laughing.
That's incredible. I'm not sure what happened there with Mike Evans, but anyway, Brady back to pass on 2nd and 15. He's going to throw for Antonio Brown. That one's low. So bad throw by Brady there. Those have been pretty. And now we're getting 3rd and 15. You get into some difficult territory. So now there's 1:14 on the clock. Obviously, the Bucs wanted to be aggressive. don't think anybody saw 2 incompletions go in there.
Somebody said Ron Jones in the chat because he wouldn't call him Ronald.
Now that's a pass Brady hits and has to hit, really, because this is going to give the Eagles a chance. If they can't convert a 3rd and 15 now, going to give the Eagles a chance to.
Oh boy, he's loading up. Not even close. Jeez, Brady, Lord.
Yeah, that one wasn't. Well, that's an interception way deep. That's like an arm punt for Brady there. And they lateral back to Darius Slay.
Lord.
And now the Bucs have him hemmed in. Good tackling. Good pursuit by the Bucs offense. They look like a special teams unit out there. By the way, Slay just ran out about 15 seconds. So the Eagles have 56 seconds to go as Brady throws an interception there.
What in the hell did I just watch?
Well, obviously that was a miscommunication route and everything like that. He's not. And it didn't look like there was anything there either. So you get in 3rd and 15, bad things are going to happen a lot of the time. Look at that ref breaking up the fight. Derek Barnett trying to block Brady, who wants nothing to do with the play. Oh, goodness. Yeah, definitely. I don't know if that first down pass was horrible, Prime B. I think that first down pass was fine from what it looked like to me. I'm not sure what Mike Evans pulled up there and what was going on there, but that was a weird play. But yeah, 2nd down, definitely bad. 3rd down, definitely miscommunication. He's obviously not missing anyone there. It's just miscommunication on the route. Either way, I think it's covered up. So for the Bucs, you got to stay patient. You got to work underneath. That's been the story of this whole game, right? Like these long passes, the Eagles are literally set up. They've only given up. They've not been a great defense, but they've only given up 8 20+ yard pass plays all season, and only 5 of them have come on 20+ air yard throws. So they are not giving up big plays. To hunt them like that is where you get into trouble if you're the Bucs. And I know that can be the mentality before half, but you've got to be better than that, and you've got to do what continues to work. Before half, especially in that situation. Even if you get a field goal, it's a huge win.
I mean, the thought process was there, right? I mean, like they went for the sticks. Well, they got the penalty, so it's 1st and 15, but they basically go for the sticks on 1st down. They go for the sticks on 2nd down, and then what are you going to do on 3rd, right? I mean, like you're basically done at that point after 2 incompletions. So I think the process was sound. They just didn't execute the way they needed to, whether it was Evans pulling up or Brady not hitting the pass to Antonio Brown in 2nd down, whatever it was. You have to be happy about how they approached it. I think they approached it the right way. They just didn't execute. I think that's all there is to it.
Right. Big DZ says, John, you seem to make excuses for Brady a lot. I mean, he's the best quarterback of all time. So maybe I'm just explaining what's really happening.
Right.
He doesn't need many excuses usually.
I feel like you also don't. I feel like you don't make many excuses for many people. Like, I feel like you are one of the harshest football critics that I know. Now, like you back it up, like you talk about what people should be doing instead. So I'm always like, yeah, okay, yeah, all right. But like you definitely call people out when they're not doing what they should be doing. Well, Ron Jones, Ron Jones, RJ,
Jones, yeah, pretty RJ. Yeah, there was a little Derek Barnett, Tom Brady interaction there, and that play lasted so long that they actually Barnett he's trying to push. But here Jensen comes over and is like, all right.
What is Barnett doing? Like, what are you doing?
He's trying to get under his skin.
Yeah, but it's Tom fucking Brady. What are you doing? Like, nobody's ever done that to Brady before? Like, I'm going to get under his skin. Okay. I don't know, man.
Right. Here's a 3-man rush for the Bucs. They have not come close to Jalen Hurts most of the night. And that one hit the ground, didn't it?
They're calling that a completion.
What? I don't think so.
Right,
look at that.
We got the replay here.
Am I tripping here? That's not?
I mean,
probably DPI, but that hit the ground for sure. Easy, no catch. That's an easy one. If they don't overturn that one.
Okay, yeah, he doesn't get his forearm under it. I was wondering if he got his forearm under it, but he did not.
Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah. Britt has sent in the text, by the way, ground, and it was probably DPI. She says.
Does she have like the broadcast stream? Like, is she ahead of us? To like feed you the official information?
I don't know if she's ahead or not. I mean, she's in the other room. I don't know if she's ahead or not.
I think she has to be.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Because her texts are coming in a little bit after it happens, but that was probably a little DPI, no question there. This ball is probably going to come back to 2nd and 10. Was that a review or did they just literally were like, yeah, we clearly screwed it up, so we're just going to change it.
I think they reviewed it, but quickly. I don't know.
2nd and 10 for Hurts. By the way, ask me anything with Trevor coming up at halftime. Be ready. 53 seconds left.
Wow. Look at Shaq Barrett. Wow. You got to finish that one. Bud.
Shaq Barrett, here he comes. Oh, they can't get him on the ground. Another sack gets away. Here's JTS coming, and that one's going to be incomplete as he throws down the field. 46 seconds left in the first half.
Yeah.
3rd and 10.
I think Barrett's
finishing sacks.
Right?
Finishing sacks. You watched last week's game, right? You saw how many times Jacoby Brissett tossed guys off.
Yeah, Jacoby's a big boy, though. You know what I'm saying? Jacoby's thick. Jacoby's got a lot of meat. You know, he's just he would be tough to bring down. I think
Shaq has been like right there for probably 3 or 4 other sacks. He's really played very well this season. But
how many does he have this season? What's he got?
He's got 3.5, and he had the one robbed from him against the Falcons, the strip sack that should have counted, that he timed up perfectly. Here's Shaq again. Can he get there? No. Hurts is taking off. JTS chasing him down, though. The great speed from Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. 4th and 4 at the Eagles 38-yard line coming up. And now the Eagles are going to punt. There's 37 seconds on this clock. The Bucs have 2 timeouts.
They're gonna kneel it. They're gonna.
Oh, don't. I will be so mad. 37 seconds and 2 timeouts.
What yard line are they at? They're gonna get it at the 20-yard line at best. They're not. There's no way.
See. Let's see. Let's see where this punt goes.
No, he's
blasting. They shanked one earlier.
He's blasting this punt into the end zone. Tam's gonna kneel it out. That's gonna be that.
JTS, yes, he's very fast. JTS chased him down. That was a lane for him, and JTS just closed it. Let's see. Does Jaden Mickens get a good return? Oh, that looked like a shank.
Why is he doing this?
It was a fair catch at the 22-yard line. He definitely pulled that a little bit. That could have been deeper.
What?
Maybe he was trying to directionally kick it.
Why?
31 seconds left.
No, there's
2 timeouts.
No, they're not.
40 yards with 2 timeouts.
I'd get aggressive. You're up 2 touchdowns. What does it matter? Go be aggressive. Go try to end the game. Right. But I don't think they're going to do it.
It's going to be a screen. First down screen, I'm saying. They'll test it out, right? Like kind of a coward play, but not that much of a coward play.
That always bugs the crap out of me, right? Like, are you going for it or not? What are you going to – why are you calling a low return on investment play? Wow, screen. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, screen. Jeez. There it is. And
Lord have mercy. Why are you – it's a waste. Just kneel it at that point. What do you –
It might have been – if he had kept his balance, it might have been a better pickup than that. But
I guess.
Now that clock's running out. Now they're going to the half. I mean, Tom Brady was 19 to 25 for 109 yards and 2 touchdowns, so we can't complain too much. But the Bucs should be up by probably – or 20 to 26, I guess, at the half. 186 yards thanks to Hurts losing him 4 yards there. And 2 touchdowns. Leonard Fournette, 12 carries, 40 yards. 5 catches, 52 yards for AB, 5 for 43 for Godwin, 4 for 40 for Fournette, 1 for 22 for Evans, 2 for 12 for OJ Howard, Cam Brate, 1 for 12, Ronald Jones, 1 for 9. Bucs, yeah, I mean, they should probably be up like, 30. They probably have 30 already at this game. And the Eagles will get the ball to start the second half too. So a chance for the Eagles to get right back in this game, honestly, with a good drive. Bucs have not been really that good out of the half on either side of the ball. So this game is still a game, and it shouldn't be. And that's kind of where we're always at with the Bucs, right? Like, since in the regular season anyway, it's like, okay, can you give this one to the other team a little more than you already are and keep them in it a little more than you already are. So, all right, we ready for Ask Me Anything?
Yeah. Do we have questions already? I can't see that.
Get the questions in here for Trevor. A couple people have already sent them in here.
It's probably not going to be nearly as many as it is because people normally just don't transition. But if we get a handful,
ask Trevor questions in the chat. Trevor, will Jensen be charged for murder before the game is over?
That's always the big over-under prop bet going into every single Bucs game is whether Ryan Jensen's going to do jail time for protecting Tom Brady or basically anyone else on the team. So I'm still going to go under. I think that he can control himself a little bit here. But if Derek Barnett keeps chirping the way that he has and he starts getting a little physical, then, it might be a little bit dicey for old Barnett there. So
that's true. Yeah. Josh Q wants to know, Trevor, ask me anything question. How can you be friends with John given his a terrible opinion on pretzels? First of all, my opinion is not terrible.
Yeah, walk me through this. Walk me through this.
So the question
we've known each other a long time, and this is on the surface. This is a bad opinion.
I literally had pretzels tonight. So like that for as like soft pretzels. I don't know if we're talking. I like hard pretzels and soft pretzels, but either way, here's how the conversation started. Here's how the conversation started. Chex Mix. If you had to take one thing out of Chex Mix, what would you take out? And I said I'd take out the square pretzel if I was taking one thing out of Chex Mix. And then it became I hate pretzels thing.
No,
but those aren't great pretzels.
You're right, but I'd probably take out. I don't know what they are. The like the squiggly like tan ones.
The breadstick, the little breadstick.
Yeah, the breadstick. That's what it is. Yeah, I'd probably take the breadstick out. Yeah.
I don't love the breadstick.
That's a really weird. That's a big stretch for them to say you hate pretzels because you don't like the ones in the Chex.
Well, that's Sammer for you, man. That's
well,
Sammer doing that. Not,
Sammer also prefers blue cheese. So I mean, like, you know, we pray for him every night. We do. Our knees hit the floor. We recite the scripture, and you know, we pray that he comes home. We pray because he's lost. You know, and you just hate to see that for somebody.
You do. You hate to see him out there lost like that. I'm a neither blue cheese or ranch guy, so I don't know where I fall.
You're a true wing guy. All right.
I don't know if I'm lost or if I'm just like a genuine original. Don't need that extra stuff.
You're barbarian.
Maybe
it's fine.
Barbarian.
What else do we have?
Here's an Ask Me Anything question from the play reaction. What is Trevor's Enneagram number? Wow, that's an interesting. Aren't you a 7? Did we talk about this before?
Yeah, I think I'm a 7. I have like some 3 tendencies, but I'm mostly a 7. I'm mostly a 7.
I can see that. Yeah.
So yeah,
I can
that's
see
that's what I am.
That's a good one. Yeah. That probably doesn't surprise Corey very much. I bet Corey expected that pose. Here we go.
Go ahead.
Long Lost Glazer, what do you think about white vinegar based Carolina barbecue?
I don't hate vinegar based barbecue, but the meat that it's served with better have really good flavor on its own. It better have a really great rub with it, or instead it's just like if it's just basically meat and vinegar, it's not good. So I only am okay with vinegar barbecue if the rub on it is really good. But if it is, it's a great combo. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of it. So that's my take there.
Right. Okay. I think it's a good take. Yeah. Bucs Banter says, have either of you ever been to Canada? If so, where? And what was the purpose of your visit? I have never been to Canada, Bucs Banter.
I haven't either. I really want to go to both Vancouver and Toronto. Toronto, obviously, I hear is a really cool city. And Vancouver, I've heard, has some of the most beautiful landscape in the world. So those are the two that I want to
Paul Atwell, who's usually on the show with me for these games. He is our Bucs writer for Pewter Report. He is Vancouver. He lives in Vancouver. Yeah.
Oh, nice. I'm sort of jealous a little bit. I mean, I'm sure it's cold, so I'm not totally jealous. But
JC wants to know. I want to know what are the go-to 3 sides.
All right. Get asked this one a lot, so I'm prepared for it, okay? Mac and cheese absolutely slaps. Has to be a staple on there. I like barbecue baked beans. If you're throwing some bacon in there as well, just an absolute plus. And then here we go, people. Are you ready for it? Collard greens. That's the 3. Boom, boom, boom. Staples of barbecue also. Yes, I do not hate coleslaw. There you go.
I also like coleslaw. I'm not a baked beans guy, Trevor, and maybe that's what I end up getting killed for. I'm not a baked beans guy.
So what would you sub
I can't
out?
do baked beans.
Like if we're doing, what would your next one be?
I like coleslaw. I like what you did with the mac and cheese there. Cornbread.
Okay, I mean, like if it's
just putting that in there.
Sometimes I feel like cornbread and biscuits, people ask me a lot about this a lot. Do they count as a side? If it like comes with the meal, I normally don't count it as a side, but you know, it's fine if it's like a loaded cornbread, you know what I'm saying? Like a spicy cornbread or something like that.
Right. John Ward just put a $5 super chat in to tell people to leave you alone about the ring proposal jokes. The jokes are old. Let them enjoy the relationship.
Listen, I am fortunate enough to be in a relationship with someone who a lot of people are excited for me to get married to. One of those people being excited is myself. So I honestly, I take a lot of the jabs and the everything. I laugh about it. Don't worry, people. It's coming. We're scheming. We're scheming. It's coming. But it's I have fun with it. So
yeah, for sure. Last one here, but we'll get Scott in here real quick to go over some stats. Trevor, do you ever see Chris Collinsworth around the PFF office?
I do. He lives right across the river in Kentucky, and he's got a permanent office in the PFF building. He's normally traveling on the weekends because he does a Sunday night football game. But like, yeah, he's in the office like Tuesday through Thursday all the time. I actually just saw him today. He's always out in the office common room area interacting with everybody, and he's awesome. He really is. Chris is a really cool dude, which I think is a cool part of having somebody who owns a company be as involved as he is.
That's great. There's the man, the myth, legend himself, Scott Reynolds.
What's up, man? How are you?
Wow, look at this. Scott, look at this. Us commentating on Buck football again live for the people.
So here's the thing. I've heard that you wanted me to tell the Chuck Berry story.
Yes.
Tonight.
Yeah. I mean, but I want to let's not do it
Should
now.
I do the stats first?
Do the stats first, and we'll do it at the end.
Okay. All right. So Eagles, Bucs stats 21-7. You know the score. Tom Brady having a pretty good night, 186 yards, 2 touchdowns. Didn't really look great on that last drive, with the interception. Bucs just seemed kind of out of sync ever since the Alex Kappa penalty on that, but still clicking. 3 touchdowns on the board, 2 of which were from Brady. Antonio Brown, 5 catches, 52 yards, and a touchdown. We thought that maybe Chris Godwin might go off, and he kind of has. It's still one of those quiet nights, John. 5 catches, 43 yards. It's still a good night, right? But it's because he had 7 catches, 7 yards last year, but we want to see Godwin get in the end zone, right? I mean, it's just how it is. But OJ Howard,
I personally just want to see him get 6 catches because then I'd hit my over. But
there you go, exactly. 2 catches, 12 yards, and a touchdown for OJ Howard. Leonard Fournette, 80 total yards and a touchdown, 40 on the ground, 40 in the air. This guy's really on a roll. The last 3 games now, he has really been producing. Had over 100 yards in total offense last week. Looks like he's going to hit that again this week. Defense, I tell you guys, there really hasn't been much to say about the Bucs defense. There was a horrible DPI penalty on Jamel Dean. He made up for it with the big-time interception, holding the Eagles to 73 total yards. The time of possession, look at that, 20 minutes, 35 seconds, 8 minutes, 55 seconds. The Eagles offense really outside of that, the biggest play they've had really has been the DPI on Dean. I mean, outside of that play, they really have done nothing to speak of that has really even threatened the Buccaneers.
Yeah, it's true. I am not sure. Jalen Hurts is holding the ball very long. The Bucs pass rush has been pretty much totally ineffective other than occasionally a Shaq Barrett breakthrough, but Hurts has been able to move in the pocket, get outside of the pocket. He just hasn't found anything. I am struggling to understand how a secondary with
Delaney,
no starters,
Ross Cockrell, Jamel Dean, Mike Edwards, Jordan Whitehead, they're getting it done.
But it does make sense how the Bucs are approaching it, right? Because when you look at how many guys they have out with injury, how many impactful guys, especially in the secondary, you don't want to throw more assets at the pocket, leaving a lot of guys on their own islands because these guys aren't really capable of playing on their own islands. So the Bucs are actually playing a defensive game plan that you probably would have expected. They're not exactly getting home with 4, but at the same time, like John, like you guys just said, Hurts isn't exactly the kind of quarterback who's proven that he's going to kill you when he has a ton of time. And I think that that's been evident. And when it comes to breaking contain and Jalen picks up a couple of yards with their legs, the Bucs they're totally fine with that. They don't care. Right. That's totally fine with them. They know they're going to outscore the Eagles if that's
right.
The case.
And it's interesting, Trevor, because once Jalen Hurts had the big run up the middle, right, on converted that third down, we haven't seen as much man coverage since then. We've seen a lot of zone, and I think that's really confused Jalen because it's kept him in the pocket because he's not seeing any running lanes. If he can break contain, there's a guy 4 yards off the line of scrimmage playing a shallow zone. So there really isn't anywhere for him to go. That's why he's holding onto the ball because there's no alleys for him to run through unless the Bucs are in man coverage, which they really haven't been in a whole bunch tonight.
And I think this is going to be, I was just going to say that this is going to be a curious one for the all 22 because you obviously, when the bullets are flying live and you're looking at your progression, sometimes you're only looking at one part of the field. As you guys said, you would think because of the injuries that there'd be more open space. So I wonder if we go back to the tape on this one and we go, okay, so there were a couple of throws that he maybe could have made that Jalen just didn't see for whatever reason. Maybe it was pressure or what have you. Because right now, I mean, he's clearly not making him pay for it.
Right. Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. Here's a crazy thing. The Eagles have handed the ball off to a running back one time. The Bucs are going to the splits are crazy. Now they're down 2 touchdowns and they come out in the second half. We'll see. Yeah. If they go 3 and out and the Bucs go down.
Nobody wants to run on this defense. They're not even challenging this defense. Thank you for that 1999 super chat, Cody Jameson. When JT gets more healthy, do you think he'll slide inside more to get JTS on the field? That's something John and I have been kind of pining for. We want to see more JTS. And but at the same time, Jason Pierre-Paul got his first half sack of the season. splitting a sack with Vita Vea, who had half a sack last week. So Vita Vea up to now a full sack on the year and playing really well, dominating, just absolutely dominating.
Yeah, I think only one designed run for Jalen Hurts, if I'm remembering right. He has 5 scrambles, 6 overall attempts for 20 yards, 1 run gain, -2 yards, I believe, for him. So he is not gotten goose on the ground. Like I said, that right now they have 7 carries for 21 yards. Can you count the 6 Jalen Hurts runs? But Miles Sanders has 1 carry for 1 yard. Kenneth Gainwell hasn't carried the ball, and Jalen Hurts has 54 passing yards. Bucs defense is doing some good things, Scott. Remember, 23 of the Eagles' runs came on that Ross Cockrell, or yards came on that Ross Cockrell batted ball that Quez Watkins made a crazy catch on. So they're doing some good things. Can they keep it up? It's going to be tough.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what,
if you would do it for 4 quarters,
if you had told me that Richard Sherman going down in the first series, and you've got Dee Delaney, Ross Cockrell, and Jamel Dean out there, and yet the Bucs have surrendered 54 passing yards and have an interception, I would be floored. So it's everything's going according to plan right now for the Buccaneers. Again, the biggest play of the night was just the DPI by Dean.
I've got a feeling this game's. Go ahead, Trevor.
I was just going to sarcastically, like an ass, say at some point they're going to just start putting Scotty Miller at slot corner. You know, like it's not. We're getting close at this point.
If he were healthy, they might. I mean, who knows? But you know, I just think the Eagles are, you know, they're coming out with a purpose and a plan here to start the second half to score. I mean, it's hard for me to believe that the Bucs offense, in my opinion, I'll just say this. I think they're going to have to do some more heavy lifting before this game's over. They've let the Eagles hang around with not good execution on offense by beating themselves and doing some things that are uncharacteristic of them. Still a good first half. 21 points is still a good first half. But when you should dominate a game and put another team away before halftime and you don't, especially a plucky, I think, decently coached team like the Eagles, especially on offense, you know, I think they're going to come out with renewed vigor in the second half. So
we get
second half's underway here.
Hey, dude, should I do the Chuck Berry story now, Trevor?
Well, they just kicked it off, did they not? Yeah. I mean, like they just kicked it off. So you probably, we probably don't have time for it.
Not right now. Then all right.
No. Try to do. We'll save it for post game.
Okay, we can do it in the post game. So that's good.
All right. All right. I know people really want to hear the Chuck Berry story, so we'll get.
I've been dying to tell it, and I've kind of saved it for you because you've heard it before, and I know you want to hear it again. So
it's great. You know, it's a legendary one. It really is. The people need to hear it.
All right, fellas, enjoy the second half.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Eagles got a 1st and 10 here from the 25-yard line. Wow. Okay. Here we go. Jalen Hurts fakes the handoff, and pressure's coming on him from Devin White. Zach Ertz makes a crazy one-handed catch in the flat and is going to pick up 2 yards before Mike Edwards bumps him out of bounds. So White almost had a sack on Jalen Hurts, but he flips it to Zach Ertz, who made a pretty crazy one-handed catch, technically in the backfield, turned upfield, got 2 yards out of it. So the Eagles in 2nd and 8 now. This is a big drive. The Bucs have not started second halves that great, Trevor, and so
I would have no idea what the stats are for the second half starts, but you would know better.
I think being able to get off the field in this situation is really, really big. Here's from the shotgun. Oh, Miles Sanders in the middle. Ate him.
Holy cow!
Gain of 1 there. Vita just 8. 3rd and 7 coming up. So Miles Sanders got 2 carries for 2 yards now, thanks to Vita. Yeah, that was a devouring play. 3rd and 7. Can they get off the field here? Can they start the second half with a 3 and out? That would be so big. So big to start the second half that way. Here we go. Jalen Hurts from the shotgun.
Ooh.
Bucs are showing pressure with 4. Hurts back to pass.
Look at Jamel Dean locking it down.
Jamel Dean knocks it away.
Locking it down.
Devontae Smith, the intended receiver, and Dean breaks it up. We got 4th and 7 coming up. Great play by Dean.
Yeah, that ball was nowhere where it needed to be. No. It really was not.
Yeah, I don't think it would have. If it were actually, I don't know what would have happened there if it were more accurate. But yes, I don't think Smith was open at any point, but also not a good ball by Jalen Hurts for sure. So 4th and 6, and the Eagles are punting it away. Now can the Bucs offense close the deal? Here we go. We got a Jaden Mickens return happening. He gets out past the blocker. He's going to try to gain your. No, he's going backward. He's going backward. Can he turn the corner? He does get out of bounds. It looks like at the 20-21 yard line they're going to spot it at. So that's where
that
the Bucs
does feel like it's always been the thing with Jalen Hurts, right? Because even when you go back to Oklahoma was able to scheme things so wide open where Jalen didn't have to be, I'll say, NFL pinpoint accurate to really capitalize on a lot of these explosive plays. And in the NFL, we're just seeing like Jalen Hurts is accurate. Like I think that he is an accurate thrower of the football, but there's a difference between being like college accurate and NFL accurate. I mean, like you are not afforded those few inches to the left or to the right or behind or in front. You're just not. It's got to be exactly where it needs to be. And it's just that little margin of accuracy that I don't think Jalen has consistently shown us.
Yeah, that's true. It's interesting because I really think he's played pretty well this season, and some of it's come late in games. But he's the guy that just can like have some bad throws, then all of a sudden, boom, boom, there's a couple lasers right on the money. And it's just, yeah, he's been a mixed bag so far this year for sure. I don't know yet what he is. Like I thought coming out of college, honestly, Trevor, Jalen Hurts, I loved who he was as a person, like the character, the leadership. But yeah,
Jalen's awesome. I mean, but
I never saw him even being this good at quarterback.
Right. I mean, he really has kind of exceeded a lot of expectations. I think that he's been better than I thought he was going to be when Jalen was kind of coming through. I was wondering if a team was going to take a chance on him at the back end of the first round, early second round, just because, like you said, it's so easy to fall in love with the dude. But it's just it's that right there. Jalen does so many good things for you. I think he's got the adequate arm strength. He's obviously got good mobility. He's somebody who's clearly been a great leader at Oklahoma and Alabama. It's just that pinpoint accuracy that he doesn't have. And it's tough, right? I mean, like that's you're demanding almost perfection, and that's just a tough task.
Yeah, it's tough. The NFL, man. Tough league for quarterbacks.
We're breaking news here on this show. It's tough to play in the NFL. Good job, fellas. Here's a $20 question. So
you can't get this analysis anywhere else. So just don't even
you really can't.
Bucs have a 1st and 10 at their own 21-yard line here. So this is a big chance. Which Bucs offense comes out? We've seen Bucs offense that basically looked unstoppable for 3 drives, and we've seen Bucs offense that missed opportunities and got penalties and all of the above, basically, in a couple drives. So we'll see which offense comes out here to start the second half for the Bucs. Tom Brady, as I mentioned before, 186 yards in the first half, 20 of 26 passing. Pretty good half there. Here's the Bucs on 1st and 10. Brady back to throw. Underneath, OJ Howard going to have 5 yards there. And so 2nd and 5 coming up for the Bucs offense. Yeah, no DPI there, huh? Climbing on his back.
I actually didn't see that one. It froze and then skipped right to Aaron Andrews. So,
yikes.
Sorry. That's YouTube TV in Cincinnati, I guess, is not what it was billed to be.
We're seeing some of what the Eagles do defensively impacting the Bucs, right? Like they're having to throw a lot of short, quick passes underneath. And when Yak's there, it's helpful. When it's not, it isn't. And so here's Antonio Brown with the catch, but he's going to be short of the first down by about half a yard. So 3rd and about half a yard. You look like you get plenty of space there. Usually AB picks that up after the catch. And so that's kind of what I mean about like they've had a couple post-catch opportunities and they haven't really executed on them. And that's unusual, right? They usually execute on those. And so here's a big play, 3rd and about half a yard for the Bucs. What do they got? What do we call here? Are we running the ball? Well, I think we're running the rock because this is
what I tell you earlier in the show, John. What I tell you earlier in the show. If
on
you
3rd
can't
and short,
pick up a yard, you don't deserve to win the game. 3rd and 1, get big. Get absolutely big.
Look at off the right side.
Look at
big.
Leonard.
Truck stick.
Look at Leonard.
Pushing guys forward all the way out to midfield.
Running. Chugging.
Leonard Fournette with a 20-yard run.
He's wearing the LSU pads. Nobody wants to touch him.
They didn't really run it well in the first half. Lenny was averaging 3.3 yards a carry. Rojo 3.5, but coming out with a big run there down to midfield. And so 1st and 10 for the Bucs at midfield.
Somebody saying long-term Lenny in the chat.
Long-term Lenny, lock him up. Big deal, Lenny.
Long-term Lenny.
New contract Lenny.
That's actually pretty great.
I like it. 1st and 10, Brady in the shotgun. Godwin's going in motion. Antonio Brown is out there, by the way. Here's the handoff. Leonard Fournette into the light box. He's going to run upfield. He gets about 5 yards on the play. So 2nd and 5 again coming up for the Bucs on offense. Now they're at the Eagles 45-yard line.
what's Lenny's stats now? You just read them off. What are we got?
Lenny on the ground. He's got 14 carries for 65 yards after the 20-yard run. Yeah.
Man, Ronald Jones has only got 2 carries, man.
4 for 40. 4 for 40 through the air.
Clearly Leonard Fournette's show.
So yeah. Clearly. Leonard's got over 100 all-purpose yards. Brady on 2nd and 5. Back to pass, 4-man rush over the middle. Leonard Fournette makes the catch. That looked like he landed on the first down marker line. But
it is exactly as we've come. It is exactly what we said it would be with this being a full-on Lenny game.
Yeah, but it is a big Lenny game, no question. And this is come on. They're not going to give him the first down. 3rd and half a yard. Come on. I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate that. Tell me in the chat, did he get there or was it a bad spot? Sound off. I thought it was a first down. Here we go. 3rd and about half a yard once again. Same type of situation. This is even more inches. Here's Lenny. 6 yards. First down. Clock winds, under 10 minutes to go in the game. 1st and 10 at the Eagles' 35-yard line. This is it. You got to finish this drive, man. Got to finish this drive. He got it. Bad spot on the refs. L-train Lenny. Bad spot. Clearly a first down. Thank you. That's all I need to see.
L-train Lenny.
Here we go. 2nd and 8. Or sorry, 1st and 10. What am I saying? 1st and 10, Eagles 35-yard line. Do they stick with the run? They got to go in a little bit in the second half here. That 20-yard run. Yeah, Rojo's going to get it now. He kind of bumbles his way for 3 yards.
Stumbling, rumbling, bumbling.
You're right in now. You're not in field goal range quite yet, obviously. Even a field goal on this drive is huge in terms of win percentages, right? Like you go up.
What they're still in the 80s, right? I mean, they're huge. They got to be.
Yeah.
Do you have it up right now? Do you have the win percentage? I mean, it's got to be.
I don't have it up. I don't know what the best.
I thought you were good at your job.
Yeah.
Shoot.
What's the best place to track it? What site do you trust the most for win percentage?
I thought you were good at your job. I don't know. I didn't know I'd have to be answering these questions.
We got the screen
to OJ.
OJ throwing people.
Look at OJ. Wow. Wow.
Look at OJ. Have you ever seen him run like that after the catch?
Just not since the first touchdown. Look at this stiff arm of Alex Singleton.
Oh, if you're Singleton, you got to retire. You can't let a guy one Achilles do that to you. One Achilles.
Jeez.
Incredible. 1st and 10, Eagles, 24-yard line. Oh, here we go. Can they finish it? And timeout?
The Eagles call timeout? No, Tampa must.
Timeout, Bucs.
Yeah.
Oh, having a little issue getting in the line of scrimmage. Okay, Brady, you rook.
No, I mean, like this is fine. I mean, you figure you're probably not going to need your timeouts. You'd rather have the offense working appropriately, but I mean, you look. I mean, am I wrong here? If Tampa scores,
you're not wrong.
You take the timeout, you talk about it. If Tampa scores, the game is over. So
yeah. No question. No, this is such an interesting game. Now, people are saying not a huge Leftwich fan but this is the best play calling I've seen. He's actually been outstanding all season, in my opinion. It's been unbelievable to watch because I thought last year there were some questions, then it got so much better as the year went on. I think he got more control is what Arians has kind of said. So that's a great sign. But I'll say this. This is how many screens have we seen, Trevor? Like 100, right? Tight ends.
Yeah.
Running backs, wide receivers. It's because of how the Eagles play, right? They're going to play so far off.
I think so too. Yeah, they're definitely playing far off, and like we said at the beginning of the show, you're forcing them to run and chase. You know, you're forcing these guys to play really, really well, and I think that it only helps you out for the game plan within the game plan, where the more you run the ball, I know, running the ball doesn't matter, but the more that you have success running the ball, and the more that you are able to stretch the field on those screens. You get the linebackers to creep up a little bit, and the Eagles already do not have good linebackers. So you getting those linebackers to creep up even more. I mean, they're just going to basically have their will imposed on them here as they're in the second half. I think that it's all been set up very brilliantly. They're attacking the Eagles exactly the way that they wanted to. And honestly, the only reason why the Bucs don't have more than 30 points right now is simply because of execution. That's it. That's all.
Right.
That's
I
all
agree
right there.
completely. Yep. That's great analysis, man. I mean, PFF's made you like it's, they've really turned you into just a succinct, astute, great observational skills. Just all around elite analyst for sure.
Yeah, I was in my first company meeting, and they were like, "All right, so running backs still don't matter," and I was like, "They kind of matter." And then they threw me out of the meeting. But ever since then, it's
out
been
of
great.
here, throwing stuff at you.
It is funny because obviously everybody knows the perception, and we joke around about it a lot.
Yeah.
But Eric Eager, who does both the NFL and the college show with me, whenever he brings up a running back or whatever, he will even be like, "I know, I get it, running backs don't matter," blah, blah, blah. And so it's always fun. They rag on each other a lot about it, which makes it great.
I was gonna ask, do they have signs up at the facility there, running backs don't matter?
Yeah, like the play like a champion sign at Notre Dame. It's that when you walk up into the office, you just tap the sign and it's running backs don't matter. Yeah. A
little what's the sign over the?
Everyone's screaming Lenny. Why are they doing this? Am I just?
I don't know. Play action over the middle of the field. OJ Howard having a nice little night. I love it. Great catch in the middle of the field. Laser from Brady.
Are we behind? What the hell happened?
I'm not even sure. OJ killed.
Why is everyone screaming Leonard?
People are just talking about Lenny, I think, because they're just so excited about Leonard and the way he's playing. Well, now we've got first and goal at the 9. So this is that danger zone, right? I'm talking about, Trevor. Well, first and goal at the 9, it's analytically tougher. If you had first and goal at the 11, you'd actually be in a better spot. First and goal at the 12 is real sweet.
Well, I think there's just more space. Like we said, it's just right, tougher. More space, right? It's just tougher to manipulate. Lenny, wait,
Lenny getting out.
What?
Lenny, he got his legs taken out right before the end zone. Lenny. Oh, Lenny. Hope his ACL's okay. Great stiff arm. Throws a guy, but the guy just took out his own legs with the stiff arm. Still,
sometimes that happens when you stiff arm guys. Sometimes.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's true. From experience.
Right. I've always been somebody who's been known for stiff arms. So I need Lenny. I need Lenny to score here.
I kind of do too. Although I kind of want Brady to throw it. I want him to get more touchdowns. I want him to get the record. This is a prime opportunity. Here they go. Play action, Brady.
Wait,
we got some mugging. We got a mugging.
Wait, what is Brady's record here? Am I an idiot?
I mean, no, not for this game. I just mean I want him to get the record for the season, most touchdowns, and so he needs all these opportunities.
Oh, what is it? 30? Is it Jameis with 33?
No, I don't mean the Bucs record. I mean the NFL record, baby. We're doing.
Oh.
Brady's already got the Bucs record last year. I think he got it. So now we're going to get first and goal at the 1 yard line because Mike Evans was mugged there on that play. Darius Slay was all over him on the pass interference on the fade route. So we're going to get first and goal at the 1. And is this going to be Lenny time? If Lenny doesn't get it, do they go Brady? Do they go back to Brady now? Oh man, I'm wrought with suspension right now. Here we go. Godwin in motion. Brady fakes the handoff, gives it to Leonard. He spins through a guy. He can't get there. I think his butt cheek was down. Was his butt cheek down? This is going to be, they might want to review this. Because I don't know. His butt cheek might have been on Hargrave's leg.
His butt cheek?
He might have gotten this.
That is here?
He might have gotten this. Let's see. Lenny fighting through block tacklers in the backfield, by the way.
Damn, look at this.
Running like we've never seen him run. Look, his butt cheek's on a guy. That's a touchdown.
That's a touchdown.
His butt cheek's on a guy's leg.
Yeah.
Butt cheek on the leg. It gets you every time.
Wow, are they not challenging this?
What are we doing?
What?
Give him a touchdown.
What? Dude, this team's way too cocky. This team's way too cocky. Did you see this?
Touchdown, Lenny.
Yeah, but this team's way too cocky.
The
Bucs just had a guaranteed 6 points and took it off the board simply to say we'll do it again.
Look at this. They buzz down the Arians of the side like, hey, Chief, this is definitely a touchdown if you want to review this. Yeah, Lenny's walking in on the next play, so just let it go. 28-7 as Ryan Succop sends the extra point through the uprights. And so the Bucs are up 3 touchdowns halfway through the third quarter. How you feeling, Trevor? Are you, what are we doing? Are we sharpieing or what are we saying here?
I mean,
do you trust the Bucs beleaguered secondary?
To hold them enough for Brady to be okay with a 21-point lead. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, wow. Did you see that? That Eagles fan got the ball for the Bucs touchdown and just gave it to a Bucs fan.
Wow. See, this is what happens when people watch Ted Lasso.
Oh, damn. Now they're beating up Santa. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Wow, they're beating the crap out of him. Oh, my God. No, they're not.
This is what happens at 28-7.
I mean, these are the best games, dude.
I was actually hoping this game would kind of go this way so we could just coast for the fourth quarter. We'll see. Can the defense get going? John Ward says Ted Lasso Lenny.
Lasso Lenny.
That's a good one. That one's got to stick.
You guys are way too much right now. Holy crap. Ted Lasso Lenny. John, you're an absolute legend. Holy cow. What a
No, that was in the chat. That was somebody. Oh, that you're saying that was John.
Yeah, John. Yeah, John said it.
The better John. Yeah, John Ward. I thought you were getting credit for it.
Yeah, I could. No, I would never. No, I couldn't. Yeah,
getting Santa Claus. Oh man, amazing. Somebody said, "What happened to Eagles fans? Now they're a nice bunch." That's true.
Well,
That's
I mean,
amazing.
their team stinks. So
yeah, that's true. Yeah,
I mean, they don't have to.
Right. Nothing to defend really. Vortex said, speaking of Ted Lasso, I was watching the PFF tailgate podcast, and Austin and Mike were trashing it. Unbelievable.
Yeah, so actually, I found this out the same time that you guys did. Austin comes into the office, and I assume it was after the podcast because he was probably trying to feel vindicated about it, and he said to the office that like Ted Lasso is not good television, and he said this after he watched one episode, and he's like, it's one of the worst shows I've ever seen, and I'm like, man, you can't be doing that. I haven't seen it yet, so like I haven't even seen the show, but I know everyone loves it for a reason, and he's like, yeah, the show is bad. So I mean, that was a bad take. It's just a bad take.
I watched the first season. It was fine. It was fine in my opinion.
Okay.
It was sweet.
Okay.
I think. Yeah,
I think it's just supposed to be a feel-good show, right? Like this.
Yeah, you have to forego some things that other shows you might have higher expectations for in some ways, but you have to maybe let some things. I don't know. That's my take on it. I enjoyed it. I'll probably watch season 2. That's my take on it. I mean, hey,
so you hate it.
It's not my.
You're on the tailgate podcast. Then.
I get why somebody would say it because but like Arif said, what did he say? He's like, I'm actually stunned, but I love it.
Oh, because you would think that. Yeah, I mean, well, Arif just hates everything that's like heartwarming and good and pure in the world. So,
right, and then he likes that.
That's why it makes sense. Yeah, right.
Yeah, it didn't make sense. All right, Eagles are going 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. Can they get something going? Touchdown gets them back in. Sorry, touchdown gets them back in the game. 28.
Joe Tryon-Shoyinka needs to play the rest of the game. 100%. This is the time. Like don't take the dude. Do they have the backup defensive line in? Like the entire backup defensive line?
Oh, yeah. Anthony Nelson comes in a lot in these key pass rushing situations. It's great. I love it.
Right. Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go, Anthony Nelson. Get totally locked up. Yeah, by backup
Anthony
right
Nelson
tackle.
Just got absolutely, good God, Anthony Nelson got absolutely clamped up. Clamped.
Got clamped up.
Clamped, dude.
And is this going to be a flag?
Oh, man.
I mean, you can't let anyone behind you right now. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, it's 28-7. What are you doing, Mike Edwards?
I mean, to be fair to Mike Edwards, Jalen Reagor's got like world-class track speed, and he was coming off of a wheel route. So
let him. I mean, good DPI though, prevented the touchdown, but still
right.
Probably,
I mean,
he was at the Bucs 25.
He was going to score a touchdown. So that's
yeah. I mean,
that is a massive penalty.
I just don't know what we're doing. Like, why are we even like? Who even cares? Who even cares close to the line of scrimmage?
Bucs, where's the ball right now?
He grabbed his arm, folks. I think that's why it's DPI. He grabbed his arm while the ball was in the air. Ball's at the 25-yard line of the Bucs. Here's a nope.
Okay,
fake
20,
handoff,
20,
pump fake.
24.
Still no pass rush.
So Jalen Hurts before that
Tackle Devin White.
had 57 passing yards, and he gained 50 yards on that DPI.
He has 95 yards off 2 pit pass interference penalties, and he has 55 passing yards, 63 passing yards in this game.
Holy cow!
Oh, 63 after this 6-yard completion, I guess. So it's 2nd and 9 right now. Devin White, good tackle in the open field there for sure on Kenneth Gainwell.
Holy crap! The Tampa Bay Lightning are tied 6-6.
Whoa!
Anybody want to play defense tonight? I have no idea.
Jalen Hurts pump fake, back, screen pass. Zach Ertz, chop down in the open field. Good tackle by Jordan Whitehead.
Jordan Whitehead would break every bone in his body to make a tackle on 2nd and 8 early in the second quarter of week 7 in a regular season game. That's Jordan Whitehead to me. Would literally put his life on the line to make one single tackle every time.
Right. Agreed.
Just gives his all. Just gives it his all every time.
Okay. Here we go. 3rd and 3. Fake the jet. Hand off. Miles Sanders. He's actually they ran the ball and they got the first down. They got 5 yards. Huge L for the Bucs defense, allowing 5 yards. Unbelievable. 1st and 10 at the Bucs 13-yard line. I didn't expect that. Did not expect the Eagles to run on 3rd and 3. That one got me. I'm not gonna lie. That one got me.
That one's
I'm not sure what to say. I don't even know what to say. You're gonna have to take over. Here's this 1st down carry, and that one's stuffed. -2 yards. Will Golston got there. Shaq Barrett got there. Steve McClendon was in there. 2nd and 12 coming up from the Bucs 15. They're running the ball, Trevor. They're running the clock out. Great ball control offense here.
You really do love to see it.
Yeah. Under 3.5 minutes left to play in the 3rd quarter now.
Here
we go.
Damn,
Jalen Hurts.
This is a heavy package here.
He pulls it. He's going to run it.
Oh, okay.
And he gets a decent little gain there. Decent little gain there on the zone read. And it's going to be, 3rd and 4? 3rd and 3 at the Bucs 6-yard line. Obviously, you're going for it on 4th down if you're the Eagles. Hurts is built like a runner. I mean, he is thick. Maybe not as Jacoby Brissett thick, but he's more good weight than.
Well, he's faster than Jacoby, so
yeah, for sure.
He's a little less weight, a little more speed.
Right.
What we got over here? Okay.
Here we go. 3rd and 3.
All right. Trips
3rd and 3.
2x2. Or just staying a block.
Hurts back to pass. They do send pressure, but it's late. McClendon broke through late, and
that should be picked. That should have been
picked. Incomplete. Jamel Dean got his hand up. He caught it, but Jamel Dean carried him out of bounds.
Dean got absolutely mossed.
Yeah, and he clearly committed DPI, right?
Absolutely mossed.
I have no faith. What a weird play.
How does Delaney not pick that ball off?
I don't know. He just totally took a bad angle to it in the air. Yeah.
Strange. All right.
So,
all right.
4th and 3 coming up now.
Damn, they're 5 wide. 4th and 3, 5 wide. Oh boy, that was ugly.
All kinds of space. Oh wow, nobody there at all. Somebody even got their hand up in front of the camera. That was disappointing to me.
I think Devin White had contain on that play, and he just tried to blitz up the middle.
I don't even know what that was. How do you not have somebody spying Hurts in that situation?
Right. I think Devin had spy on there because JPP immediately turned around and looked at Devin.
Oh yeah, it looks like he does. And then he tried to rush because he saw an opening.
Right.
This is what Bruce Arians is talking about when he says that a lot of times Devin White freelance. Look at JPP. You're right. He turned right around and looked at him.
Yeah, that touchdown's 100% on Devin White.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Bruce Arians talking about. He's like, Devin White sometimes has the tendency to freelance. Dude, just do your job. I've been saying it for a couple of years now with Devin White. Just do your job. It's your 3rd year, man. Do your job. Do your job there, and you're off the field. Can't give him a walk in like that. He almost hit that camera guy, Jalen Hurts. Wow.
I mean, he was accurate on that one.
Kind of assault. Well, unless he wasn't trying to hit him.
Adam Schefter tweet, just assault. Somebody saying that was JPP. I don't think it was. I really don't think it was.
I mean, maybe you should. I don't know.
Big DZ saying that JPP had contain, and I don't think that's the case. Why would
Big Daisy, Big Hayden?
Yeah, I do not think that's on JPP.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to. Devin White's got to be smarter. He knows he's got to be smarter. But listen, this is what happens. He gets out on the field and he just goes crazy. Trevor. He doesn't think.
I mean, he just sees red. He just sees red.
He does.
You
know, but you're in third year now. Like, the team needs you to be better. You're captain, and you're the guy that's the most undisciplined. The team needs you to be better, man. Like, sorry, it is what it is. Like, especially in the red zone. That's so many times in the red zone he lets him down. For week 1, Falcons, he's got Patterson in coverage. He decides he's going to rush Matt Ryan instead. Like, Matt Ryan's a threat in the flat at that point. You're getting outside the pocket. Leaves Patterson all by himself. Ryan just flips it over, said touchdown. I'm like, dude, just do your job, man. If you just do your job, you keep teams out of the end zone. He kills them in the red area. 28-14, Bucs getting the ball back on offense with 2:15 left in the third quarter. Got to go down and get another one, right? I mean, it's going to take 35 to put these guys away. I don't know if that's true. If they keep getting pass interferences,
I think they're already put away. But you know,
I don't know, man.
I could be absolutely nuclear wrong if we got to clip this and then they come back and we're in overtime or something like that. So can't wait.
I just know the Bucs defense, not much ceases to amaze me this year. They've coverage and I'm just stunned at the lack of pressure tonight. Jack Barrett's had a couple good rushes for sure, but
yeah,
I'm stunned. They've not blitzed much, which is good. That's good, but
that's why I'm not too harsh on it, because I know what they're doing, and it's kind of difficult, right? Because you want to keep a lot more guys in coverage. You want to rush with 4, but at the same time, Hurts is really mobile. So, like, do you want to just sell out all 4 guys in the defensive line, knowing that if you one wrong move and Hurts can make you pay and he can pick stuff up with his legs? And so it's a little bit of it's certainly like everything in football. It's a little bit of a give and take. And I think the Bucs have had opportunities. They've had a couple of sacks that they haven't been able to finish. And so I'm not so sure I hate the game plan. It just kind of on the offensive side of the ball. It's just, you've got to execute when the opportunity presents itself. And I think this game has been more of a guys just haven't executed as much as they possibly could of this game, as opposed to it is like a big time game plan.
Right.
That I would question.
Yeah. And the Eagles have kept battling late in every game they've been in. They've kind of kept stuck around and made this. So I'm not surprised to see that drive there, although obviously the pass interference, made it possible there. But Bucs Banter says, Trevor, relax. Don't do us like this. And he does have kind of a point here, dude. Like, you can't be like the bad jinx and then could be coming in and saying like, oh, it's over. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I can do whatever.
Be careful,
Last time I checked, Cincinnati, Ohio is in America, and I can still do whatever I want. Listen. I am the one who said Brady is broken. Okay, I fixed Tom Brady
by calling him out.
Yeah.
Here's Brady throwing deep to Antonio Brown. The Eagles just have these covered. That's what they're waiting for you to do. They're waiting for you to waste plays by throwing deep. Look at how these cornerbacks are playing. Slay never even had to turn around. It's just the way they're playing.
Yeah.
So as soon as they dial up 9-8-9 or one of these plays, like, it's just not working. Brady basically has to just kind of throw it away. Like,
I don't think there's really any reason to stretch this. You don't have to stretch the field too much. A nice orchestrated drive here. You get an 8-minute drive, whatever it is, and you put either a field goal or a touchdown on the board. You put this one out of reach. So, I think being aggressive to start a drive is fine, but like, they really don't need to do that this drive. I don't think they need to do that.
Here's a quick throw to Antonio Brown, but that's not.
They got to execute. I mean, they got to execute a lot better than that, So
yeah, right. You got to block there. I mean, now the Eagles are starting to get wise to it, right? You got to hit them with a fake, a bluff block, and then go down the field with one of these guys. As soon as they start jumping this, get Godwin out of there and hit him right down the field. You've done that all night. Like, they're going to start keying on it and jumping it. So now you're yourself in a really hard third and 10 situation.
Yeah, this is big. Actually, this one's really big for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because
this would be
you convert this, you at least get to the end of the first quarter.
Oh boy, Antonio Brown he doesn't know he's running. Uh-oh.
Right. Here's Brady.
Yeah.
Quick pass, Giovanni Bernard underneath. Can he get the first down? No, he's going to be knocked down. Looks like 1.5 yards short. So 4th and 1.5.
Yeah,
going
that
up
was.
there. Now what do they do?
I mean, that was an absolute disaster of play calling, right? I mean, like I just praised them right before for the game plan that they had, and that was. I
just don't get the first down. Like, why are you hunting the deep ball when that's what Philly is taking away all night? Like, it just feels like a waste of a play to me. So now you're going to have 4th and 2, 4th and 1.5 about, and they're not going to go for it. They're at their own 34-yard line. Pinion's going to punt. They didn't run it all in that drive. I'm actually okay with that. Just call smarter passes. Like, just, again, stop trying to hunt the deep ball. Here's not a great punt by Pinion, and it's going to be a decent return to about the 32-yard line. There is a flag down. We'll see what that call is. Let's see. Do we have is it on the Eagles? I think it's going to be on the Eagles here. Eagles, most penalized team in the NFL coming into the game tonight. Bucs, second most penalized team in the NFL coming into the game tonight. And the penalties in this game, the Bucs have 5 for 110 yards. Incredible stuff. The Eagles have 3 for 26. So neither team has been committed that many penalties, but the Bucs have obviously, the reason the Eagles have 14 points is because of the Bucs penalties. So that's a lot of yards. Over 100 yards in penalties on just 5 penalties. I mean, you don't see that very often. That might be pushing a record. That's pretty good.
That's high, man. That's not good.
Yeah.
That is not good.
And people are right. They're playing like 7 DBs. Yeah, the Eagles they're literally like daring you to run the football, and the Bucs, again, like I'm just saying, you can run the football a little bit in those situations, I feel like. Here's Jalen Hurts. Fake the pitch. Throw quickly. Quez Watkins. Shaq Barrett's all over it. Boom.
That is huge.
Loss of 3.
Holy cow.
Shaq Barrett just devoured that one. 2nd and 13.
That was beautiful by Shaq.
Yeah. Eagles back to their own 12-yard line. And this is the defense got to hold up here. Got to make a play here. Are they going to take this to the end of the third quarter? Let's see. Bucs up 28-14. Eagles can get to the line and snap this if they want.
Oh, no. They got somebody running off the field. I don't think they got to do it.
Yeah. Are they going to? Now the official back's out of there.
No, they're trying to get this. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, they're taking it to the half. All right. Okay. They're going to get a chance to talk about it on 2nd and 13. They go to the 4th quarter. So one more quarter to go. Bucs are up 2 touchdowns. Can they hang on with the 2nd and 13? The Eagles are back at their own 12-yard line. So prime opportunity to close the door here a little bit if you can. Hey, I want to talk about our friends over at Pin Chasers. We got a Pewter Report Bowling League that is coming up here very soon. You can check out the spreadsheet to sign up, by the way. I think it's on the Pewter Report Twitter handle, I believe, on the Pewter Report Twitter account. But yeah, Pin Chasers, man, they got some unbelievable opportunities. They got all you can eat pizza night. They've got breakfast all day that they serve here. Bowling, it's fun. Look at that pizza, man. I'm trying to get on that. They've got locations in East Pasco. They've got Midtown Tampa, Vetches. They've got all 3 locations that you see up on the screen there that you can get out to Pin Chasers. You can get some bowling in. Awesome nights for family, awesome nights for food and fun, all kinds of stuff over at Pin Chasers. So make sure you check them out and stay tuned for information on the post-game podcast show about the Pewter Report Bowling League as well. Matt Matera running that for us, and that's going to be starting off very soon here in the next couple of weeks. So we're excited about that too. All right, Trevor, it's a big play, 2nd and 13 for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers has to hold up, and that's obviously been a little bit of an adventure. There's tons of backups on the field. The Eagles have not really don't pout up the yards or anything tonight, but they've still had some big play opportunity. They've hunted the big play, really, is what they've done. And the Bucs have to be really smart. 2nd and 13, you need to make sure those plays are taken away in these situations. It should be a blowout by now, but it isn't, and it's close enough where you feel, okay, this is an important drive in the game at least, and you'd like to have not been in this spot by the time you get to the 4th quarter.
Yeah, that was obviously a really good start getting a tackle for loss there, and I think they put themselves in a really good situation. You know that Philly's not going to run the ball. Basically, all you need to do is make sure that you're not breaking contain completely for Jalen. And yeah, I mean, it's if they get a punt here, even if it's not on this set of downs, if they get a quick punt here, you would hope that they're going to start the next offensive drive a little bit better. They're going to be able to attack Philly's defense the way that they're kind of giving Tampa the space to do, and that's going to lock it up. I mean, I think that if they can force a punt here at any point in time, that should lock the game up 100%, because you got to figure that they're going to go out and they're going to execute a little bit better on offense. They're not going to be taking those deep shots as much as they needed to. So any punt from here on out on this current drive, I think seals the game for Tampa. But, we'll see.
Yeah. It's been kind of one of those frustrating games for Brady, and it gives you such an idea. Like, he's 27 to 34 for 231 yards and 2 touchdowns. Obviously, he's played well, but it's like their big plays just have been not there as much tonight because of how the Eagles play football, because of how they play defense. So it's one of those games that test your patience. And I've always said this, I think Brady is like a very aggressive quarterback. And for some reason, over the years, people, they look for any criticism. So they just say he's not. But I think this has been one of the things that's kind of tests him in this game is his aggressiveness needs to be kind of kept in check a little bit, and left with Janarians too. Here's Jalen Hurts on 2nd and 13, going to fake the handoff. Here comes Devin White up the middle. Can he run him down? No, Hurts gets away and he throws down the field and he's going to have the pass. Did he catch it? Are they going to say completion? Are they going to give him that? I thought he was out of bounds. They're saying completion now. No, they're saying out of bounds. They can't agree quite on this.
I think he only had
one. Yeah. Was that other foot up or not? That's what's hard to tell from. That looked like he got 2 down there. I think he did. He dragged that other foot.
I didn't see the drag, but
Britt says he's in. Britt says drag.
Britt says he's in. Britt says he's in.
So they screw up the coverage there. Quez Watkins makes a great catch.
Jalen
Hurts got outside the pocket, by the way, again. Can't contain him, can't get him down.
Yeah, this is this is bad.
yeah, not great. Don't want to let him out of 2nd and 13.
No, that's terrible. That is terrible. By the way, I read that the Lightning were down 3-0 at one point, came back to win 7-6 in overtime. Incredible.
7-6. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that one's a catch, I think. That shouldn't take him that long, I feel like. It was hard to tell there for a second, but definitely looked like a catch there once you see it on the replay.
Oh, so they called him incomplete, and now Philly's challenging it. Okay. All right.
Now they're challenging? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. I was hoping we were already into the challenge, given how long that had taken. How are we not into the challenge?
Yeah, we got to get more commercials, dude. We got to get more commercials.
This should be a pretty easy one, in my opinion. Ball doesn't move at all. Foot's clearly down. It's first down. And where did he catch that ball?
Where is he?
I didn't even see. Anyway, it's going to be first down for the Eagles, so they'll have a 1st and 10, still on their own end, but what was that, 25-yard line?
I think it's a little bit further than 25.
Is it?
I think it's, yeah.
I mean, the inability to get quarterbacks on the ground is just like the story of the Bucs season. They're like fine in terms of pressure rate across the league. They just can't finish. Like, can't get guys on the ground, can't contain the pocket. It's been such an issue for them this year. Got to finish plays. Got to get the ball. Got to get guys on the ground. I think it's so critical. Going back to the offense real quickly. Again, I mentioned Brady's numbers. It's been Antonio Brown with 7 catches for 56 yards. Godwin still does not have a catch in the second half. 5 catches, 43 yards.
Man,
and so still looking to get him kind of involved.
This should have been a big Godwin game too. I thought the script was there for this to be a really big Godwin game.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of started that way, right? Like everything's going to be underneath in this game. Like Antonio Brown, Leonard Fournette, Chris Godwin, OJ Howard, all under 10 yards per catch in this game. Like it's just that kind of game right now. Like the way the Eagles are dropping guys out, it was kind of at will. And now you've got to find ways. Can you keep producing offense even though you can't hit the big plays? They lived off the screens for a while when the Eagles gave it to them. Now you've got to adjust probably and get some other things going. Do you try a bluff? Do you try a trick play or something like that? See if you can get guys to bite up, but I'm not sure. But play action works for them so well at the beginning of games. Then it feels like they just get away from it, and I don't quite understand it.
Yeah,
it feels automatic for them.
It's about timing, right? Like you want to hit the underneath stuff, and eventually they are going to respond. Like eventually the defense is going to be like, okay, we need to creep up a little bit. Like this is just what we have to do. Mm-hmm. So maybe just Tampa hasn't timed it right. I mean, I think we'll know a lot more when we get the all 22 on this one to see like what the defense was actually doing. But it does. It seems like Tampa is challenging deep more than they should. But perhaps it is just a matter of they've tried to time when to go deep. Because like you said, like all their completions are pretty low. Like they're doing what you want to do. Maybe it's just some bad timing on when they've gone deep and it's still been covered. Like they haven't been able to catch Philly's defense, if you will.
Right. Okay, so it is a completion, obviously, and I'm totally blind. The ball goes out to the Eagles' 36-yard line, and
Yeah, I was
so
gonna say,
that's
I
where
thought
they'll
that was
take over
a lot
first
further
and
than
10.
that.
Yeah, I don't know what
There's no way this is a flag. There's no way this is a flag. There's no
Here
way.
you go. Jalen Hurts dodges away from a sack from Whitehead. Here comes White down and takes him down. Did they throw a flag on this?
No, I'm a little bit ahead of you.
I was like looking for
I'm a little bit ahead of you, and I was just saying, I was like, there's no way this can be a flag.
Okay, so Jalen Hurts did get that pass off. So it's 2nd and 10 as Devin Smith tracked him down, but couldn't get him to the ground before he threw the ball away. So the Eagles still with life here. 14 and a half minutes left in the final quarter of action. Bucs lead 28-14.
Oh boy. Jam Devontae Smith. Wow.
Here's Jalen Hurts over the middle of the field. Devontae Smith makes a catch in front of Ross Cockrell. Gets knocked down right away, but that's a big gain. 25 yards out to the Bucs' 39-yard line. So Eagles hunting the splash play, and they find it there. Ross Cockrell in zone coverage just couldn't get over quickly enough.
Yeah.
That was an interesting coverage. I'd like to see Mike Edwards slipped as he was trying to break on that ball. That didn't help either.
I saw that. I saw that there,
and
too.
Now all of a sudden, Trevor, some danger, some real danger. Here's Miles Sanders, gets the ball, turns upfield. He's got an 11-yard carry, and he's got another first down for the Eagles.
Hold on. It looked like the defensive line gave up, like a whistle was blown.
I don't know. 1st and 10 at the Bucs' 28-yard line.
I guess not. I guess they just got blown off the ball. Jeez.
Jason Pierre-Paul couldn't find the ball. Looked like he was lost there.
Yikes. That's a big old yikes. All right.
Yep.
Wow.
1st and 10, Bucs' 28-yard line. Shaq.
Huge.
Can he get him on the ground? Still can't get a sack. Jalen Hurts lunges out for about half a yard. I don't think that's going to be a sack at all. Let's see. They put the ball right back at the line of scrimmage. Shaq Barrett did turn the corner there. He's the only guy they've got going in terms of pass rush. And it's play Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, man. I can't say it enough, man. Like, it's going to be another 17 snap game for Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. I don't understand it. I really don't. Like, Jason Pierre-Paul just hopefully gets a strip sack and proves me wrong, but just don't feel like he's been that effective this season.
Well, you're wrong. So,
here we go. Jalen Hurts from the shotgun. Pressure.
Oh, boy.
Oh, what are you doing, buddy? How in the world?
Oh, Lord, Ross. God, if he wasn't wearing a number in the 40s, maybe he would have caught it. Maybe the game would be over if he was wearing a real number.
Game's over right here. If Ross Cockrell
Somebody
makes
tell
the
this
most
young
routine
man.
catch of his life.
Somebody tell this young man you're allowed to wear single-digit numbers even right now. And we got a starting DB out here in the National Football League with a not named Marlon Humphrey wearing in the 40s.
Here comes the blitz. Kevin Minter can't get Jalen Hurts on the ground, overran it. Now Hurts throws incomplete. That was almost picked off. Jordan Whitehead couldn't get it before it hit the ground. So 4th and 10 is coming up. Oh my goodness, Ross Cockrell. What are we doing, man? That's the easiest pick you'll ever have in your life. Like, how do you not catch that? If the Eagles get this 4th and 10, that man's going to be the sickest dude in America. And can the Bucs just finish? Kevin Minter. Oh my goodness. Oh, so the Eagles are kicking a field goal? The Eagles are kicking a field goal. All right. What are you doing? They're down 11.
They're really kicking a field goal?
If he makes a field goal, they're down 11.
He missed it.
What are we doing? It's 28-14. You still need 2 touchdowns. No, come on, dude. Come on. So you need a touchdown, if you hit it, you need a touchdown, a 2-point conversion, and a field goal. What are we doing? He missed it, too. That's unbelievable. Are we just absolute cowards out here?
Yeah, Nick Sirianni. That's tough.
Yikers. I know it's 4th and 10, but come on, bro. Come on.
That's.
Well, the Bucs defense holds despite Ross Cockrell leading
Well,
a touchdown.
folks, as I often said,
don't say it. The Bucs took like 1 minute off the clock on their last drive, dude. We could be right back here in a couple seconds.
All right. Okay. All right.
Does the next drive start with a run? Like, what percentage chance are you on the next drive starting with a run after the way last drive went?
Oh,
It's Lenny up the gut. They can put 11 in the box.
Yeah,
Lenny up the gut.
I'd bet every dime in my 401k on it. Yeah.
Oh boy, 1st and 10 going to be from the Bucs 36-yard line, I believe, is where the ball is going to be spotted. So good starting field position, 100%. Yeah, everybody in the chat says 100%. Here we go. Last quarter, Lenny, John Ward. John Ward is just coming up with all the Lenny names.
I think I've seen the last quarter Lenny one before. I actually think I might have said that earlier, but I tweet too much, so I don't even know if that's the case.
Are you tweeting? Have you tweeted during this game?
Yeah, of course, 100%.
How many times?
Like 4. Like it hasn't.
That's still.
It's basically just. It's just basically like when I have a meme that I know I gotta pop off, then I just throw it out there.
Right. Well, like Devin White, last thing. That's my favorite one that you do. Last thing you saw before. That's my favorite one. I think that's. So
I have an unbelievable amount of Devin White riding a horse pictures in my phone for every possible occasion. So.
The folders.
Miss you too, Hunter. This has been a lot of fun for me. I've really enjoyed this.
Yeah.
This has been great.
Yeah, this has been great. Hopefully the Bucs can put a touchdown on the board here and we can see Blaine Gabbert before the end of this game. But I don't know. The way they're going in this second half, it's been, I mean, literally, depending on the drive, you have no idea what's going to happen. This team has been all over the place on offense. I mean, they still have 28 points. So, I mean, obviously they played fine, but they're just a wild ride on offense, man. I don't really know what to make of this game. It's going to take me some time to dissect this one. I want to see how Philadelphia is playing too. Feels like every time they throw deep, there's like 15 dudes back there.
Right.
And like early in the game, it was just like, oh, we're going to throw this screen underneath. There's literally one guy for the first 10 yards.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what they've got to be doing. You got to give the ball to Godwin a little bit more. I feel like Godwin's got to get more action.
Well, CD says 10 plus tweets from Trevor this game. Wow.
I've got 10? Damn.
That's what he said, 10 plus tweets.
Hold up. They got Ron Jones in the game?
Ron Jones never fumbles, never lets the team down. Clutch situation. Clutch situation. You got Ron Jones in the game. No question. Here he goes. Look at him. Carrying people. 8 yards. Boy. 9 yards. Wow. They need to put you in the truck and let you use some sound effects. We got a 2nd and 1 coming up here. 2nd and a long one.
Oh,
for the Bucs.
I
do need Godwin to catch one more ball. I am gonna need that.
Do you have the over under?
Yeah, I do. It's 5.5. So he's got 5 right now. So I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need that right now.
Right, well,
Rojo gets 2 yards and he gets the first down.
We've got 12 minutes. He's gonna get it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Ron holding on to that rock. Never let the team down in a big moment, right? Ron. Count on him.
I don't know why, but somebody just commented on my tweet about Ross Cockrell and said he's got feet for hands. And like that saying just kills me every time. Just
because you're imagining a guy with actual feet on his hands.
Feet for hands. Just funny.
Here we go. Ronald Jones again. Oh, I saw it. Did they throw it? Yes, they did. Donovan Smith. The technique was sloppy. He got his hand up high and grabbed maybe a face mask, it looked like. I'm not sure. That hurts. Yikes. Is that going to be 10? Or is it holding or is it face mask? I don't. He just got to let the guy go, man. Look, he just grabbed him, bear hugged him. It was a show. He turns the helmet. I don't know if that's a face mask or.
Hargrave going.
Javon Hargrave's coming off the field. Yeah,
that's not good.
I think it's going to be 1st and 20 for the Bucs at their own 37. Very bad moment there.
God, Fletcher Cox's face mask is incredible.
Oh yeah, he's always
just
got
looks
that
like the absolute Terminator. Yeah,
that heavy duty stuff. Yeah. Here's Brady back to pass on 1st and 20. He throws underneath to Evans. He's going to pick up maybe 4. Got it quickly out to him, but Slay made the good tackle in the open field. 2nd and 16 coming up. 120 penalty yards on Tampa Bay. Most in the NFL this season. Goodness gracious, man. Jeez. If his team could just get out of their own way, man, the things they'd be able to do. goodness.
They're up 14 on the road.
Yeah.
And we're out here like, God,
we
can
know,
you
like,
imagine?
We know the
I'm
potential.
with you. You're not wrong, but it's
frustrating. Here, look at the Eagles dropping people out and rallying to the ball. That's what you can do on 2nd and 15. It's going to be another short completion to Cam Brate, 5 yards over the middle. So 3rd and 11 coming up.
Hey,
Bucs offense going to be a tough spot, but at least they're completing the ball, so the clock keeps moving. But
how about one of these short passes to Chris Godwin to make our boy John happy? What do you guys say?
Yeah. Chris Godwin's good in these situations, I'd say.
Yeah. What do you
3rd and 11?
What do you say, boys? What do you say?
I'd say that. Yeah, I'd say Chris Godwin needs a catcher.
Well, he's out wide, so I don't know, probably not. And he's got Steven Nelson. Is that who wears number 3? Who is that?
Yeah, Steven Nelson wears number 3.
Oh, this is the
guy. Here goes Brady.
This...
A rare blitz. Here goes OJ Howard underneath. Stiff arm.
No,
got away. Tripped up. 4th and 2 coming up. 45-yard line of the Eagles. Decision time. Decision time.
Funny.
Oh, he just barely got his foot. Slapped him in that Achilles.
Oh, man, that was funny.
Oh. Did they go for it? What do you do?
What yard line is that?
The 45 of the Eagles. 2 yards short of the first down.
No, not even thinking twice about it. Yeah.
Offense is out there.
Yes. Not even thinking.
This is big. This is big.
I mean, they might as well call a timeout. Okay, they actually are.
This is big.
Timeout. All right.
Okay, they're cowards. All right, cool, cowards.
No, you're not.
They better still go for it.
You're not calling a timeout to punt.
I mean,
they literally did that in the first half, but
the bravest people just line up and go for it, even if you don't have a play called. Just go for it.
I actually don't hate
good timeout. Obviously, good timeout.
The chat's wondering, like, why are we calling a timeout here? I mean, like, this is if you ask me, this is the best place to use one of your second half timeouts right now, given the situation.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you call a timeout, you consult with all the coaches, you make sure that you have the exact play that you want, you pick up the 2 yards, and the game is over. So,
right.
This is actually the best place to use a timeout.
Okay, let's see what they got here.
I think
28-14. Yeah, I don't know how they're ahead of us.
I don't know either.
2 tight ends in the game in this situation. Couldn't be me. Could not be me. Here's Brady throwing down the field. Way overthrowing it out. He was double covered.
That's your play call.
He was double covered, too. It wasn't even close.
That
was never going to be a completion. Yeah, that's really bad. Really bad. Situational football tonight, not great. Not great. 1st and 10 for the Eagles from their own 46-yard line. I don't know how that can be your play call. How's OJ Howard on the like? I don't get it at all. Like, that's all bad. Like, I don't understand it. That route wasn't even there. Why? I don't even know why Brady threw it there, nor why where they weren't in 11 personnel. Like, I'm confused about so many things. 9 minutes left. This is still a game. Still a game. That was double covered too. Safety was right there, corner over the top. I mean, that was just
that ain't Gronkowski, my guy. You know.
And even if it was, it don't. Yeah.
I mean, if it was Gronkowski and you threw it to him, I'd be like, okay, I don't like it, but it's Gronk and crazy shit happens when you throw it to Gronkowski. But like, OJ Howard hasn't been that guy on that route and that play basically at all in his career. That was bad.
I don't get it at all, man. I do not get it. As much as I've praised Leftwich this season, I don't know. I have to look at the play again like I always do. But yeah, that doesn't make sense to me. I don't even understand in those situations why you're not automatically in 11 personnel if you're going to throw the football. It's better to run it out of 11 anyway. So like, why? So even then, you're giving yourself a chance to do both things better. But not having these 3 wide receivers on the field in these situations is just really weird to me. That doesn't seem like a hard or difficult decision to make.
Yikes.
Well, now the defense has got to rise up. Told you we could be right back here in a second. Didn't take long. Just under 9 minutes, and the Eagles are going to have 1st and 10 from their own 46-yard line. So they are right in the thick of it again. Right in the thick of it.
That might have been on Brady. Okay, I'm actually gonna. We're at a commercial now. I'm gonna rewind it really quick. I'm gonna see what I can see here.
Yeah, see what you can see on that play, because I'm at a loss.
I mean,
there's just nobody open.
Evans is pretty much wide open on the left side on the route that Brady should have been going to.
You think? All right, Eagles offense is out.
Guys playing outside leverage on Evans, and Brady looks right at him, so that's what averted his eyes. But I don't know, man.
Here we go. 1st and 10 for the Eagles offense from their own 46-yard line. Bucs drop out of a blitz look. Jason Pierre-Paul, thrown underneath to Miles Sanders, and D. Delaney tackles him after a gain of 6. So it's going to be 2nd and 4 now from the Bucs 48-yard line. Here we go. Jalen Hurts from the shotgun. Handoff. Miles Sanders, all kinds of room. He's going to rumble all the way down to the 25-yard line. All kinds of room. The Bucs are playing light boxes because they're up by 2, so the Eagles are just running, but the Bucs still got to make that. You got to make stop. You got to get off blocks, man. It's a backup off. This is the offensive line with 3 backups in the game. Man, you can't let it be this easy, man. Here's another handoff, Miles Sanders, and he has tons of room again. He's going to get 11 yards before he's knocked down. I mean, still playing Jason Pierre-Paul in this game at this point is just crazy to me. He is clearly not the same guy. He has one hand. You have a first-round rookie just sitting out there on the bench who's been a stud. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Can't get off blocks. Can't do anything.
Yeah, JPP.
Here's Jalen Hurts running right by him. Like, what are you doing? You have one of the best athletes in your team on the bench.
I mean,
2nd and 3 at the Bucs 4-yard line.
JPP is an animal, so it's like it's hard. It's kind of sometimes hard to quantify JPP, you know. Like, but at this point, man, he doesn't. Like you said, like with him playing with one hand, it's hard to think that he's going to be as effective as he needs to be.
Yeah. 1st and goal, 1-yard line coming up here.
I mean, they got Anthony Miller in the game now.
Ugly, man. Ugly.
So Tryon's in, but I think that's because
he's in a like 3 technique here, and he makes a hit there, but can't finish and wrap up. The back spins forward as Miles Sanders, and he's gonna have 1st and goal at the 1-yard line. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Here we go. Clock's under 7 minutes, 6:50 and counting. 28-14 Bucs lead.
John. Look at that. Oh, damn.
Jalen Hurts back to pass. Can't find anyone. Joe trying to go right in his face. Thrown away. Oh my goodness. What? It's got to be before is it holding? Because that ball wasn't close to catchable. Hit D. Delaney with the hold.
Yep. Hit live again on your YouTube, because I'm ahead of you, and I think you can fast forward a little bit.
Not too much. I'm pretty much up against it. So 1st and goal again. Tampa Bay 1-yard line. Crazy, man. Absolutely crazy.
Whoo!
Determined to make it interesting every week.
Thursday night football.
It's incredible. Here we go. What do they do? Run it? Sue got him in the backfield. Loss of 1.
I think Vita just stoned the crap out of him.
A loss of 1 there. Sue made the tackle. Clock's going to run. That's the biggest thing there. Eagles ran it there. And now clock's going to run. 6:20 and counting.
Yeah, what are we at now? 6:20, yeah. You got to think the Eagles are scoring 6 here, though. I mean, it's been too easy to this point. Right. You're just trying to burn time.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get them to waste time. I mean, here they are. They're taking the whole play clock, basically, at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, see, it's too easy.
Gabbert. or Hurts under. Yeah, and he
it's-
goes into the end zone for the touchdown. So 5:52 left on the clock, and the Eagles make it 28-20 with the extra point coming. So, man, this has been really disappointing second half performance by pretty much everybody. But I think a lot of this starts with the pass rush. A lot of it starts with the coaching staff. Again, defensively, if we're just talking about not being able to get into impact this game outside of Shaq Barrett in the pass rush. Crazy to me that you don't have Joe Tryon-Shoyinka in this game more the way Jason Pierre-Paul has played this season, and especially played since he got the club on his arm. And I think that makes a big difference for your pass rush. When you run a rush 4 all game and you take one of your best, maybe your best pass rusher right now this season in Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. I mean, shout out Shaq Barrett for sure, but off the field, the amount of times they've taken him off the field, to me, that's just bad coaching. So here's the Eagles lining up 2. Yeah.
Huge 2-point conversion here.
Here's Jalen Hurts throwing out to the flat, and Jamel Dean, if he just looks for the ball, has a pass breakup, but he doesn't. So Quez Watkins makes the catch for the 2-point conversion. So 28-22. And this is pretty remarkable. 5:54 left in the fourth quarter.
Wow.
And now the Bucs offense going to have to respond. Jamel Dean didn't break poorly. He just doesn't finish the play. I don't know what he's doing. Get your head back, look at the ball, and this is a pass breakup. He's right in position. He just doesn't do it. That's the kind of awareness with Dean. It just comes and goes, and it's kind of all over the place with him a little bit.
Yeah, he was a step behind, but I don't think it was
if he sees the ball, knows it's coming, and just commits to the pass breakup. He just kind of half.
Somebody asked why go for 2 there. Well, if you go for 2 and you get it like they did, then they're simply 6 points away. So they not only put themselves in a position to win the game if they score a touchdown, but they also only have to kick 2 field goals as opposed to marching all the way down the field, which helps when it comes to position in the field and time left in the game. So
yeah. Well, been a pretty miserable second half. For the Bucs offense can make it all good if they can get a drive going on here. 5:54 left in the fourth quarter. Bucs, by the way, only have 1 timeout. Let's point that out in the lieu of this game.
Well, I mean,
interesting all of a sudden.
Yeah, and I want to make sure that people aren't going to sit here and talk about how the Bucs wasted timeouts previously. Like, they called their timeouts fine.
Right.
Like they're up 28-7. They're up 14. They're up 28-14. Like, they called their timeouts fine. They just didn't execute. You can't sit here and call timeouts at the right decision, and then when the game doesn't go your way, be like, see, we wasted timeouts and now we need them. It doesn't work like that. So.
Right. But why it is worth pointing out is that if they for some reason have to give the ball back here and Philadelphia is in position to score, then gets in position to score, they can't stop the clock or leave themselves time if Philadelphia chooses to. So that's why this drive is just absolutely huge. First call is a run to Leonard Fournette, who's going to go around the left side for 2 yards maybe. Really took his time there. He was.
I didn't see the beginning of it. I had a different window open, so I didn't see that one.
Yeah, he was.
There's a flag.
He was not mashing the gas there. What's this flag?
This on? I have no idea what the flag is.
Looked like somebody got in Fournette's face after the play. Jannard Avery, maybe. I don't know what the flag's going to be, though.
Yeah, taunting. There's no place in the game for that.
The camera's showing this guy. I don't know what.
Yeah, they are. They're calling it on Jannard Avery.
Yeah. Taunting.
God, that's so bad for me.
Yeah, that's extremely dumb. Yeah, Fournette was getting back up, and Avery face bumped him basically. Or Fournette, I still think that's kind of a garbage call.
That's weak.
I mean, you got to get out of people's face just because of the rules, but that's just such a stupid call. I don't even understand it at all. So the Bucs get the ball out to the 42-yard line now. 1st and 10 there. Yeah, that was just a terrible call. I don't understand that at all. Here's Leonard Fournette, and he doesn't get anywhere on 1st down. So predictable on 1st down. 2nd and 10 coming up for the Bucs from their own 42-yard line. Clock does wind. You're going to be under 5 minutes when the next snap occurs here. Leonard Fournette also went out of bounds, by the way, on that 1st down. But they were still before. They were on the plus side of the 5-minute mark. So that's one of the things you got to be careful if you're running the ball and you're the Bucs, or in general, just in the Bucs going out of bounds. 4:57 and counting left on the
Cannot be
clock.
doing that.
2nd and 10. Brady's in empty right now. Drops
boy.
back. Foreman
Oh,
quick throw. Antonio Brown got some
no.
space to work with. And he fell down, but did he roll for the first down? I think he did.
Oh,
He
Lord.
wiped out there, but it's a 10-yard gain. Man, some weird yak plays tonight where receivers are just kind of falling down a little bit weird, but they are going to give him that first down, I believe. Yeah, the field has gotten a lot of people tonight. 1st and 10 at the Eagles' 48-yard line. I mean, you just don't see AB fall like that in the open field. Balance is like I've always said, but going back to his days in Pittsburgh, balance is like one of his best traits, I feel like.
Yeah.
So now penalties become huge, right? Because you can't get him in these situations. It keeps you from running the football like it did on a drive earlier in the game. So here's Brady, handoff Leonard Fournette. He's met immediately.
Last quarter, Lenny.
1, maybe.
Last drive, Lenny.
The run game is sputtered to a halt. 21
Yikes.
carries for 82 yards for Leonard Fournette. He's back under 4 yards per carry. Rojo's got 5 for 20. But they have, once the Eagles load up the box expecting it, they have not run it very well. So clock is running, 3:43 and counting. Bucs can take this down a good ways. Here we got 2nd and 9.
Yeah,
for the Bucs offense. This is, you kind of got to pass when you can't get anything going in terms of runs on first down. You're kind of you got to throw on 2nd down, and they do. It's a quick throw, Leonard Fournette,
the block,
and he gets 2 yards. But you're looking at 3rd and 7 now. So tough spot. Eagles 45-yard line for the Bucs offense here.
So
clock keeps moving though. But now the time.
Right,
do we get a timeout here?
And essentially what Tampa's done here is they've taken out the field goal aspect of this game. So like Philly now they will have to score a touchdown. They're not going to have time just to do what they maybe gave themselves the chance to do. And that was like quick turnover, a quick 3 and out, maybe get a field goal, maybe get another field goal. They don't have that time anymore. So now it's touchdown or bust for the Eagles, basically.
Right. So they've at least run some clock, but we gotta convert this 3rd and 7. This is critical here.
I mean,
this Eagles 45 too.
This is huge for Tampa because not only would this convert, it would basically get Tampa into field goal range, which brings the game to a 9-point game. So this is the game right here. This is the game.
3rd and 7. Brady's in the shotgun. Giovanni Bernard to his right. High snap. Brady takes it. 4-man rush. Brady's out of structure. Runs down the field to Antonio Brown, who makes the catch. Knocked down inside the 20-yard line. What a throw on the move by Brady. What a throw.
Damn.
Wow.
Damn.
AB, the best ever maybe in scramble drills. Brady put it right in his gut on the move.
Dude, that was not a good throw either. That was... I mean,
well, it was pretty good.
It wasn't the worst.
It was back in, but on the move, that's
right. But I'm saying, like, if 22 turns his head around, we're talking that could easily have been a pick. So like, it wasn't like
AB ripped it out of there for sure.
He did. That was some extreme. That was some extreme determination there with that one from Antonio Brown.
That's what combat catches, scramble drills. That's where he makes his money, man. He's so freaking good. And Leonard carries for a loss of 1 there. Clock's going to keep running. And the Eagles are going to burn another timeout, actually, I think here. So 2nd and 11 coming up, 2:35 left in the 4th quarter. But, man, again, Brady's improved mobility this season, Trevor, has been such a storyline. Like how he can get out of structure, make those plays on the move, make throws on the move, like tight window throws. And you're the receivers that are supposed to be some of the best in the league, got to make those type of tough catches in those situations, and AB delivers. But we've just seen Brady out of structure this year so much more than we saw last year, being able to create a little bit. And man, that was impressive. 2nd and 11 coming up from the Eagles 19. Brady 33 of 41 for 287 tonight, 2 touchdowns. Can they get Fournette going a little bit here? Or what do you do? 2nd and 11. You probably need one. You get the field goal here. That obviously is huge. Brate makes the catch in the middle of the field. He's going to be knocked down just short of the first down. So 3rd and maybe half a yard. Did it look like to you coming up here?
It's close. It's a yard or half a yard. They're right there. So this is Lincoln Financial Lenny territory right here.
Right. Good catch by Brate.
Come on, dude. Nothing for that? You serious?
What did you say? Sorry,
come on, chat. Can we at least? I said Lincoln Financial Lenny.
Oh,
come on, chat.
That's pretty good. Now, here's the thing. Can we get Chris Godwin a touch? Because, come on. He doesn't have a touch in the second half.
I am so shocked.
Come on. Come on, man.
That Godwin has. The thing is that they like Godwin's just a key blocker for him,
Look, I'm going to need that, though. Here's Brady for 3 yards straight ahead on the sneak, and he's got it. So
here's the thing, buddy. You're either scoring a touchdown with Godwin or you're not going to get it. And I don't think you're going to get it.
No, I don't think I'm going to get it.
I don't think you're going to get it.
Not one catch, really? We can't get one catch? That's okay. I'm not getting it anyway with Miles Sanders. He did not have enough receiving yards tonight.
What'd you get for receiving yards?
It was 23, I think, 23 and a half maybe.
He's got 10, so,
First and goal at the Eagles 6-yard line. Well, when this offense wants to get out of its way, they are pretty good. Not much has changed on that front. It just feels like sometimes it's pulling teeth, but
yeah, and
this was the first game this season. I felt like things were actually maybe like a little bit hard for them.
I think they shot themselves in the foot much more than they have in other previous games. I think there's no doubt about that. This is the game where they got in their own way more. And we didn't think that was going to be the case, right? Because you look at the first drive and it's basically perfection. Like they marched down the field and that was easy for them. And there's no doubt, like the second half, man, I don't know if they coasted or what happened, but they got in their own way. Eagles got it within striking distance and they made this one a lot closer than it needed to be. So they obviously still need to score here. But like I was saying before, once you get into field goal range and you got the chance to make this a 9-point game, it should be all but inevitable that this one's over. So
the Eagles have no timeout, so you could just take a knee here if you want. I don't know what they're
Oh, you're right. They could just take a knee.
I mean, a touchdown still pretty much ends it, but you can just kneel.
No, they're taking a knee. The game's over.
Right. So great drive to put it together to finish things off. But yeah, 28-22 is just not pretty. I mean, this game should have been a lot different, obviously. They just right now, the way that the defense is, the way that the rest of the team is, it puts a lot on Brady's shoulders. And so 34-42, 297, 2 touchdowns, had the pick, not sacked tonight. It looked like it was going to be a little bit of an easier ride early on, but ended up not being the case. They're still going to come away with the victory, but that's the important thing when you're on the road. But they're a hard team to figure out still in terms of like everybody knows they're good, but how good are they? Like that's the real question, Trevor. Like, are they Bills level good? Because like when they play to their potential, they look better than anybody else in the league. Like I haven't seen another team in the league when the Bucs are on that look as good as the Bucs. I try to watch almost every game. Like I just haven't seen anybody that looks like when the Bucs are crisp and when they're hitting, like I don't know that there's any offense that's as good. Obviously the defense is, not very good right now. But yeah, this is, I don't know, man. Like it feels like they can be great if they
Everybody likes to talk about like, oh, who's the new favorite in the NFC? Like, oh, who's the new favorite in the AFC? And I think that those are fun conversation to have just because we're sports fans and we like to have them. But you also need to realize, I think that everybody needs to realize that like it's October, right? And the playoffs start in January. I mean, like we're a long way away from you playing the games that actually matter the most. And I think this team's going to, in theory, be a lot healthier. Hopefully if more guys don't go down, this team gets a lot healthier down the stretch. And, you were talking about defense earlier in the show, and you were talking about how like, man, the defense is just in a slump. And I agree. You want things to look better. You want things to look easier, but you also know this, like defense is a little bit streaky, right? Like defenses are the side of the field that gets a little bit hot, right? That gets a little bit momentum. And often you see really great playoff defenses kind of come together at the right time and actually make the noise. We certainly saw that with the Buccaneers last year. We saw that with their running game a little bit as well, but I think timing is everything. And so when you ask me kind of like, what's the ceiling? What do we think about this Bucs team? It's no different to me than it was at the beginning of the season. It's still Super Bowl aspirations. It's still Super Bowl is an attainable goal. I think that they can not only get there, but they can win it again, because I still believe that they have on the table guys getting healthy at the right time, guys making the run at the right time. And all of that happening and it all coming together kind of like it did last year. And they're still well within that track. So that's
right.
They're still a team that's on track to potentially win another Super Bowl this year.
Completely agree. And to me, most of the reason why I believe that is because of the way that Brady's playing, just the level of comfort in this offense, how great he's been pretty much in all phases. And the weapons, obviously, they work with. Offensive line was phenomenal tonight. I mean, Brady barely got touched, it felt like. Did we even mention Javon Hargrave's name other than when he went off the field with the injury? I mean,
no.
Nothing. They just
not him. And the only time we talked about Fletcher Cox was because of his face mask. That was it.
Right. I mean, that's so, again, O-line does a great job all night. And yeah, I'm curious to go back and look at the tape. I hear you about like beating themselves sometimes, but like there's been other games this year where they had tons of drops and tons of penalties on offense. They had tons of defense tonight. They had the one hold on Donovan Smith on offense, trying to think if there was other ones. But it felt like there were actually some drives where like they were like kind of throwing into what the Eagles wanted them to do. And the Eagles were actually like taking away some things from them, where I felt like in past games that rarely happened for more than a drive here or there. And so that I am curious to go back and look at it. You're definitely right that they put themselves in some tough situations with some calls I didn't necessarily like, or some decisions I didn't like. Before the half, Brady missed the throw that could have put them in a pretty much close to first down. And so I'm curious to go back and look at some of those things. It's football, and then the other team is like I said, I thought it was going to be, I had the Bucs winning by 7. They win by 6. I had 33-26.
Yeah.
And so Bucs taking a knee there, by the way. The line was 7, right, for this game, I think.
Oh, shoot. I think it was like 7.5, something like that.
I'm pretty sure it was 7.
Right.
Yeah. So 6.5. I saw 6.5. Somebody took it today, I think, but 7, I think I saw most of the week. So yeah,
that's tough. That's tough for a lot of people. Somebody said in the chat, and I was about to bring this up as well. Like it's funny, you judge this team versus its expectations. And I think that we do that appropriately because this team has the chance to be the best team in football. And so you have to judge it accordingly. But I can't help but think of, when we reminisced about doing post-game podcasts a couple of years ago, me, Mark, and Scott, and then, we're turning on record and we're ranting on everything wrong that's going on. They are 5-1, right? And they play the Bears next week, and a good chance to go 6-1 before taking on the Saints and then getting to the bye. And so it's all there for this team. It's still really exciting. It's a win on the road on a short schedule on a Thursday. And so you'll take it. You don't love the penalties. You want everything to get cleaned up, but at the end of the day, of course, you'll take it.
Yeah, and a really a great, end of the game drive to seal it. Obviously, really good execution by Brady and the receiver. I mean, was there an incompletion on that? I don't think. I mean, just to keep the ball moving, to make sure it's complete execution wise, because that kept the clock running. Right, they drained almost 6 full minutes of clock on the last drive. Just to get down to inside the goal to go situation. So, but man, it keeps going back to this Antonio Brown. Like he's having an unbelievable season.
No,
he's having an unbelievable season.
He is, and Antonio Brown was my breakout player on this offense if there was going to be one. Now that's a little bit of an easy statement because everybody else in the offense has already broken out. So it's hard to exactly say that somebody's going to break out. But you figure that Brown was going to be better this season, and like you said, man, Brady outside of structure. I feel like before in his career, he had some time with Randy Moss where he was able to just chuck it deep and make anything happen. And obviously there was a lot of years with Rob Gronkowski, but now anytime Brady gets out of structure, he just gets to pick his head up and he gets to choose. Antonio Brown, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Rob Gronkowski when he's healthy, it's nuts. And Brady just has to deliver the ball to one of these incredible receivers. So it's such an unstoppable offense on paper. So it's fun to watch.
It is, yeah, for sure. No question. For the final numbers for the night, Brady 34 of 42 for 297 yards, 2 touchdowns, had the pick, was not sacked. Leonard Fournette, 22 carries for 81 yards, so finished with a 3.7 yard per carry average. He did have 2 touchdowns on the ground. Ronald Jones, 5 carries, 20 yards tonight. Brady had 4 carries. By the way, 4 carries because of the 3 kneel downs. That was another one. I think the over-under on Brady might have been half a yard, I believe. He lost a yard on the first 2 kneel downs, Trevor. And on the third one, if you watch him, he inches up and he intentionally doesn't use the line. He intentionally gets no gain. So he finished with 4 carries for 1 yard. So anybody who took over, I think, still hung in there. Where if he lost that yard, it would have been back to 0.
What was the over under?
I think it was a yard or half a yard.
I know it was a yard and a half.
Was it a yard and a half?
It was a yard and a half. Yes.
Oh, was it? Okay, maybe you're right.
I think so.
Maybe. I was looking at Underdog Fantasy. Maybe you're right. I can't remember now. But anyway, Antonio Brown, 13 targets, 9 catches, 93 yards, and a touchdown. OJ Howard had 6 catches for 49 yards and a touchdown. Fournette, 6 for 46. Godwin, 5 for 43, all in the first half. Evans, 2 for 27. He had a 22-yarder that was in the first half, I believe. And Cam Brate, 3 catches for 26 yards. Ronald Jones had 1 for 9, and Giovanni Bernard had 2 for 4 yards. Obviously lost 4 yards on the 1 catch, so that took away his other nice gain that he had. So yeah, I mean, tackles wise, you had Shaq Barrett with 5 and half a sack, and Jason Pierre-Paul had half a sack.
He only got half a sack.
I'm trying to remember when that even happened. Vita Vea had a sack. When did the half sacks happen? I don't remember that.
Who was the half sack between?
JPP and Shaq. Was that the no gainer? The no gainer where he dove forward?
Oh, maybe.
Wasn't that just Shaq? I don't even remember JPP being on that play. Anyway, we'll see if they review it and go to it. But that's where the numbers are at. Obviously, Jamel Dean with the interception. So, hey, the Bucs win. They get to 5-1 on the season. They get a chance to go to 6-1. They've got the Bears next, then the Saints, and then the bye week. So they get a nice little 10-day break. When they come back, I think Levante David will be back. Hopefully at that. Well, we'll see if Levante David will be back. We don't really know about that one still. We still have some information to figure out there with him, but hopefully Rob Gronkowski back. Hopefully Antoine Winfield Jr. will be back as well. And then we'll see if we're closer to the return of Carlton Davis or Sean Murphy Bunting. If either of those in the cards before the bye week, I would be surprised, but we'll see if it happens. So.
I think both the corners are probably going to be out to the bye week, but
yeah,
I think everybody else has a chance to be back.
Right. I think so too. I agree. Awesome, Trevor. This was great, man. I wish the game would have been a little more cozy so we could have just goofed around more than we already did for the fourth quarter. But no, it was great. Good, it was awesome having you, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me on, man. This is a lot of fun. Like I said at the beginning, this felt like a blast from the past from the old Locked On NFL Draft days. So always enjoy it, whether it's a podcast or a little snippet or a 4-hour show, which this one was, man. It's always a blast. I have a good time watching and talking football with you. And so, yeah, man, appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Great having you on. And for everybody else that's been in the chat, we appreciate y'all. We appreciate the super chats. It's been great. Don't go anywhere there. You're staying up with us. You got the adrenaline going and the blood pumping. We got the post-game podcast going live here probably around midnight. We'll go live with the post-game podcast, and we'll have all the Pewter reporters come through, give their thoughts. We'll hand out game balls. We'll talk about the game. We'll criticize where we need to criticize. We'll praise where we need to praise. We'll do all the above. And so it's going to be a good time with the post-game podcast coming up here in about a half an hour. So appreciate y'all. Love y'all. And thanks so much for joining us. And we'll see you soon on the Pewter Report post-game podcast. Out.